affected significantly the general well-being of our constituency. I believe the government had put necessary safety nets or measures that could have prevented these incidents, be it infrastructure or policy. But I would like to put emphasis on the so-called swinging reserves, which form part or substantial part of the bill that the NGPC delivers to the distribution entities. On our part, it's the Guimaras Electric Cooperative. So this is, I'm talking about the ancillary support services, which is composed of regulating reserves, contingency reserves, and the dispatchable reserve. On our case, this represents more or less 50% of the bill that Gemelco is paying NGPC. And we all know that this is passed on to the consumers. So we are asking, one, with all this bill that we are paying, why do we still experience these outages, particularly the two outages that had been there for days? As well as we question the different sectors of the power industry compliant with the provisions of their franchises as to their duties, responsibilities, and commitments to government. Nevertheless, we're hopeful that through this process, we will unlock and find the necessary ways or remedies to provide the permanent solution to this recurring, persistent problem that haunts the region, Mr. Speaker. With us, our position paper, which we will turn over eventually for the part of the provincial government. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nava from the province of Guimaras. Can we hear the Honorable Miraflores from the province of Aklan?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning. First, on behalf of our province and of our people, thank you po sa Committee on Energy dito po sa House of Representatives for the prompt action of para ma-solve yung problema po namin sa Panay Island. To the honorable members, maraming salamat po. Our experience po medyo same, no? Sa lahat ng probinsya sa Region 6, especially sa Panay Island. But I would like to stress po na medyo kami sa Aklan, dahil siguro kami yung nasa dulo ng Panay Island, medyo hindi kami priority, especially sa pagbigay no, ng power supply, especially in these times of crisis na kailangan din namin no, sa probinsya. Especially we have the island of Boracay na malaki yung economic activity and yung binibigay din no, na binabalik sa national government natin. So January 3 pa kami no, na nung nangyari ito ng January 2, January 3, tumatawag na sa amin yung mga stakeholders in Boracay na hindi na nila kaya yung mga generators nila. Hindi na kaya na ma-supply no, yung mga sarili nilang mga establishments. So we have to ask no, our local cooperative, that is the Aklan Electric Cooperative. And nagsulat kami to NGCP na mabigyan sana kami no, ng kahit konting supply lang para at least no, mabigyan ng power na yung Boracay. And the neighboring town especially, we also have a busy airport in the Caticlan International Airport. So January 4 pa po no, na fully restore yung power sa Boracay pa lang yon. And yung isa po naming na-experience, especially sa NGCP, is wala po silang proper coordination po, especially to the local government. There's no communication po sa amin na na-establish on how, why, and when, no? Yung mga nangyari po sa blackout. So, especially for me, no, as the governor, maraming nagtatanong, maraming nagrereklamo. So, we cannot properly address those issues, problems dahil yung tanggapan po ng NGCP ay hindi po nagko-coordinate properly sa amin. So, first, no, yun po yung isa po na pwedeng magawa po ng NGCP, especially with our local government, na sana, and I hope no, na hindi na po mangyari. But in terms of emergency power crisis, I hope na bigay po sila sa amin ng updates, no? Para at least alam namin yung gagawin, yung together with our local electric cooperative, kasi kami po, at least po napaprioritize po namin yung supply kung saan pupunta sa hospitals namin sa Boracay. So yun po yung may importante talaga na na-supplyan namin during the crisis. So I hope no na these issues will hindi na po mangyayari ulit, kasi same sa problems po namin, no, sa mga kababayan namin. They suffered enough with these blackouts, and kawawa po yung, especially yung marginalized sector po namin na talagang sa electricity po nag-gain po ng mga activities po namin and industry. So again, thank you po and good morning.
Thank you, Honorable Miraflores from the province of Aklan. And last but not the least, can we hear from Honorable Art Defensor, province of Iloilo?
Morning, Mr. Chairman, and to the honorable members of the committee, as well as the power sector. Thank you very much for this immediate hearing. Iloilo, together with Region 6, we are here to plead for an immediate solution to the problem. It has happened before, last April of 2023. It happened last week, and it will happen again. For Iloilo and the rest of Region 6, two things. We are here to plead for the perfection of the management of the national grid, its protocols, and their execution. The completion of vital infrastructure like Phase 3 of the Cebu-Negros Panay backbone, together with the substations and other facilities. Kung hindi po ito magagawa agad-agad, mauulit yung blackout. Because, Mr. Chairman, we all know that machines really fail. Machines really need maintenance and rest. Whether it is a microwave oven or a nuclear power plant. No. What is important is that the grid should be able to withstand the trips, the anomalies, and the disturbances, and will continue functioning physically and management-wise. No. Importante sa amin na may mananagot. Pero mas importante sa amin yung agad-agarang solusyon. Time is of the essence. If the grid continues to be weak and vulnerable, the blackout will happen as a matter of natural course. A national grid without a backbone is not a national grid. We have to give it another name. A national grid with an unfinished backbone is a very weak national grid. So again, Mr. Chairman, for Iloilo and the rest of Region 6, two things: the perfection of the management of the national grid and the completion of vital infrastructures like phase 3 of the Cebu Negros Panay backbone together with other facilities and substations. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning.
Thank you, Honorable Defensor. Kakalungkot talaga. But definitely, this committee hearing, hanapin na po natin yung solution. There were recommendations made. Last hearing. I think there's also an interim grid management committee recommendations that the recommendations were given by the IGMC. I'd like a good flow of presentations here. I'd like to start with NGCP first, then we go with the DOE, then we go to ERC, and then we go to the other resource persons. I hope you can give just a brief for NGCP, what really happened. I don't know if the other resource persons will also give their side or their story of what happened. So while the resource persons are explaining, I'd like to ask our members to refrain from questioning first and reserve your questions during the interpellation. So to start, can we hear from, I guess NGCP should start?
Good morning to all.
Yes, good morning.
Chairman. Yeah. I'm Anthony Almeda, and Clark will do our presentation and mark up to beside me. I'd like to request, Mr. Chairman, if I can make a 1-minute statement.
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning to all, to our Honorable Congressman Lord Alan Velasco, Chairman of the Committee on Energy, distinguished committee members, governors, DOE, and ERC, fellow resource persons, and guests. We are grateful for this opportunity to present the facts called from our system records regarding the widespread power interruptions in Panay Island on January 2, 2024. We will also take the opportunity to explain the intervention we undertook during this period. We adhere to the data and protocols explicitly outlined in our Philippine Grid Code. It is important to emphasize that we handled the system in compliance with the rules and using resources at our disposal during that period. Of course, I am with Ilonggos and all of you here that what has happened. Of course, Governor Defensor that I've seen. For my part, we do our best to do our job on what's happening. And of course, we reiterate our call for inclusion of generation planning and resource assessments in formulating the country's energy development roadmap. We support the green energy initiative of government, but we ask the green baseload technologies like baseload nuclear be explored. We want to be part of the solution, but NGCP cannot do it alone. We need the cooperation of stakeholders and the whole of government to ensure the stability of transmission services that will support the reliable power supply for Filipinos. We need generation, plus us, transmission and distribution, power in and power out. Again, thank you very much for your time. God willing, together, we will find a solution. And governors and we make my rounds, and if any that I have not, our company hasn't made our rounds on companies, my apologies also. Anyways, good morning, and maybe Clark can make our presentation. Yeah, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Almeda. Can we ask Mr. Clerk Agustin to already present?
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. Thank you. Please allow us to present our data regarding the January 2 incident, hoping to provide more clarity on the event. So, the background po, for Panay Grid has a unique configuration. So, it is connected to the rest of the Visayas grid through Negros. We have a Panay Negros link. Presentation, please. The second slide. Yes. Can we play the slides, please?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, can we adjust the sound effect? Baka po kasi kawawa naman po yung nagpe-present. Baka there are other people who can present. Are you sick? Do you have problem with your
Kapit mo na lang bungang namin.
or
Okay po.
may problema ka sa sa
Ngayon lang po, pero okay naman po.
kasi
Okay to present, sir.
no, I mean with all due respect with him, Mr. Chairman, baka naman he's trying his best to explain, but you're having a hard time. We can allow siguro other people to explain it rightly. Baka kasi hindi mo kaya, and we are having a hard time also to understand what you are trying to deliver. But it is in the prerogative ni Chairman. Pero kung kaya mo, sige, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Ayan. No, if let's ask Mr. Clark to present. If the members couldn't understand what he's presenting, if we can ask NJCP to ask someone else to present. Mukhang na-strain na yata ng todong boses ni Mr. Clark kahapon sa Senate. Pabigyan lang ng hot water para baka maayos-ayos ang voice niya. But that I guess he's the person presenting because siya yung talaga nakakaalam eh. So that's why let's see na lang if you can understand it, then we ask NGCP to ask someone to
If
present.
I may, Mr. Chairman, is he the guy coming from the Visayas system operator?
Ikaw ba yun sa SO sa Visayas?
No, I'm from the National Systems Operations. So,
Is he around yung BSO ninyo? Is he around?
BSO. Yes, yes po.
O, baka he can
Hindi,
handle it right.
ganito na Honorable Fernandez. If I'll try to check lang later if any of you tells me that you can't understand what he's saying, then we'll ask someone else to present. Okay?
Yeah, no problem, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Sir, moving on. So, yun nga po, Panay has a unique configuration. It is connected through the rest of the Visayas grid through the Negros Panay link. In terms of generation, installed capacity is around 670 megawatts, most of which come from the 4 big plants, the coal plants, PEDC 1, 2, and 3, with a capacity of 83 megawatts and 150, and PCPC at 135 megawatts. Around 70% come from the big plants. And the demand for Panay peaks with a range of 400 to 460 megawatts. So prior to the incident, the grid is in normal condition. Panay PEDC Unit 3, the 150 megawatts, is on maintenance outage. So our demand during that time at around 12 noon prior to the incident is around 403 megawatts. The generation is 361 megawatts only. So meaning the difference is being supplied by our Negros Panay link. So 1206 PEDC Unit 1 capacity is 83 megawatts, but during that time it is loaded at 63 megawatts trip. Upon tripping, syempre we will have some temporary excursions in system parameters, but eventually recovered almost instantaneously. So what happens, yung generation supply natin from 361, nabawasan almost 300 na lang. The difference will be coming from the increased flow for our Negros Panay link.
Sorry, please continue.
Okay. Sige po. So, what we did, we monitor the system based on our data. All parameters in terms of voltage, frequency are within limits, no overloaded transmission lines, operating margin is sufficient. So we did our normal dispatch process. And then our coordination with PEDC Unit 1, they told us they will be coming back online within 2 to 3 hours. However, before 2 p.m., they gave an updated message that they will be coming back later at 1700 or 5 p.m. Report, please. So this is the actual voltage profile at Panay from 12 noon to 14:19. So as we can see, the dash lines on the upper and lower are the upper and lower bounds for normal voltage. So the data shows that the voltage was within the limits. Not only the voltage, we have data on frequency and we have calculation of the operating margin during that time to show that the system was normal. However, at 14:19, forward please. Almost simultaneously, the following plant strip. When we say almost simultaneously, they have difference, say for example, milliseconds and seconds time difference. In electrical engineering terms, medyo mahaba na po yun. So, a total of almost 300 megawatts of the plant strip together with the reaction of the load, demand also tripped. So, what happened? Panay is left with no generation, no local generation. So we are left with around 119 megawatts of demand load, which is supplied by our Negros Panay link. So what we did, since nagkulang na po, at this point, emergency na po sa Panay. So what we did, yung flow po ng Luzon Visayas link, which is prior to this, nagsusupply si Visayas to Luzon, nireverse po natin yung flow para si Luzon naman ang magbigay kay Visayas to augment the loss of the supply. And then we declared yellow alert kasi nga po insufficient na po yung reserve. And then we advise the plants that trip to check their status, and if they're okay, go back online immediately so they can provide voltage support. So sa system po kasi, pag mababa ang load, ang tendency, tumaas ang voltahe, wala po kasi mag-absorb ng tinatawag nating reactive power or magpo-provide ng reactive power support. For this case, zero generation po tayo. So tumaas ang voltahe, ang tendency po kasi meron tayong protection sa overvoltage para iprotektahan po yung linya natin. Kasi pag yan na damage, medyo mas matatagalan po. So eventually, as a consequence of the multiple plant tripping, overvoltage, nag-trip po yung Negros Panay, resulting to isolation na po ni Panay. That's the sequence. So, that happened at 15:07. So, at 15:10, we declared market intervention. Kasi during normal condition, all the plant schedules are coming from the market operator, from IMAP. Kaya nga po, as a proof pa pala, kaya normal tayo nung 12:06, nag-adjust yung schedule na pinapadala ni market para i-accommodate yung mga changes ng mga plant loadings. So ito po yung summary ng timeline for better appreciation. 12:06 to 14:19, yan po yung duration na CPED's unit 1 lang ang wala. So we maintain the system parameters within limits by doing those actions. Yun nga po, we manage the load generation balance as mandated by naman ni PGC. We adjusted MBAR from the different power plants. However, at 14:19, dun sa pula, nagka-emergency state na po tayo after multiple trippings ng mga power plant. So yan po, naka-detail dyan yung mga planta na tinawagan natin, PB101, PDPP, PCPC. At 14:37, we allowed them to get their feedback power. Yung mga planta po na yung details na dyan. So at after 15:07, nung isolation ni Panay, we immediately implemented our restoration process. So at 15:24, 17 minutes after nung isolation ni Panay, energized na po uli yung Negros Panay link natin. So, papagapangin na po natin yung power. Load na po tayo gradually, and our main objective now is to provide feedback power to the power plants that were on planned outages. So they can start their units. So for the next slide po, forward. Yan. So 1507, immediately after the isolation, we started the restoration process. So at 17 minutes after, we were able to energize the link. The Bacolod Barotac Viejo is the Panay Negros link. We provided feedback power to PCPC at 1547 and PEDC at 1652. Here are the timeline for the synchronization of the plants. So at 1647, PDPP3 was already synchronized, followed by PB101. So unti-unti po pumapasok yung mga planta, unti-unti nagre-restore tayo ng demand. Kailangan po binabalansin natin eh. Pero ang malaking player po kasi dito, yung mga malalaking planta, which is dalawa na lang ang remaining natin. Si PEDC, ay tatlo pala, sorry, ang iniintay natin, PEDC 2, 1 and 2, and PCPC. Si PEDC 2 was able to get online the same day at 11:45 p.m. And then si PEDC, almost mga 9 hours, si PEDC 1, January 3, the day after at 7:45 a.m. And then si PCPC on January 5, to almost 2.5 days, naka-online po siya at 1:33. And then nung nag-clear po siya ng normal loading, stable loading at 12:25, we were able to serve all the remaining loads at Panay. That's why at 12:34, we lifted the market intervention. So our schedules for the dispatch will be again coming from the market. Next po. So this slide just show the timeline. Yung bar graph po, yung po yung duration ng restoration nila. So we can see nauna po si PDPP3, si PBB101. Abang umahaba po yung bar, mahaba yung time for the restoration. And then ito naman pong graph sa baba, yan po yung restoration ng load. It reflects the demand na nare-restore sa Panay. So gradually po, pag pumapasok yung generator, nakakapag-serve po tayo ng demand. So nung maibalik na po sila lahat, all loads at Panay were being served. That's it po. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark and GCP. Thank you for the presentation. Can we hear from Department of Energy, Yusek Sharon?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to all the honorable members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Chair, we would like to start with the presentation on our side on the sequence of events, followed by the assessment of IMAP on what their observation was, and Transco being the transmission corporation of the government, sir. We're trying to present this as objectively as we can so that the members can assess properly and constructively. Mr. Chair, first to present, Mr. Chair, is ASEC Mario.
Yes, ASEC Mario, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all honorable congressmen present, as well as our honorable officials of the local government unit and all the attendees. I would like to present the collection of the Department of Energy on the different timelines and sequence of events that has happened in Panay Island from January 2 to January 5. So as you can see here, before 12 noon of January 2, the electricity services in Panay and Negros are okay, no problem. As far as the incident that has happened by 12:06, wherein PEDC coal-fired power plant unit 1-3, this was reported to us that this is due to boiler feed pump issue. So this is an internal concern of the power plant. It took us 2 hours to realize that there are additional happenings in the event in Panay and Negros. While we try to gather much of the information, kulang po kami sa information. We need to really revert to the concerned entities. Primarily because, after the Panay incident in April, under the guidance po ni Yusek Sharon, nag-create kami ng Viber group so that we can monitor what is happening in Panay Island every 30 minutes. Unfortunately po, during this day, we received the report as of 10 o'clock in the morning. But after 10 o'clock, there was no report.
Sorry, Asik Marasigan. You received the report at 10 o'clock in the
We
morning
received
the
a
next
report.
day?
No. 10 o'clock on that January to 10 o'clock, we still have the report.
Okay.
Everything is stable. However, the next report that we received was already at past 3:30 on the same day, wherein the multiple tripping has already happened.
But before that, daily you get reports?
Yes, sir, every 30 minutes.
Every 30 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
So even yung wee hours in the morning we receive. So we have to request NGCP to repost or make the posting of what has happened from 10:30 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So wala pa po kaming information. Based also on our coordination with the electric cooperatives, wala din po silang information. Until po nangyari yung 2:19 p.m. event na nagkaroon na ng almost simultaneous tripping of the power plants. Next slide, please. So kung titingnan po natin after 2 hours, another hour happened and then yun na nga po, nagkaroon na ng total tripping including the Negros-Panay interconnection. Totally po na-isolate na ang Panay Island. And past 3 minutes pa po, saka po nag-declare ng ang system operator natin ng market intervention for Visayas. That is at 3:10 p.m. Then, of course, inaasahan naman po natin and after another 14 minutes, na i-restore na po yung operation ng ating Negros Panay interconnection. Of course, kasunod na po niyan yung mga event like yung yellow alert po, the declaration later that night, na-declare na po. And then, since restoration naman immediately follow, so by 11:45 po on the same day, nakapasok na po or na-energize na yung PEDC Unit 2. PEDC Unit 1 came early in the morning of January 3. And we continuously coordinate with other generating facilities. And feedback from PCPC, sabi po, nagto-troubleshoot pa sila ng kanilang auxiliary units. Pero they already set that the target of energization, since kahit po January 3 pa lang, nag-declare na sila na ang target nila is 10 to 12 of PM of January 4. Having encountered problems nga po doon sa kanilang restart up. I highlighted also the operation in Gimelco, kasi sila yung pinakamalapit sa linya. They got the full power po by 9 o'clock, 9:30 in the evening of January 3. But the following day, they were also advised to have also, they have to undertake manual load dropping kasi kahit meron ng full supply, NGCP has to allocate kasi hindi pa stable yung grid. So the other sequence of events here that I present in my succeeding slides, particularly on January 4, was more on the restoration process. So these are the day na kung saan po ang instructions coming from NGCP is regarding the allocation of capacities for its distribution utilities and electric cooperatives and the conduct of the manual load dropping. So kagaya po na nabanggit kanina ng ating kagalang-galang na gobernador sa Aklan, they requested prioritization kasi nga po they have to really energize in full yung Boracay, and they also recognize po yung mga vital installation po natin like government hospitals, yun po mga government facility plus the airport kasi alam po natin kung ano yung major economic na nangyayari doon sa Aklan. Then we continuously follow up po kung ano yung restoration efforts ng PCPC kasi we do understand that 135 megawatts is really needed to complete yung full restoration ng Panay. And report naman po ng PCPC, well, hindi nila binabago yung target nila, 10 to midnight of January 4. Next slide, please. So ito lang po ang nag-highlight on January 5 na yung lahat nating mga electric cooperatives were advised to fully energize their system between 11:27 and 12:35 in the afternoon. We have also received communication from NGCP that at 11:33 they got the words from PCPC that it is already operating at a stable condition. So nalip na po yung system of yun ang system operator natin, yung market intervention. And na-reach po naman ng PCPC yung kanilang 135 megawatts full load at 12:49 in the afternoon of January 5. So yun po yung sequence of events na kinolate namin. We tried to get as much as information as we can, but yung pong mga mas detalye na rest na po doon sa ating mga concerned entities. Maraming salamat po at magandang umaga ulit.
Thank you, Asik Marisigan. Yes, Yusik Sharon. Can we hear from Attorney Nethercott from IMAP?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the members of the committee. May I request, Mr. Chairman, that our CEO be recognized to make the technical presentation on our behalf, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, but before that, may I acknowledge the presence of Honorable Matibag? Can you please introduce yourself and start with the presentation?
Yes, Your Honors. I'm Robin Descanso, the Chief Operating Officer of the IMOP.
Please proceed.
Yes, can we show the presentation, please? Presentation, please. Yes, ma'am. Next slide po. Go straight to that. Okay, shown in the monitor, sir, is the map of Visayas, particularly showing the interconnection. So as you can see on the left side, nasa dulo po si Panay sa interconnection. So in terms of kung merong mga available surplus system, nasa dulo si Panay. So kakainin po ng ibang grid islands ang surplus bago makarating kay Panay. So pangalawa po is kailangan malakas yung interconnection, no? Na interconnecting Panay from the rest of Visayas. So it's also very important to note na with that condition po, kailangan may enough local generation from Panay to support yung requirement ng Panay. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so ito po yung na-monitor namin nangyari nung araw ng blackout, no? It started on sa event number 1 at 12:05, normal pa po yung system. And the local generation coming from Panay is 355 megawatts. But the demand of Panay is 400. So the rest of the requirement is coming from the cable, no? And then 12:06, nag-trip po yung PEDC at nawala yung kinakarga niyang 56 megawatts. At the same time, Panay po. These are generators po embedded sa Panay. So nung nawala po yung 56 si Panay, nawala yung energy na palitan coming from the cable, no? So kung mapapansin niyo po, tumaas, nagdoble halos yung karga ng Negros cable. But at the same time, nawala rin po yung voltage support na binibigay ni PADC sa Panay. Kaya nagkaroon po ng fluctuation sa voltage, no? Okay? So and then nagpatuloy po yung condition na yon, until sa 14-19 sumunod yung mga cascading trippings ng mga generators, no? Ayon sa mga discussion po, naunang nag-trip doon nung time na yon is Palm Concepcion, which is carrying about 135 megawatts. And the rest, malaki pa rin yung kinikerix. Kaya nawalan po kaagad ng 300 megawatts ang Panay. Nagsunuran po bumagsak ng mga feeders ng mga distribution utilities, and yun po yung nag-cause ng partial blackout. And then approximately about 30 minutes, no, nawala na po tuluyan yung kable. So na-isolate na si Panay at yun na po yung blackout. Okay? So going back po do sa event number 4 before the tripping ng mga sunod-sunod na planta, no? So it appears na may problema po yung system, no? And that 2-hour window from the first tripping ni PDC hanggang do sa successive tripping ng mga several plants, meron po tayong 2-hour window na very crucial ang decision ni SO to ensure that the system would maintain stability and withstand the following contingency event, including loss of one generator. So dapat po yun yung palaging ginugwardya ng system operator. At of course, mga posibleng nag-triggers po nung successive tripping yun is frequency issue, voltage issue, and loss of replacement power po. Yung lang po yung presentation namin. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Engineer Descanso.
Mr. Chair.
Wait, Yusek Sharon. No one's disputing naman na sequencing yung mga timelines natin ng events. Everyone's all the same, no? DOE,
Memorize
IMAP,
na namin
NGCP, pare-parehas lang naman no? Okay. Yes, Yusek Sharon.
Next to present will be Transco
Transco.
because IMAP was explaining about what should be have a system operator
Yeah.
done. And Transco used to be our system operator. Now it's been given
Yeah.
to NGCP. So Transco, please.
Yes, Engineer Lainez, please.
Thank you, Yusek Sharon. Mr. Chair, good morning, and to the rest of the members of the Congress present here and other resource persons. So in the interest of time, I will not go through my presentation anymore, but deal with the critical responsibilities of the NGCP as the system operator and the transmission network provider. And related to the incident, the major responsibilities as system operator would be, one, to ensure that load generation balance is maintained at all times. Second, as mentioned earlier, ensure that grid voltage is maintained within normal limits. Then we have also this requirement from the grid code that the system operator should implement necessary actions during emergency conditions to maintain the integrity of the system and prevent system collapse. And in alert and emergency states, MLD can be allowed to avoid imminent voltage collapse leading to a system blackout. Also, we'd like to add that on the first tripping incident, likewise provided in the grid code, the system operator was not able to provide a significant incident report. Moreover, the NGCP as a transmission network provider, as defined in the Philippine Grid Code, shall execute instructions of the system operator to ensure power quality in the grid. Likewise, they should provide all grid equipment and facilities. And as such, we have identified several transmission projects that should have been completed and implemented. The Panay blackouts could have been avoided. I would like to add further, Mr. Chair, that although this is just an observation and not in the grid code, that according to the system blackout simulation drill, black start restoration drill, last March 23, in the table exercise, the system operator could restore power within 2 hours and 3 minutes. However, this did not happen during this said incident. I will be more than willing to discuss other details as provided in the Philippine Grid Code should the members of the Congress ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Lainez. So, no other presenters from Department of Energy? ERC? Yes. Can we hear from ERC? Chairperson Di Balanta? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning to all the members of the committee, and thank you again for this opportunity to share our updates from the Energy Regulatory Commission. If you can share the slides, please. So as you all know, we are conducting an investigation on this incident, similar to the exercise that we did after the April incident. Your Honor, we constituted the interim grid management committee so that there'll be a technical team. So this is not a group of people that you can contest their technical capability. So they were the ones who studied the April incident. They're continuing their service to us with studying this incident. So what I will share with you, next slide please. Please go to slide 3. As we all know, the sequence of events is no longer, I think it's no longer disputed. But what we add here maybe are the reasons for the outages as reported to us, first by the GENCOs, because they are required under the ERC rules to report within certain time frame. First by SMS within 3 hours, and then within 48 hours by email or written communication. So based on our records, they were able to provide the reports within a few minutes of each of the outages. And you will see here that they have indicated we put value to these reports because these are almost instantaneous reports. These are fresh, not clouded yet by any defensive moves or similar action, so to speak. But we put premium to that. So if we skip to slide 6. There are also reports that we get from NGCP, which are called the confidential daily operating reports or outage reports. There's a significant incident report that we also get. Then based on NGCP's version, these are the timestamps of the reports that we got from NGCP. In the next slide, you will see the reporting. If we go to slide 8, next slide, these are the rules that govern the GENCOs and what they should report. In this slide, let's stay here. This is the reporting obligation of NGCP. For significant incidents, they should report to us by SMS within 15 minutes and within an hour for the written reports, and then 2 weeks supposedly for the full written report of not only the occurrence of the incident but what they did during the course of that incident.
Sorry, ma'am, what is significant?
Significant incident is defined.
How do you classify?
It's a specific term as defined in the grid code,
Yeah.
including the loss of a large generating unit is considered a significant incident.
How do you determine if the unit's a large generating
Apo.
unit?
Defined din po under the grid,
Grid code, which is how many percent?
In Visayas, it's not percentage, sir. It's based on it's a capacity. So in Visayas, anything above 5 megawatts is already considered a large generator.
And that's goes
Significant.
within significant.
Correct, tama po.
Please continue.
So if you note for the outage of the PEDC unit, the first PEDC unit that went out at 12 noon, we did not receive a significant incident report. The first report that we got was already following the cascading at 2 p.m. Okay, so next slide. This is just to present the parameters by which we are conducting our investigation. What are the obligations of the SO and what are the obligations of the GENCOs in cases of, in these instances? The SO in general, under the grid code, has the obligation to operate and maintain the grid to meet power quality standards. And then what's relevant also in the discussions yesterday at the Senate is what do you do when it's already an N-1 condition, meaning a large load, for example, has already gone out of the system, especially if there is no system integrity protection scheme or SIPs. These are temporary measures. If the grid is not yet capable of is not yet meeting all the standards, you need to have a temporary protection system. What can the SO do in those instances? Under the grid code, the SO can undertake any of the following or a combination of the following. They can redispatch a generating unit. They can use voltage or power flow control on regulation transformers. They can reconfigure the network. They can do manual load dropping. They can also trip generating units. So these are the actions that we look forward to receive from on the report of the SO in the course of our investigation. The next slides are also just the provisions of the grid code that are relevant in our investigation. We can skip to slide 16 in the interest of time. These are the obligations of the GENCOs. The GENCOs are responsible for ensuring that their units will not disconnect except on certain instances. And the GENCOs are also responsible for executing the instructions of the SO during emergency condition. One issue that was discussed yesterday at the Senate was whether the grid was still at a normal state or already an emergency state at that period. We were not able to include the relevant provisions of the grid code here, but the grid code defines this is not a matter of interpretation, so to speak, or we come up with it on the fly. All those situations are defined under the grid code, including the conditions that would qualify for each. We can stop there, or we can. What we have in the materials which we have shared are also the recommendations after the April incident. There were almost 20 measures that were agreed to be undertaken then by NGCP and the generators and the DUs. And as of the November report of NGCP submitted to ERC, almost all the measures have been completed. So part of our investigation, Your Honor, is to see what is the impact of those measures that were reported to have been completed and have led to still this event happening. That means we need to do more work. Were there items that we have missed during the April investigation so that we can avoid this from happening again? Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable
Mr.
Malanta.
Chair,
Yes.
may we ask for copies of the ERC presentation, please? None of us have it. And ideally, but if a soft copy would...
No, I think they just submitted it today. So I will ask COMSEC to provide each member with a copy
Thank
of
you.
the ERC. Thank you, Honorable Benitez. Yes, so we have the ERC finished, the DOE, Transco, IMOP, NGCP. Can we now hear from the generation side? Can we hear from PEDC? If you have any statements. If not, yes, Mr. Cabal.
Cabal. Good
Yes.
morning, Mr. Chair. We will reserve our statement when
During the interpellations.
Thank you.
Can we hear from Palm Conception Power?
Chair and members of the committee, we have a presentation regarding the sequence of events that transpired to our PCPC plant prior and after the tripping. And our Mr. Lance Bautista here, our engineering specialist, will do the presentation, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, Mr. Bautista.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and all of the honorable members of this meeting. So for the interest of time, maybe I'll just focus on the most vital parts of our presentation. Anyway, we will be providing, I think we've already provided in case other information are needed. So maybe we can skip to slide number 3 or page 3. The next one, please. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So I'm not just sure if you can see all of the trending lines, but let me guide. So I want to start on the event number 1. So at 12:03, so pardon for the timestamp. Actually, our timestamping in PCPC is around 3 minutes delay. So if we are going to align it with NGCP's timestamp, we will be adding 3 minutes. So around 12:06, so PEDC Unit 1 had a problem and went offline. And then as we can see on the graph, with the reaction of our unit to support the grid stability, we're actually producing what we call MVARs, or this is what support the stability of the grid voltage. So as you can see, upon offline of unit PEDC unit number 1, we already supplied MVAR as can be seen on the pink line during that time. And also additionally, we were instructed by the system operator that time to, I think this is what they call the manual intervention, I believe. So we were increasing actually manually also the MVAR supply to the grid. So we are actually helping more to be able to stabilize the grid. So nakikita naman po yun dun sa grid voltage. So although meron kaming nakitang slight drop in the grid voltage, it was somehow stable or hindi siya ganun ka-fluctuation, mainly because of the production of our plant's MVAR. So yung naka-focus po dun sa rectangular area, this is actually the 2-hour time frame during that event. So we were, as you can see, we are steadily increasing yung MVAR support namin. We are continuously supporting the grid to maintain yung grid voltage within the Panay. Unfortunately, around 1419 or before 1419, we are actually in the instability levels na nung medyo sagad na po yung planta namin during that time because we are at full load, 135, and we're also supporting na rin yung grid with the MVAR. So, next slide. Ma'am, maybe we can skip to slide number 8. Just a good note, I think this was shared also by our IMAP colleagues as well. Meron po talagang difference na nung margin na tinatawag natin sa supply and demand. Although maybe NGCP team can explain further if this is on the normal range, but yun din yung medyo na naging observations namin sa side namin. So if you can skip, ma'am, on slide number 8. Slide. Also, this is the chronological events on the mismong tripping na po nung unit namin. So 1419, since instability levels na po yung sa generator namin, is nag-actuate na po yung generator protection namin by loss of excitation. So during that time, we were still having monitoring na meron pa pong grid voltage by that time. So we have observed around 1427 na meron pa pong grid voltage. However, yung fluctuation niya is nasa 84 or around that level na really is a low value na po for the plant. So around 1445, when the team was actually monitoring na medyo nag-increase na yung voltage to near the normal levels, we immediately started yung mga auxiliaries namin, mainly to provide yung cooling system for our equipment, since maybe we can discuss later yung limitations nung sa planta namin. So we really wanted to restart yung cooling system namin for that what we call turning gear. And then at 1501, so we are starting the auxiliaries as we mentioned. Meron na ulit po kaming na-detect na voltage fluctuations at 1506. And then the succeeding events po yung nabanggit kanina, as mentioned, yung total blackout na po ng Panay. So ma'am, can we skip to slide number 10? So at 1508, doon na po nagkaroon ng grid total blackout. So again, yung mga newly started auxiliaries namin na supposed to be is, yun sana yung magpapa-ready sa amin ng unit namin is nag-trip ulit lahat. So nag-advise po yung local na NGCP substation sa amin at 1509 na isara na po yung circuit breaker namin sa side ng planta namin. Indication na yun nga, wala po talagang feedback power or black start capability yung unit namin at that time. So we can start any equipment during that time frame. So almost 40 minutes after, so 1547, doon na po nag-advise yung substation ng NGCP that we can resume since meron na po silang may bibigay na feedback power. So immediately, ilang minutes lang po. Although we still observe slight fluctuations pa rin. Actually, yung normals natin na 137, minsan gumagalaw pa rin siya during our monitoring sa plant side. So immediately around 1600 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we again restarted or we attempted to start yung auxiliaries namin. Again, giving priority dun sa cooling system nung planta namin. And then at 16:32, unfortunately, maybe we can discuss later na lang yung limitations, is talagang nagkaroon na po ng problem yung isang auxiliaries namin na tinatawag na turning gear. Yun din po yung na-report namin sa ibang energy stakeholders na nagkaroon na po ng disengagement or deflection dun sa turbine shaft na tinatawag namin, where hindi na namin siya mapaikot normally. Usually kasi dapat pagka nagsha-shutdown yung plant, usually thermal plants na may turbine, is talagang dapat na maintain yung slow rotation niya with cooling water. Unfortunately, that time, since medyo matagal kami nahulan ng cooling water, then nagkaroon pa ng blackout during 15:08, is doon na po nagkaroon ng problema yung turning gear na tinatawag namin. So hindi naman din po namin pwedeng pilitin na paikutin yon kasi it might result to permanent damage na mas mahirap pong ma-recover from our side. So instead, yung usual na experience namin is we need to cool down the turbine 2 to 3 days before we can restart yung restoration ng facility namin. So actually at 17:52, meron ulit kaming na monitor na grid voltage fluctuations. So again, yung auxiliaries namin is nag-trip ulit. So back to zero ulit kami during that time. So next slide please. For the restoration timeline, the following day, January 3, so meron naman ng feedback power during that time as mentioned na rin ng ibang stakeholders natin. So we continued yung preparations namin sa plant. So from January 3 to January 4, we conducted yung mga conditioning ng aming mga parameters like water, oil, na usually nadi-disturb siya pagka medyo matagal yung offline ng unit namin. So by January 4, around 5:09, we started firing our boiler for pressurization. And then the following day, as mentioned po kanina, 1:21 in the early morning, is nakapag-start na kami ng turbine namin, then followed by synchronizing in the grid at 1:33 in the morning. And then, call po. Yes po. Call po ang PCPC. And then eventually, may minimum load na po kami ng 50 megawatts at 5:18 in the morning. And then we were able to reach a full load at 12:49 in the afternoon. So, yun lang po. Thank you.
Is the presentation finished?
Yes, sir. We're done na po. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other generation companies here from Panay Island who would present? If none, okay, let's proceed with the ECs. If any of the ECs would want to give a short statement, a brief statement. Yes, Attorney James Balsomo.
Good
from
morning,
Ileco.
Honorable Chair and honorable members of the House of Representatives. Our narrative report has already been consolidated in the report of the DOE, but on the part of the ECs, may we add for the record, Honorable Chair, that the shutdown of the Panay grid for the past 1 year happened not only twice, Mr. Chair, but thrice. First, in February of 2023, the cause is undetermined. It lasted only for 8 hours, so less than a day. The power was restored.
Sorry, Attorney Balsomo, you're saying that in February there was a
And
there was an
shutdown.
incident already.
Yes. The Panay subgrid shut down totally in February 2023, Mr. Chair. That was the first. The second was April 27 to 29, the second, 2023. And the third is last January 2 to 5 this year, Mr. Chair. So there were 3 massive shutdown in the Panay subgrid within a period of 1 year from today. That is to make the record straight. And second, Mr. Chair, with respect to the incident last January 2, when PDC Unit 1 tripped, there was no communication whatsoever from the part of the grid operator to all the 10 electric cooperatives in Region 6. There was no demand control imminent warning, that we have to reduce our demand within the minutes prescribed in the grid code. There was no instruction to implement manual load dropping, and there was no automatic load dropping by the system. And to clarify things, the grid operator, the NGCP, is providing for the under frequency relay settings in our substations, so that in case of imbalances in the supply and demand in the system, automatically the predetermined substation in our among the distribution utilities would trip automatically. But none of that happened until there was a voltage fluctuation, and then followed by a total shutdown of the Panay subgrid, Mr. Chair. Just that is for the record. The ECs are the receiving end among together with the private utilities, the DUs. We are the receiving end in the power system grid. However, we are not the passive participants supposedly. In fact, we are the ones facing the consumers, and we are the ones paying for the entire cost of the operation and maintenance of the system. And we would like to bring this to the attention of the committee that for 2023 alone, the 10 electric cooperatives in Region 6 paid the amount of 971 million 421,608 and 28 centavos for ancillary services. These payments, these ancillary services are being paid by our consumers, whether utilized or unutilized. The purpose of ancillary services is to secure the integrity and security of the grid for any contingencies like this. But if the grid code has been followed, Mr. Chair, first, the grid should not have collapsed. And second, in the restoration part, given that the grid has already collapsed, the restoration process would not last for 4 days. Why? Because the ARC chair is here. Under the grid code, the contingency reserve requirement should be not less than the largest operating unit in the grid. On the part of Panay, that is 150 megawatt, the PDC Unit 3. Given the required power of 300 megawatt to stabilize the grid, upon the synchronization of PDC Unit 1 the night after the incident, and the synchronization of PDC Unit 2 the following day, the next morning, there should have been more than enough power to stabilize the grid if the ancillary services had delivered as expected. So,
Mr. Chair, ano natin palampasin to? Kabalog, nasaan ba yung ancillary na yan? Yung binabayaran nila? Bakit hindi yun na-activate? Hindi nga, kahit nasa pero interconnected, di ba?
Sorry, the ancillary service is being asked. Where is the ancillary service located? In Negros Island or in Panay Island? Mr. Clark?
Hindi ba tatlo yun?
Pag kasi po sa ancillary services, yung ancillary Visayas wide, hindi po tayo per subgrid. Oh yes, opo.
So nagsisigil kayo para sa wala? Yun ang ibig sabihin na sinabi mo eh.
During that time po, nung mag-trip si PEDC, answering
Ito on record 60 megawatts Leyte, Therma Visayas 2 times 26, UPSI Toledo, both in Cebu, and 1 in Leyte. So supposed to be, they should be in service through the interconnection whenever something like this happens.
Yeah.
So in short, they cannot provide ancillary services.
During that time po, meron tayong
I
regulating
don't care
reserve.
about what's during that
Opo.
time.
Oh, sorry sir. Kasi ang
Because
context.
So, pwede ba pakisoli yung 971 million? Hindi naman pala pwede pakinabangan eh.
Honorable Joey, if we can reserve it later, we already see the point. No, I understand already, but it might create a cascading of questions from the members, and I don't know how I'll be able to handle all of you guys. So let me just finish the resource persons from their presentation, and then we'll just go back to the question regarding the locations of the ancillary service. Okay. This would be the last.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because this is relevant dun sa kinokollect nila ancillary services. Meron po kami sa bill namin na transmission charges. So, amabot na yun ng bilyon. Saan na pupunta ang pera? Saan na nakadeposito? Anong ginawa ni RC to secure, to make sure na yung pera na yan may gamit ng husto? So, gusto natin malaman magkano, how much na yun ngayon. Kasi sa bill namin, every time nagbabayad kami, kasama yung transmission charges.
Okay.
So sigurado to na nasa capex na ng alam kung saan to.
Thank you, Honorable Baranda. So if the GM of Ileco is finished already with his statement and presentation.
Mr. Chair, just to make things clear, under the grid code, may tatlo pong ancillary services supposedly. Na di ba, we have the regulating reserve, we have the contingency reserve, we have the dispatching reserve. All these are intended to ensure the integrity and security of the grid, so walang collapse na mangyayari supposedly. And in case of restoration, the power would be restored in the shortest time possible. Hindi mag-last for 4 days. Kasi kami ang we are facing the direct accountability sa aming consumers on behalf ng entire power industry. And Mr. Chair, we would like to bring to the attention, of course, of the committee. Sa part kasi ng electric cooperative, we are non-profit service focus. So yung revenue loss namin, we have no means of recovering the same on behalf of the consumers. No, none. And the transmission cost may add sa sinabi ni Congresswoman Barunda. Correct me later if I'm wrong. This is demand side. Ibig sabihin, kahit na mag-shutdown ka ng isang buwan, we will still be paying for this. That's the burden of our consumers. And yung sa amin lang kasi, Mr. Chair, we have conducted series of meetings with the NGCP demanding full transparency sa information, which is actually required under the grid code. That they should establish a system of communication between the operator and the user. Sa lahat ng aspect ng operation po, sa load and demand, and then sa lahat ng nangyayari. But as things now stand, ma-inform lang kami, sir, after the fact na. So walang communication na nangyayari. And following our technical meeting last May, following the last April 2023 incident, we wanted to find out the root cause of the problem. Why is it that there is a simultaneous tripping? That is not the cause of the collapse of the grid. There is there's a systemic problem underlying. Kasi theoretically, hindi magkaroon ng simultaneous tripping lahat ng mga generators natin. So we demanded the data from them, which is not shared, of course, publicly. But during the technical meeting, we demanded the technical data. And we, of course, made our own analysis and advanced our analysis on this. To be honest and frank, Mr. Chair, sabi na nga namin, yung mga engineers ninyo, they may have master's engineering, yung mga engineers din ng Madios, ganun din. So, being indispensable partners, why don't you share the information with us? For all you know, we might be able to identify the underlying problem and propose solutions. And we ask them, with respect to the increase, particularly on this problem, there is the so-called oscillation, as shown, so voltage fluctuation, ganon. Is there an instrument in the current grid infrastructure that could detect, that could manage, and could dump the irregular frequency brought about and the weakening of the power system inertia in the grid brought about with the increased penetration of renewable energy sources, particularly yung solar farms natin? Because they are emerging technologies. When our grid was formulated, wala pa ito. But they are creating problems. There are a lot of studies conducted years ago in the US, in Europe, and other parts of the world. And there are recommendations on this. Sad to say, we were made to understand wala. And according to the people from NGCP, one of the smart instruments that should have been introduced sa grid to manage effectively yung voltage fluctuation, yung M-bar problems, is the static bar compensator. Among the options, there are a lot of smart instruments in the market. Among this, one of the cheapest is static bar compensator. However, according to them, this is yet to be procured in 2025. But on the part of the ISIS, Mr. Chair, power security is a matter of national security. We wanted a sense of urgency in all the parties here. Because until the root cause of the problem is resolved, it would again be a matter of time. Same statement na binitawan namin, Mr. Chair, no last April. It would be a matter of time again when the same incident would happen. Nangyari ulit. And then we wanted, of course, to determine if the report regarding the completion of the Cebu Negros Panay interconnection is really progressing as it should. So our technical team from our ECs in Negros, Noneco, conducted visual inspection, and our technical team also in Aklan by Akelco. Kung ano ba talaga ang situation ng interconnection na ito. But sad to say, we have submitted a report with NEA, and I believe it was forwarded to the DOE on the real progress on the ground. There are portions na wala talagang structures, and there are portions na structures lang, wala pa ring wire. So there may be underlying issues on this, but this is the real situation. Based on the assessment, Mr. Chair, the project is at most 70% completed, and it is supposedly to be delivered or completed by March of this year, supposedly December. Again, it's sa March. Again, the target. But we seriously doubt, Mr. Chair, if the project would be completed in March, given the current state of the implementation, Mr. Chair. On the part of the electric cooperatives, we do not want to blame anybody here. We wanted effective solutions. We wanted to contribute to the solution, supposedly. On the last January incident, Mr. Chair, if there was instruction from the NGCP, we would really comply, as we usually do. Wala pong pasaway sa distribution utilities. Lahat po ng instruction ng operator is seriously followed. At lahat po ng settings namin po sa substations namin are set with NGCP. We cannot go away with that. So kung ganito yung regulations nila, we have to comply. And lastly, Mr. Chair, on the issue na ni-raise kanina ni Governor Nabat and Governor Miraflores on the equitable distribution ng available power in case of situation like this. Kasi we have limited power, it was allocated sa iba't ibang DIOs. However, there is no specific guidelines on how the grid operator should do this. Without the specific guidelines on how the available power should be equitably distributed, Mr. Chair, the grid operator cannot distinguish what is equitable distribution from what is whimsical. That is when nagreklamo ibang DIO, kami on the part of ELECO 3, we maintained at the 30% level for several days. Why ibang DIO matataas? So we are not complaining on an unfair. No. What we are asking is that there should be equitable distribution, meaning may mga priorities tayo, hindi naman lahat dapat equal. Katulad sinabi ni Governor Miraflores, yung Boracay, that is a center of economic activity, should be given priority, given. But there must be specific guidelines to govern situations like this. And we wanted that the grid code requirements, Mr. Chair, should be followed by all parties, because following the grid code, this situation would have not lasted for 4 days, Mr. Chair. Because sa aming part, kami yung lahat ng sisi sa amin eh. But okay, that's the curse we have to face. Kami ay lahat ng reklamo sa amin, and we'll bear all the financial burden after the incident, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Balsomo. He touched on a lot of issues that I think could help our regulator and the DOE. Any other electric cooperative who'd want to give a statement? Yes, Philreca. Ms. Santos.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll just make this brief. I think Attorney Balsamas already discussed several concerns of the electric cooperatives. But for PIRECA, we really strongly support the collective purpose of the resolutions. As mentioned, from 2023, there has already been two grid disturbances. And just for this January, another has incident occurred. So these are the same electric cooperatives that have been affected, and the same member consumer owners. So I think I don't know if NEA will be providing the data, but for January 2 alone, I think there have been 800,000 member consumer owners who have been affected. So for us, for electric cooperatives, I think they have already done all that they can do. They have conducted the rotational power interruptions to avoid a total grid system collapse, and they have, as mentioned, ang ECs po talaga ang sumasalo lahat ng complaints and iron ng member consumer owners, and which we understand, and I think they have also provided the necessary updates and the information, regular updates po to their member consumer owners. So for PIRECA, we have submitted our recommendations, but we would just like to emphasize the following. One is yung fast tracking ng CNP project. Other is strengthening po yung ating regulatory oversight, and if possible, and finally, maybe we could also consider the amendments po sa we would also like to again going back okay. So as mentioned, yung total revenue loss po ng electric cooperatives for the whole power interruption is 92,529,551. So for electric cooperatives alone lang po yun. Hindi pa kasama yung for the economic effect po doon sa buong Panay Island. So again, Mr. Chair, we submitted our position papers relative to this matter, and we look forward to the positive outcome for this concern po. Thank you.
Yes, I think
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Honorable Benitez.
Ma'am Santos, you were suggesting a review, an amendment of, I missed what you said.
For ERC po, yung grid code po.
Yung grid code. Do you have specific amendments that you would like to submit to the committee?
Yes, we will submit our position paper relative to this na lang po.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Also, we have present today is just like to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Carlito S. Marquez and Honorable Mayor Treñas. I think Honorable Marquez has a brief statement. Honorable Marquez. While waiting for them, can I hear from the other ECs, if none?
Mr. Chair.
From more, yes.
Good
Mr.
morning.
Castro, yes.
Yes, sir. To the honorable panel, good morning, and to everyone. Yeah, well, just in behalf of more, actually this was already taken up, and I aired this yesterday, and I'm sure we will still be talking about the unfinished projects of NGCP. And basically, I know that the committee is looking into the big mega projects of NGCP, like the CMP, and all the others. But I'd like to stress that if the 3x100 MVA substation, new substation in Iloilo, will not be commissioned by end of the year, that would actually render Iloilo on rotating brownout, simply because of the load growth in Iloilo. However, I'd like to also submit it to the committee that NGCP committed to commission this by December 31, 2024. But I'd like to put it on record that if it doesn't come, we will have another round of outrage due to outage from the good mayor of Iloilo City, Mr. Chair. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. Can we hear from NEA? I think NEA is here. Attorney Roserly.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and to the honorable members of the committee, as well as to all the other resource persons present here. Good morning, everyone. The National Electrification Administration has gathered all the reports from the electric cooperatives on the ground, and we have forwarded the data and all the other information to the Department of Energy, which I understand had been incorporated in the presentation earlier made. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Roserli from NEA. I think we lost the connection of Honorable Marquez. I think we have from the academe, we have Professor Roaldo Del Mundo from the UP College of Engineering. If you have a
Good
statement.
morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I would be answering questions later on if there are, as I think I was invited in the context of I wrote the grid code in 2001 that was promulgated by the ERC, and possibility of discussing the incident relative to the grid code. I would be able to answer questions later on. Thank you, po.
Thank you, Professor Del Mundo. We also have another professor, Dr. Mahalea Ravago from the Ateneo de Manila University. Yes, ma'am, if you have a brief statement.
Yes, so I was also invited because we are also looking at the impact of outages and disruption in the grid. But of course, as we've heard, there is a not only inconvenience and immediate impact as we have experienced, but there's also a future impact of disruption like this. Not only so that is a big impact actually in terms of attracting businesses in the region. As you have said earlier, it's not only the airports, but it's also the electricity that is contributing to the cost of doing business in the region. So if we're experiencing like this, how can we attract businesses in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We also have Mr. Elmer Foro, the Secretary General of Bagong Alyansa Makabayan.
Mr. Chair, sa kay Gob na sa mga congressman namin at sa Iloilo at sa city at sa province sa buong Panay. Magandang umaga po. Yung sa akin po dito na pagpunta ay upang ipaalam din sa bading ito na yung isang malaking impact dito ay yun sa maliliit na tao, lalo na yung mga MSMEs natin na walang kakayahan na bumili ng mga alternative power generators. At sila po yung nagtitinda ng isda, karne, mga frozen food, mga sidewalk vendors, mga public market vendors natin, yung maliliit. At maliban po doon yung mga manggagawa natin sa BPO, lalo na yung home base, ang dami nun. At sa mga estudyante natin na umaasa din sa mga internet, at alam natin na ilang araw na walang pasok sa hindi lamang sa Iloilo, kundi sa buong Panay dahil sa brownout na ito. At alam din po natin na sa loob lamang ng halos wala pa isang taon, 3 beses na nangyari ito, paulit-ulit, yung pinagtataka natin hanggang ngayon walang nananagot. So sabi nga ng iba kanina, kailangan nating magtulungan, pero kailangan ding may managot dito. Sino yung sisingilin ng mga manggagawang na wala na trabaho? Sino yung sisingilin ng mga maliliit na negosyante na bumagsak yung kabuhayan dahil lang sa brownout? So sino yung mananagot? Ito yung isang demand namin na maliliit sa bagay nito. At syempre, dapat ding tingnan natin sino ba talaga yung ugat ng problema dito. Nung ipinasa po yung IPIRA law, yung deregulation sa power industry, ang sabi po na rason dito ay upang maging maganda yung takbo ng power. Pero ito po yung nangyayari. So ang nais lang po namin, dapat siguro ding reviewin yung IPIRA law kung ano yung mga butas dito upang hindi na paulit-ulit yung problema dito. Maliban po doon, yung mga demands po namin para mabilis na, mag-conduct po ng malalimang pag-aaral kung sino ba talaga ang may sala at may dapat managot dito. Pangalawa, para ma-identify din po yung mga companies o mga corporations na responsible sa nangyayaring ito 3 beses, halos wala pa isang taon. Pangatlo po, dapat din pong i-compensate yung mga naging biktima rito. Sabi po ni Mayor, mahigit 2 bilyon yung epekto doon sa city pa lang, Pero tingin ko sa province kay Governor, mas malaki pa, Mas malaki. Ibig sabihin, marami yung nagsakripisyo dito. So dapat hindi lang ibalik yung yung ibinentang hindi naman dumating, kundi yung nagiging apektado ng brownout na to, gaya ng sinasabi ko, yung maliliit na mga tao. Pang-apat din, dapat i-reconsider din, i-reconsider ng Congress yung at pag-aralan din yung IPIRA law. Dapat tingnan natin yung yung problema doon sa policies natin tungkol sa power industry natin. At tingin natin kailangan nating maghanap ng mga alternative power generators natin, pero hindi naman sana yung nakakasira ng kalikasan. Hindi yung mga malalaking dam, hindi yung mga coal-fired power plant na makakasira ng kalikasan. So tingnan din siguro natin yung mga alternative power generations na mas ecology friendly po. Yun lang po.
Thank you, Mr. Foro. We also have, I forgot one of our generation companies, the GM of FFHC, Mr. Alisla. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone, including to the members of the committee. We're just a bit surprised in this invitation, but I think reading on the minutes of last August meeting, it was mentioned in the minutes that the power blackout in Panay actually resulted after the tripping up of our power plant in First Farmers. It's stated here on April 28 on the presentation of NGCP. While most of the plants were in restorative state, the First Farmers holding plant tripped, which resulted in the blackout on Panay Island. While the statements may say that we are the cause, we'd like to believe that we were the last line of defense at that time. I think the grid was we tripped because the voltage in the line was 8 kV already. Our line is 13.8 and we cannot handle it anymore. The plant is a cogen plant connected to a sugar mill. So when we are operating the sugar mill, we are exporting power. In this case, we are generating about 13 megawatt. We are exporting about 7. So during this time, we were operating. And when the power plant tripped, we continued to operate our own mill and our power plant, and we were producing sugar. I think at about within an hour we were able to go back. But again, when the power again, when the voltage again fluctuated, we again tripped. So just to explain that when we nominate our own generation of power and export, we try to comply with it. Again, on a general note, I think we also have some inputs in terms of how we will proceed with this. But the way I look at it, if we looking at the report of NGCP as well, there are a number of plants on shutdown last January 2nd. And most of these plants are cogen plants in Negros. The ones in Victorias, the one in Hawaiian, the ones in Sunedco. They were all in shutdown because we were not milling during the time. No sugar cane was being delivered to our mill. So we cannot generate power. At this point in time, there is a potential for us to improve our generation and export capacity, but it is all dependent upon feedstock, fuel. And the fuel that we use is dependent on the supply of cane because that is from the bagasse. Now, we're looking at, in our case, for instance, we can mix some fuel. Like from bagasse, we can mix certain like wood chips and others. With that, we can extend our generation and we can also, again, maybe, on another note, after this incident of April, I think last June, we were given a new set of settings in terms of protection on the grid. And we are complying with that with NGCP. So that is all our statement. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Alisla from First Farmers. Yes, so there being no more resource persons who would give their presentation or statements, we may now open the floor for interpellations. May I suggest and request our members if they can limit their interpellations or their questions to 5 minutes so as to be able to give everyone chance to be able to ask their queries or questions. But before proceeding, may I acknowledge the presence of Honorable Garin. Proceeding, first on the list, we have Honorable Sergio Dago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but can I request for another 5 to make it 10? Kasi this issue is a very technical issue, although it has, of course, a huge financial implication. But the main issue here is very technical. So if the chair can consider granting me 10 minutes at least, then
Honorable Dago, I would want to grant you 10 minutes, but we have so many members who are willing or who have their questions. I even put my questions off already as the last one to question. So if we can only limit it at 5, then we can do a second round. Thank you, Honorable Dago.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, thank you and good morning. Good noon, everyone. I will just limit, babaguhin ko na lang yung line of questioning ko. Bakit po, Mr. Chair, wala dito yung SO sa Panay, sa Negros? Bakit po si Mr. Clark ang nandito? Wala po, nandito po ba siya? Sir, can you answer directly? Kasi kung yung central office po ang ay kung legal to, hearsay po yung sinasabi niya. Ikaw po yung nandun eh. So, can we hear directly from you? Thank you. Sir, are you aware of the specific provisions of the grid code na tinamaan po sa insidenteng ito? Specific provision of the grid code, that covers this incident.
Yes. We have provisions in the grid code. That's correct, Your Honor. And we're looking at some provisions there, such as 6234 and 6232, 6233.
Mali po yata. Baka saka lang kayo nag-aaral sa grid code nung nangyari ito. Baka sa first incident, hindi nyo pinag-aralan ng mabuti. Ang pinag-usapan kasi dito, iba doon sa sinasabi mo. Dagdagan mo ng 1. Hindi po, section 6 to, section 7 po to. Nandyan si Prof. Wally, mahiya tayo. I'm happy na nandito si Prof. Wally kasi si Prof. Wally ang magiging referee dito. Section 6 o section 7? Anong specific provision? Inansiran ko na yung sagot at tanong ko, section 7, but what particular or specific provision of section 7? 7 point?
Yeah, so protection, Your Honor, 7 point, we have here 7.3. And also,
yung protection po ay part lang dyan, no? Ang 7.6 po yung pinag-usapan natin dito. So, kung dito pa lang, Mr. Chair, I would like to emphasize na huwag tayong magbulahan dito kasi I traveled sea, land, air just to be able to catch up. Today, I traveled 2 hours from Siargao by sea, another 2.5 from Surigao City to Butuan by land, another 1 hour and 20 minutes by air from Butuan to Manila. Kaya gusto ko hindi tayo magbulahan dito kasi dapat nakapahinga kami ngayon pero nandito tayo. So, nasusunod nyo ba po? Yes or no? Yung buong provision ng Section 7.6 ng grid code na pinaghirapan ni Prof. Wally.
yeah, for the section 7.6, Your Honor, this is about,
Mr.
let's say,
Chair.
for 7.
Section
Chair, point of order.
7.6, Mr. Chair. Yung buong section 7.6, mahaba po yung 7.6. Kasama na po dyan yung ELD, MLD. Hindi nyo nagawa yung ELD dahil sinabi mo kanina protection, talagang protection. So yung buong 7.6 ba, nagawa pa ng
Mr. Chair, point of order. We would like to check whether or not yung mga resource persons natin under oath na ba?
What's the point of order of the good gentleman from
Would like to check, Mr. Chair, yung mga resource persons freely undertaken their oath.
we haven't taken their oath. So we'll be asking all the resource speakers to stand up and we'll be taking the oath of all the invited guests. Comsec.
Oh. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name. Do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am emphasizing 7.6.
Sige, meron sa
Mr. Chair, dahil nandito lahat yung problema natin sa tatlong magkasunod na blackout, nasa 7.6 po yung problema. Dahil at the end of the day, I will not point my finger to anyone at fault. Sinasabi natin, Mr. Chair, na may penalty po yung maituro ng ERC. But I am telling this body, Mr. Chair, ERC is not in the business of just collecting penalties. We are in the business of securing we are ERC's mandate, no, is to ensure, including DOE, is to ensure na wala pong ganitong mangyayari. Kahit paulit-ulit po nating put in jail yung nakapatay ng tao, hindi na po nabubuhay yung kanyang pinatay. That's the point I am raising. Kaya at the end of the day, bottom line, I am recommending some amendment of the grid code. Prof, dagdagan na natin. Kasi may mga provision tayo na hindi sinunod, hindi in-execute, at mayroon tayong dapat idagdag na provision. Kanina, Mr. Chair, no, alam ko na magdi-deny yung mga parties na involved. I am not here to argue anyone. Ang sinasabi ko lang, nakabase ako sa aking konklusyon, may mali po dito ang system operator. Kung titingnan nyo, Prof. Wally can confirm this, kung titingnan nyo yung mga provision ng 7.6 ng kabuuan, dapat kasi magkaiba yung transmission service provider at saka system operator. Can you confirm that, Prof. Wally, Mr. Chair?
Sa kalakaran po ng electricity industry sa buong mundo, Pilipinas na lang po ngayon ang practically magkasama po ang transmission operator at ang system operator.
Iyon po ang punto ko. The grid code was drafted, kaya kung babasahin mo, the transmission operator will inform the system operator. Naka-frame po yan na magkaiba. But in our case, kayo-kayo lang eh. Kaya pwede ninyong hindi ipakita yung actual na data. Pwede ninyong, I'm not saying na ginawa niyo to. Ang sinasabi ko lang, pwede ninyong idoktor yung mga data para mapagtakpan yung mga kamalian, mga violation sa grid code. That's one point for the record, Mr. Chair. I'm recommending the review not only of our grid code, but yung franchise natin or yung IPIRA natin, talagang ihiwalay sila para walang takipan dito. Dapat magkahiwalay yung grid transmission system operator at saka transmission service provider at saka yung SO. Dapat magkahiwalay. At titingnan natin kung kakayanin ni Transco. Now, uh, ibaling ko muna yung tanong ko sa sa ARC. Sinasabi ni ARC, magkakaroon tayo ng technical audit. My question is, mayroon bang kakayahan technically ang ARC na titingnan lahat yung transmission system, yung grid natin, at kanilang mapagtanto kung may mali, kung compliant sa grid code o wala? May tao ba ngayon na chair muna ang ERC technical people na kayang tingnan yung mga protection natin na nakasaad sa grid code na very specific?
ERC?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yung huling technical audit po na ginawa ng ERC was in 2020. So, kaya naman po, pero through consultants, Mr. Chair. So, nag-engage ng consultant to do it. Internally, hindi po, we don't have enough manpower to do it po.
Yun na, Mr. Chair, ang punto ko. Kasi magsasayang tayo ng oras kung ang line of questioning ko, paaminin ko talaga. Hindi talaga amin eh. So, kaya didiretso na lang ako, whether sa my conclusion, whether you admit or not, mayroong pagkukulang dito sa system operation. Kaya ikaw ang gusto kong Pero bago ko ibigay yung mga recommendation ko, kasi babalik ako airport eh. Wala nga akong damit na dala. So, ano ba talaga ang nangyari? Bakit hindi nagkaroon ng ELD? Nung bumagsak yung isang planta, supposed to be section 7.6, magkaroon ng automatic. May problema ba kayo sa protection setting ninyo?
Yes,
At hindi naka-trigger?
NGCP?
Yes, Mr. Chair. What happened was we have actually UFR or the ALD protection. We have readings, special, and we even have SIPs along Negros Panay submarine cable. What happened was after the tripping of the multiple plants, it was followed by
Mr. Chair, sorry I would like to cut you short. Ang pinag-usapan natin dito yung first tripping po, hindi yung multiple. Kasi kung pag-usapan natin yung multiple, kung ibigay lang ni Chair yung oras, kahit 4 na oras pa tayo dito, mas marami kayong violation doon. So, dito lang sa first tripping, ako lineman ako. Ito yung poste. Ito kaming lineman. Ito. Ngayon, ang bigat ng poste ay kinakaya naming 7. Eh, natapilok yung isang lineman. Eh, di babagsak kaming lahat kasi hindi na namin kaya. That's the cascading. So, ang tinatanong ko dito, ano reaction ng system after bumagsak yung isang planta? Kasi supposed to be 7.6, may reaction yung ating normally magkakaroon niya ng automatic load dropping. Bakit walang ELD?
Yes, Mr. Chair. For the first tripping of PDC Unit 1 at 1206, the lowest frequency recorded was only at 59.83 Hertz, which is not enough to activate the UFR or the under frequency relay, wherein the first level was set at 59.1 Hertz.
Can you set the specific setting nung protection relay? What is the specific setting of that? And saan siya located? Do you have with you the single line diagram of the Panay transmission system? Then, point to this honorable chamber. Saan nyo nilagay? In what portion? Ilang district ba yung Panay grid? Ilang district? Saan doon sa mga district yun nakalagay yung iskida ninyo? At saan nakalagay doon yung mga protection relay? That supposed to be triggers the automatic load dropping para hindi mag-collapse yung grid. That is how the grid code was designed by Proquali. Na bago ka mag-manual, automatic muna. Kasi may natanggal na planta eh. May natanggal na. Okay, saan? I-point out. Do you have the single line diagram? Dito makikita natin. Yun na yan. Ay tama ba yung location?
NGCP?
Hindi nyo may plus yung single line diagram, wala kayong ano, para makita talaga natin saan ninyo nilagay yung mga protection na yon.
Yeah, yung map. Yeah, but the map.
Baka nasa area ng Aklan yung problema, yung protection mo, nandito lang sa Bacolod, magre-react. So, saan? Single line diagram nung transmission.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we don't have in the presentation material, what we provided was just the map of the entire Visayas. But if you want, Mr. Chair, we can provide the list of those feeders with the under frequency relays and all the levels and the settings already in place prior to that 12
Okay,
volts.
ganito na lang. Saang feeder pilong yung planta na bumagsak nung alas 12 nung January to? Saang feeder? At ano ang voltahe ng transmission line na yan? Dapat memorize mo yun. Ikaw yung head doon eh.
Yeah, for the PEDC Unit 1, Mr. Chair, it's connected to the Iloilo substation, facing the
Ilang kilometro yung Iloilo substation to the power plant?
It's within their premises, Mr. Chair. The Iloilo
Within their
substation.
premises. Yung protection relay na tinutukoy natin, pinag-usapan, nandyan din nakalagay.
Mr. Chair, if we're talking about the under-frequency relays, we don't include the feeders with power plants connected. We only include the feeders.
Saan nyo nilagay yung... I'm not seeing na under-frequency relay lang ha. Kasi medyo kung matandaan ko yung pinag-usapan yung grid code noon, ay hindi lang yan. Kasi mayroon tayong regulating reserve. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
we have.
So, ang trabaho ni regulating reserve, pag may bumagsak na planta, bababa yung frequency, sasaluin ni regulating reserve. Eh hindi talaga magte-trigger yun. Dahil babalik yung frequency, more or less normal. Eh alam naman natin, ano yung plus-minus factor niya? Plus, minus, frequency natin.
Frequency is plus minus 0.3 hertz.
Okay. Plus 3 minus 3. Hindi talaga magti-trigger yon dahil sinasalo ka agad ni regulating reserve. Saan yung planta na inyong kinontrata as regulating reserve? Saan siya banda?
We have in Negros and in Leyte.
Negros and Leyte. No, bumagsak yung isang planta, nakapasok pa yung regulating mo?
Yes, there's a response
Oh.
for the regulation.
So ito na tayo, hindi ko na kayo paaminin. Kaya sinabi nyo normal. Dahil ang protection ninyo ay nakabase lang sa frequency. Isa lang yan sa mga faktor eh. Prof. Wale, correct me if I'm wrong kasi alam ni Prof. Wale na PE ako, pa-engineer lang, no? Mr. Chair, no? Babalikan ko yung punto na yan. Babalikan ko kasi napaka-importante yung punto na yan kasi we are finding solution. So, second round, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Dagoc. Proceeding, can we hear from Honorable Defensor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have with me the presentation of NGCP, one of the slides, and it reads, proximate cause, multiple unplanned outages of power plants, no transmission issue. DOE, Transco, do you agree? Yes or no lang?
As reported po ng mga GenCos, no?
Transco, do you agree that there is no transmission issue? Yes or no lang?
If I may qualify, Your Honor, kasi the transmission also would include voltage. And therefore, there is also a problem with the voltage which is connected to the
But do you
transmission.
agree? Proximate cause, multiple unplanned outages of power plants, no transmission issue. Do you agree?
No, sir.
Thank you. That's a good starting point for the committee, Mr. Chair, in drafting our committee report. And for NGCP, on January 2 at 12:06, there was no significant incident notice issued and no reports to DOE, which usually receives reports every 30 minutes, every day. Can NGCP tell us why there was no significant incident notice and no reports from 10:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the afternoon on January 2 at 12:06?
NGCP?
Sir, for the for the significant incident report, we have a criteria in the PGC. So yung po kasing tripping is based on PGC, significant incident reports comprises of number one, multiple tripping of generator with ALD. So yung case po kasi nito, tripping of single generator without ALD. Although dun sa part po ng PGC may nakalagay may nakalagay na some others that may be included as defined by IGMC.
Okay, Transco, do you agree?
Ano po, 2.7.
DOE, do you agree?
Again po, based dun sa mga nakalap naming information, no?
DOE and Transco disagrees. Can you tell us why there were no reports to DOE from 10:30 to 3 p.m.? NGCP.
NGCP?
Ba't nawala bigla yung mga reports every 30 minutes? Simula alas 10:30 hanggang alas 3 ng hapon.
Yes sir, are you talking the Viber update po ba?
Yes.
Opo. Regarding dun sa Viber, tingnan po natin kasi semi-automatic po yun. Kaya nung afternoon na po siya, napunta lahat kung mapansin nyo.
Di ako naniniwala doon.
Hindi po, you will be checking sir kung ba't naputol po ng 10:30.
Ngayon nyo lang i-check, ibig sabihin ilang araw na nakalipas, di nyo alam bakit wala kayong report sa DOE ng 5 oras? May nag-shutdown ng isang planta?
Opo.
Nag-report lang kayo simula nung nag-multiple tripping?
Yes sir, yung tripping po is 12:06. So kung yung problem po is 10:30, I think hindi pa po siya related.
Chair, kung nagsisinungaling yan, dali mo sa final committee report ha?
Opo.
Okay.
Wait, Honorable Defensor, let me just medyo i-clear natin. Before that, the last message was 10:30, correct? As 10 o'clock, 9:30 nag-report sila?
They reported at 9:30, they reported at 10.
So every 30 minutes from 10 o'clock, they were reporting. But from 10 o'clock onwards till 3 p.m., no more reporting.
There are no reports from 10:30 to 3 o'clock. In fact, if I may emphasize, I personally requested in the Viber group the posting of those data.
Okay. So, Honorable Defensor, I'm just like trying to clarify. So,
That's the most crucial period.
exactly.
Mr. Chair.
Although it's not really a requirement, but it's an agreement made between DOE and GCP, ERC, and all those members of the Viber group, mainly because of the incident that happened back in April. And that's the reason why they created that Viber group. So, what Honorable Defensor is just asking NGCP is, what is the reason why, how come from 10:30 till 3 p.m., there were no 30-minute updates?
For the Viber group po, actually hindi ko po masabi ngayon yung reason kung wala. Pero for the updates, upon tripping po ng mga planta, may SMS updates pong separate through SMS advisory. Every time na magtitrip na planta, nagpapadala po kami na separate. Required po kasi yun.
Mr. Chair, we could disregard the Viber group if this is not a matter of national interest. May nag-shutdown ng isang major planta na isang unit. Doon pa sila, hindi nag-report sa DOE, yung head ng industry. Diba, that's the most unlikely situation that you will not act and inform the Department of Energy.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Honorable Fernandez.
Maybe remind our resource speaker to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Otherwise, we will be compelled to cite you in contempt. Yun lang po, Mr. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable
Mr. Chair, can I
Fernandez.
request for
Yes,
a
Honorable
written
Defensor.
explanation from the National Grid Corporation addressed to the committee, copy furnished the DOE and the ERC? Why
Yes.
there was no report based on their informal arrangement from 10:30 to 3 p.m.?
Yes, for NGCP to submit that report. And also, who was handling that Viber message?
The head office po sa Central Grid Operations kasi po generate po yun sa system and then i-convert pa po kasi to Viber. Yung generation po noon automatic. Pero yung convert,
Di ba dapat mas automatic siya? Ngayon may nangyayari na?
yung po kasing conversion to Viber kasi po yung medium na ni-request. Kaya i-convert po siya into Viber. Doon po sa, meron po kaming Central Grid Operations. Sila po yung magkukonvert.
Okay, so just please include the explanations in the report. Yes, Honorable Defensor, you continue.
Mr. Chair, may I request ASEC Marasigan to be recognized?
Yes, DOE Asik Marisigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm one of those monitoring this report. And just to cite how fast they can generate the report. Now it's at 12:43. The report that should have been provided was 12:30. It was posted at 12:38. So it's a matter of 8 minutes. Thank you.
When there is no significant incident right now. Mr. Chair, we will wait for that written explanation.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, lastly, going to ERC, I understand that there was an investigation conducted for the April 2023 incident. Can I ask the ERC, what's the result of the independent investigation by ERC to address future blackouts such as the January 2 blackout?
Yes, Ma'am Dimalanta, our chairperson of ERC.
Thank you, Your Honor. The April incident was investigated by the Interim Grid Management Committee. This was the group of experts. They submitted their recommendation to the ERC. We facilitated the discussion with NGCP because all of the recommendations required actions of NGCP, including coordination with the generating plants, several simulations that were required of NGCP of several scenarios, contingencies. And as I mentioned earlier, as of the November report of NGCP, they indicated all of these measures, almost all, I think only one remained as completed.
So do you agree with me, by a yes or no answer, that among your recommendation that NGCP coordinate with the stakeholders, they failed to coordinate for the January 2 incident?
From the current records, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Defensor. But also, if I may ask Chairperson Dimalanta, you said that the interim grid management committee who did the investigation made simulations.
No, Your Honor, they recommended the conduct of simulations by...
But there was there any simulations done after the recommendation?
Yes,
there were.
based on the report of NGCP, yes, Your Honor.
So based
Including
on their
the
report,
undervoltage.
was that confirmed by ERC that they really did simulations?
Because in the November, it was a short report that they submitted in November. We ordered them to submit the detailed reports. They have not submitted the detailed reports, Your Honor.
How long was that?
November was the short report. We required them again, when was that? January. January, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Dimalanta. So, proceeding, we have Honorable Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, nais ko pang balikan ang binanggit kanina ng resource person natin from Eleco 3 na if I can recall correctly, ang nabanggit po ay static compensator.
A static bar compensator po.
Yes, can the resource person explain ano po ang purpose nun para din mas ma-enlighten ang komite at ating mga kababayan?
Yes, Attorney Balsomo.
Actually, Mr. Chair, Honorable Manuel, the static var compensator is among the instruments mentioned in the grid code to control the voltage and to achieve and manage the reactive power to ensure integrity and security in the grid. But to make the explanation simple, this is actually a regulating a smart device instrument that must be introduced in the grid in order to ensure that in case of voltage variation brought about by any incident in the grid, the generators will not automatically trip, and the grid, the integrity of the grid will be maintained.
Okay, Mr. Chair, na-mention din kanina na ang plano pa ng NGCP ay ma-set up ito by 2025. Can I confirm?
Yes, correct. This is based on our conversation with the NGC people on the ground. That's why, to add, Honorable Manuel, we asked them, why wait for 2025? Given that the situation right now is emergency in nature, and power security is a matter of national security, there must be a sense of urgency that this smart instrumentation must be introduced in the grid soonest.
Can we ask NGCP? How come it will be the date for the, what's that, the static bar will be put in place by 2025?
Yes, sir. The target is 2025, second quarter.
Why? The question is why? Is there any other instrument that acts as a status bar, which does the same thing that is already in place? And how come it will take 2 more years before it can get installed? Yes, NGCP.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Yes, static.
This static or STATCOM is part of our voltage improvement project 2. It's a project package consisting of several other reactive compensation equipment, and this is among the projects that we filed for approval. And this January, the second quarter 2025 completion is considered the complete process. We are in the procurement stage, so the realistic completion of this STATCOM would be second quarter of 2025.
Mr. Chair, I'm curious kung meron bang kahit anumang pamamaraan na mapapabilis iyan, lalo na kung binabanggit na ating mga distribution utilities na napakatagal pa bago or kung antay natin yung nabanggit na timeline ng NGCP.
NGCP?
Mr. Chair, also this the project package is still awaiting approval before we can proceed for the implementation.
Approval from?
We filed it part of our regulatory application, Your Honor.
When was the regulatory application filed? For the static bar? Or for that package?
Your Honor, it was filed in October 2022, Your Honor. Sorry, sir. I stand corrected. It was filed in December 2021, Your Honor.
December 2021 with the ERC?
My apologies. December 2022 to the ERC, Your Honor.
Honorable Manuel?
Okay. Mr. Chair, sa bahagi po na ating mga distribution utilities, ano po briefly, ano ang direct impact ng ganitong katagal na wala pa rin itong static bar compensator na dapat ay meron na sanang NGCP?
Honorable Manuel, Honorable Chair, like what we have said last April incident during our technical meeting with NGCP, without this necessary equipment in the grid, which is actually required under the grid code, it would again be a matter of time before a massive blackout would again happen in Panay subgrid, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Another question, Mr. Chair, dahil na-mention din kanina na may iba pang mga bahagi ng grid code na hindi naman talaga nasusunod ng NGCP. So, can the resource person give a few more examples kung ano yung mga nabanggit?
Yung isa po na mention ko kanina, with respect sa ancillary services. Na-comply ba ito ng NGCP based sa grid code po? Kasi yung nakalagay po sa grid code, this was designed na kung masunod, yung integrity and security of the grid would be ensured. So one thing, bakit nagkaroon ng collapse yung system natin after the tripping ng isang planta? There is a provision sa grid code how to ensure na kahit na mangyari ang ganitong scenario, the grid will continue to operate normally. So we are paying actually Honorable Manuel for ancillary services whether utilized po ito o hindi. So yung natin I have mentioned kanina, we are paying almost 1 billion pesos for 2023 alone for ancillary services for situations like this, supposedly. So kung sinunod ng grid operator natin yung requirement na, for example, yung sa contingency reserve natin under the grid code, it should be not less than the largest operating unit sa grid natin to ensure na in case na mag-trip yung isang generator natin, yung supply natin will remain. Kasi it will be replaced by our ancillary services, yung regulating reserves natin, yung contingency reserve natin, at saka yung dispatching reserves. These were designed to ensure the continuous operation of the grid despite untoward incidents sa grid operation, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Chair, regarding the transmission lines naman, kasi nga based sa mga naging presentations kanina, isa sa mga na pick up natin, merong simultaneous stripping ng mga transmission lines. So Mr. Chair, addressing this question to NGCP, normal ba talaga na, halimbawa kasi pwedeng may mangyari isa, ganyan. Pero ito, several transmission lines sabay-sabay. So, yan ba ay isang scenario na aasahan natin ay parang mangyari lang in ordinary time? Or meron bang nakikitang trend doon? Is this reflective of a deeper problem? So, can NGCP respond?
Yes, for this one, there's a possibility if we don't have corrective improvements. And may I say, Mr. Chair, that these improvements are not limited only to transmission. It could also be in the generation and the other players in the industry. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, mula dun sa sagot, kasi dahil nga ang buong problem naman, it involves multiple entities hindi naman pwedeng kung meron tayong papel doon sa naging problema, sisisihin lang natin yung iba. Mr. Chair, tingin natin ito ay naging isang epekto ng kung gaano ka deregulated ngayon ng ating electricity or yung paano natin ina-ensure ang kuryente para sa ating mga kababayan. Kasi based sa ganitong response, still ini-insist ng NGCP na or hanggang ngayon hugas kamay pa din siya, Mr. Chair, kahit na hinihingi natin talaga yung maayos na mga sagot, no, for us to really move forward. Now, Mr. Chair, balik doon sa isa ding na-mention kanina, paano magiging mas equitable ang ina-allow na capacity among distribution utilities kapag may mga ganitong nangyayari. So, meron po bang maimumungkahi sa komite ang mga like co-op natin? Kasi nga, kung sino yung pwedeng 30%, sino yung 50%, ganyan. Meron bang mga pamantayan in mind na pwede nang may-recommend?
Actually, Honorable Manuel,
Attorney Balsong, for an orderly conduct, please wait until I recognize you before you.
I apologize. Mr.
Yes. That will already be your last question, Honorable Manuel. Yes,
Thank you, Mr.
Attorney
Chair.
Balsamo, if you can answer.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Manuel, we have submitted our recommendations with the NEA together with our narrative report, which we believe were also forwarded to the DOE. And among our recommendations there is for the updating of the UFR, the under frequency release settings ng NGCP. Usually it is the NGCP na nagsiset po nito. In case na magkaroon na imbalance between supply and demand, based sa automatic load dropping, sino ba yung mauna, second, yung mga priorities? These are all set by the NGCP. And they should be periodically updated, Honorable Manuel. Kasi hindi naman pwede na yung yung last dito sa priority will remain last. So dapat may nagkaroon siya ng rotational na schedule. Yun yung nangyayari. But right now, to the best of our knowledge, hindi po kami na-update regarding this schedule of UFR from the grid operator natin.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think Yusek Sharon would want to add something.
I just wanted to add on the transmission side, kung ano yung, because we've been mentioning the Cebu Negros Panay.
Yeah.
The Cebu Negros Panay, just to update the honorable members, it was originally scheduled on 2020. And now it has been moved 10 times. Itong estimated time of completion, 10 times na. And when the April 2023 blackout happened, NGCP committed, I think in public pa, and in Congress also, that they will finish on August 2023. Tapos, nangyari to. But the next commitment, the 10th commitment is, yes, March 2024. In addition to the CNP project, there are 13 or 12 other projects that even if you have a strong backbone, but your substations are not upgraded, then hindi maximize din yun. And I can give the committee a list of all these Western Visayas projects na iba dyan, 5 times na na-delay, 4 times, iba pa for the future pa. But there are basic 12 or 13 projects that I think siguro yan, one solution just to make sure that it doesn't happen again is to fast track this and review the TDP and the scheduling, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I-add ko lang, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, that the reason usually is right of way and permit.
Right.
But I've been meeting with NGCP and all the agencies concerned. By December na last year pa lang, our last meeting with our transmission committee, there is no permitting, no right of way issues anymore. It's a matter of NGCP completing the construction actually, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Yusek Sharon. The committee will be waiting for that list of transmission projects that have been delayed and have not been completed yet. Continuing, we have Honorable Goriseta.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask, this question is for NGCP. If you still stand with your commitment and as promised that the Cebu Negros Panay Phase 3 backbone matatapos by March. Kasi even the governor, kami lahat, no, in our interviews, sinasabi is 3 months from now. So 3 months is approximately fast approaching as what Yusek Sharon mentioned earlier. So do you still stand with your earlier pronouncement na matatapos by end of March?
Yes, NGCP.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we stand to that commitment, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Also, my next question is for the SO. Yung sa SO, ilan ba kayo nagmaman sa Visayas na SO room? Ikaw lang mag-isa or tatlo?
Mr. Chair, for the dispatchers, there are 3 in the control room. One is for the transmission, one is for generation, and the other one is the grid dispatch manager.
Okay, thank you. Because baka meron dito language barrier within central office dito or sa inyo, no? With all due respect sa inyo, no? But anyway, nakita ko rin, no, as what Congressman Dagook and Congressman Defensor mentioned, with all due respect to Professor Del Mundo, no, that either we should revisit the grid code or baka hindi lang sinusunod, no? It's not being followed. And also I've noticed yung NGCP parang hindi rin recognize yung DOE, no, as their regulating body, no. In some way, no, and even ERC na hindi kayo nag-communicate, you don't work hand in hand, no. Parang walang parang may ganon may missing lag, may missing malaking lag within you and sila, no. So sana maayos ito, no, because we cannot continue doing this pag walang answerable, no. So siguro yun lang, Mr. Chair. And lastly, yung sa sinabi ni GM Attorney Balsomo, siguro masama na natin yan. We are been paying yung ancillary services, malaking yung bayad natin for the Sigo Negros Panay Phase 3 plus yung recommendation, no. So siguro baka pwede natin yan kukunin kasi until now hindi pa na-deliver yung mga sinasabi nito na mga electric cooperatives. At the same time, yung mga stakeholders na dapat matatapos ito kasi pass on to nagbabayad na yung mga tao, and if ever siguro we demand, no, a refund for those who were affected in this 4-day power blackout. Yun na lang siguro yung pwede natin mabigay na konsuelo sa kanila. So that would be all, Mr. Chair, and thank you, my dear colleagues here in the House.
Thank you, Honorable Goriseta. Continuing, we recognize Honorable Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. So, i-follow up ko lang po yung question ni Rep. Manuel kanina about doon sa StatCom. So, the NGC submitted for approval sa ERC ng 2022. So, ano po ba yung time frame para ma-approve ito ng ERC? Kasi ayon sa DU, importante po ito, no, to prevent future na blackouts or whatever na mangyari.
Yes, ERC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pina-check ko nga po nung narinig ko po yung statement po ng NGC. Pina-check ko po yung status. The filings were made in 2022 with other Visayas Voltage Improvement Project. It's under evaluation po, pero we'll bump this up, will accelerate the review. Lalo na po yung may isa dun sa mga filings na yon, naka 99% completion na naman sila. So mukhang umaandar na po yung isang project. So we'll fast track po the review para po mailabas na po yung approval.
Yes. Ay, kasi Mr. Chair, parang natatagalan po kasi ako doon sa 2025 na target na completion. Kasi kung nire-reason nila kayo, tinuturo kayo dahil kayo po hindi rin kayo hindi nyo rin na-fast track. Tingin ko yung pag-approve. So baka pwede nating maiusog yung target nila na 2025 first quarter. So ano po pa, Mr. Chair, yung time frame ng ERC to approve that?
Yes, ERC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yung pong cases na nabanggit ko, the team just committed now na matatapos po yung evaluation within the month. So pwede po namin isalang for approval by next month. Pero ang gusto ko lang pong i-highlight, even the completion period po kasi, or the construction period, it's really based on NGCP's time frame. So in their application po, ang nilagay na po talaga nila dun sa time frame ay more than 2 years na construction period. So baka hindi ko lang po alam kung kaya po ng NGCP from the time we issue the approval na agahan pa po yung time frame.
Thank you, ERC. So ano pong masasabi ng NGCP? Can you make it earlier? Baka pwedeng end ng 2024 or earlier than that? Kung halimbawa matatapos within the year yung sinasabing pag-approve. So can you yung target ninyo? Pwede nyo bang gawing earlier?
Yes, Attorney Octub.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Congresswoman Castro. Yes, we will revisit our timeline, and if possible, we will compress the dates between now and the second quarter of 2025 for us to finish the project earlier. But again, I also would like to go back to the statement of Chair Mona de Malanta that, in fact, we have already started the implementation of the project, even if this has still to be approved by ERC. So with that, that would already strongly indicate our eagerness to finish the project ahead of time. So as to the request, whether we can finish the project earlier than the original target date, we will revisit the timeline if we can compress some activities in order to finish the project. We are willing to sit down with the cooperatives on this matter, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Honorable Castro.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Kailangan natin kahit pa paano makapagkuha tayo ng resolution, ma-resolve itong part na ito dahil ito yung recommendation ng DU, no, to prevent yung mga future na problems natin sa blackout. Kaya next, kasi po dito sa Luzon, particular sa Metro Manila, Mr. Chair, pag nagkakaroon ng generation deficiency, nagkakaroon ng ALD at saka yung MLD para masalba yung grid at hindi mag-total blackout. Pero bakit po kaya sa Iloilo at Panay hindi ito nagawa ng ng NGCP? Kasi kung nagagawa dito sa Metro Manila, hindi po total. Kapag manual po, 'di ba, nagkakaroon ng rotational brownout. Pag automatic, ito system system naka-embed na 'yon sa system o program na kumbaga. So, automatic muna bago manual. So, bakit hindi po yun nagagawa? Kasi natatakot po ako, Mr. Chair, baka pag nangyari ang katulad na nangyari sa Panay, dito sa Metro Manila, ay talagang grabe talagang disaster ang mangyayari. Kaya kailangan natin tanungin, bakit nagagawa ito sa Metro Manila at hindi nyo nagawa doon sa Panay Island?
Yes, NGCP.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Nung 12:06 po, nung nawala po yung PEDC Unit 1, bumaba po yung generation pero po nakakonect po yung Panay sa Negros and kahit po yung Luzon nagbigay din po sa Visayas via the HPDC link. So kaya po yung system during that time, yung tinatawag namin operating margin, yun po yung sobra sa supply kumpara sa demand, nasa acceptable level pa rin po, kaya po normal. So yun po yung reason bakit po kami hindi nag-implement ng MLD or manual load dropping or yung rotational brownout po ang impact po na.
Mr. Chair, di ba nangyari na yan nung last time? Di ba? Hindi lang naman ito ngayon nangyari January eh. So ano ba yung pagkakaiba nung last time na nangyari yung brownout doon sa lugar as compared do sa January na blackout? So ganun din po ba yung ginawa ninyo? Kasi alam ko parang nagkaroon din kayo ng MLD noon.
Nung yung last time po, bale, after po ng pagkalas ng isang planta, so cascading na po, ibig sabihin po, maramihan na po agad yung kumalas na planta. Yung ngayon po, yung pagkakaiba, nung 12:06, isang planta pa lang po yung nagka-unplanned shutdown, yung PEDC Unit 1, and normal pa rin po yun until 14:19 or 2:19 PM po, kung saan dun na po yung maraming planta, actually po lahat po ng online na planta sa Panay nawala. So after po dyan, dun po ngayon nag-implement nung unti-unting pag-restore. So dun po na-experience nung nire-restore na po yung system, kasi pati po yung mga loads nawala din po. So kapag pumapasok na po yung ibang planta, dun po rin namin ina-accommodate yung mga loads. So doon po sa period na yon, after 14:19 or 2:19 PM or actually 3:07 PM nung nawala totally yung Panay, after po noon, nung nag-restore, doon po na-experience yung limited na accommodation ng mga loads.
Okay, Mr. Chair. So that is very technical, ano? So ano ba yung dapat na nakapigil sa ganung pangyayari po? Kung kayo po yung hindi niyo na control yung situation, pero ano tingin niyo yung pwedeng makapigil sa ganong sitwasyon? Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Yes. Opo. Una po, yung mga naghahanda po yung grid no sa N-1. Ano po yung isang ng N-1 kapag po nawala yung isang, let's say, planta, isang unit. Yung nangyari po ng 2:19 PM, hindi lang po isang planta yung nawala. Marami po. So, lahat po in fact na online sa Panay. So, ang tanong po, paano po kaya makakasurvive ang system?
Mr. Chair, sabi niya, Mr. Chair, maraming planta ang nawala. So bakit maraming planta ang nawala? So anong naging reason po?
Ma'am, ang sinasabi lang, Honorable Castro, I think NGCP is just saying that nung nawala yung first plant, yung PDEC1, that was yung nag-trigger na sa inyo ng N-1, is that correct?
Oo.
Na condition. And then, the way I'm seeing the situation, within 2 hours, the reason why NGCP was not moving was because based on what they presented, it was still in a normal state. And that's the reason why I guess NGCP didn't do anything. And all of a sudden, bumigay ang PCPC, which was hiningan ng NGCP na iangat yung MVAR nila para ma-regulate yung voltage at frequency so that hindi masyado magulo yung grid. So, since bumagsak yung PCPC na nag-regulate ng voltage at frequency, sunod-sunod na yung trippings. Hindi na kinayanan ng ibang plan. That's how I understood what NGCP was explaining a while.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
It's just that technically normal is there's a definition in the grid code.
Yeah.
And I hope that we can base it there because if it is normal, then you don't do anything. But is it normal technically under the grid code, which is the Bible of all these operators?
Exactly.
And the experts here are here.
No, exactly.
I'm not.
That's what I was going to ask during my time of
Chair.
questioning.
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Honorable
Kasi,
Castro, please continue.
so yun na nga po, tinatanong ko kanina, bumigay yung mga planta, and then kampante po ang NGCP na walang mangyayari. Pero normal din po ba na normal na isipin na walang mangyayari kung ganon? Kasi kung ano po ba yung definition natin ng sinasabi natin na normal? So kung sinasabi natin na malaki pa rin ang mataas pa rin na supply as regard dun sa demand. So ano ba yung margin na dapat kabahan tayo kahit na normal yung situation? Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Doon po sa kaninang ini-explain ko pong operating margin, meron pong prescribed levels doon para po masabing normal ang grid. So, yung level po ng regulating reserve, that's 4% of the demand. And then yung CR, yung contingency reserve po, yan po ay dapat sapat to arrest yung equal po yun sa pinakamalaking unit during that time. Tapos po, meron pa rin pong dispatchable reserve, equal din po yun sa pangalawang pinakamalaking generating unit online during that time.
Okay, so tingin nyo ba sapat yung na-generate o na-kontrata ninyo na reserves para dun sa sinasabi ninyo, no? Kasi totoo ba na nakakontrata kayo ng sapat na reserve para sa Visayas? Sapat po ba itong mga sinasabi ninyong reserve to tell na normal at within the limit lang po yung sinasabi natin na normal?
That will be your last question, Honorable Castro. Yes, NGCP, can you please answer? Yes, NGCP. Can I ask Honorable Castro to repeat the question? Ma'am?
Well, binabanggit po na NGCP, Mr. Chair, kanina yung iba't ibang mga reserve. So sinasabi natin ano ba yung normal situation para hindi rin kabahan? Kasi merong mga normal situation na dapat forward looking din tayo na baka may mangyari. So, meron po ba kayong meron po ba kayong tinatawag na sapat na reserves, especially dito sa Visayas, kaugnay nung nyo po, no, sinasabi niyo mga reserves kanina.
So in other words, ang tinatanong ni Honorable Castro is whether your ancillary reserves is enough to be able to handle the grid in cases of situation na nangyari dito sa Panay. Yes, NGCP.
Yes, opo. Yung levels po kasi no nung pinabid nung CSP yun po ay per interval, yun po ay per hour. So may mga schedules po siya, bago po siya per hour. Maybe we can just submit that information kasi wala pong isang figure kung titignan po natin in percent. Or let's say for one day, that's about 24 data in percent availability of yung RR, CR, and DR.
No, the question is, sapat ba yung ancillary service natin to handle situations na nangyari sa Panay Island? I guess hindi sapat po, ma'am, mainly because it happened already, the trippings.
So
Yun lang
tingin ko,
naman
Mr.
yun eh.
Chair, kahit ibigay niya sa akin yung data, hindi sapat yung reserve. Kasi nag-cause siya ng brownout eh. 'Di ba? Logically, hindi sapat yung reserve niyo. Kahit na sinasabi yung normal based doon sa mga inassign ninyo na normal percentage, hindi pa rin sapat. So yun po, Mr. Chair. So dapat may gawin doon ang NGCP.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Castro. This is for second round?
Ayan.
Yes. Can I recognize ERC, Chair De Malanta?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we just want to correct, and since this is off record, that there are required levels in megawatts for the services. So NGCP, but it's correct that he said when they conducted their CSP, they did it on a per hour interval. But it's wrong to say that there are no required levels for each type of reserve.
Ma'am, sorry, who determines the levels?
ERC po.
ERC. And have they complied with the levels that they need to contract out for ancillary service?
Based on our records, there are not enough contracted reserves.
Can I throw it to NGCP? How come your contracted ancillary service are not enough?
If I may, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Attorney Yaktub.
That is correct. We were already required to conduct the competitive selection process for our procurement of ancillary services prior to the instruction to conduct the competitive selection process for the procurement of ancillary services. This used to be through direct contracting, meaning we invite via publication in newspapers as to all generators who would like to provide ancillary services, and then we negotiate and then we file it with the ERC for approval. The reason is that we are required, that is correct, under the grid code to procure a certain level depending on the type of the ancillary services. Now, in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, we were already required to discontinue the contracting of ancillary services through direct contracting. That was the instruction of the DOE under a department order issued, if I'm not mistaken, or circular. And so we
2022. 21, sorry. Sorry, when were you stopped doing the direct contracting of your ancillary service? What year?
if I'm not mistaken, the issuance of the DOE was 2019.
2019. Is that correct, DOE?
December 2019.
Yes, Chairperson Dimalanta.
Thank you. I think NGCP was referring to the 2019 DOE circular po, requiring them to procure via a competitive selection process. But that CSP was not complied with until 2022 when we issued the show cause order po to NGCP.
So I'll throw the question back to NGCP. How come you didn't comply and it took you 3 years before you conducted your CSP?
We may not have the necessary answer to bring this back to the commission, the committee. But we would like to because the issues are not only legal, but there are also technical issues that we wrote the DOE for the DOE to consider and maybe clarify in so far as if we can amend the circular and consider our points. So that was actually one of the reasons why from the time it was issued up to 2022, there was no CSP conducted. Nevertheless, while it was only in 2022 that the CSP was conducted, that also did not prevent us from continuing procuring ancillary services. So,
Mr. Chair, they question kasi the authority of DOE to regulate NGCP. They said we don't have any authority at that time. So that's why it took a long time.
Okay. Okay. So
We have letters, exchanges to prove that, sir.
so simpleng sagot, they did not recognize the power of DOE or the authority. Okay, thank you. Let's continue. I think
Mr. Chair,
yes.
just a few more points.
Yes.
When NGCP has already conducted the CSP, this is what we would like to emphasize.
Yes.
We can conduct the CSP, and the CSP that was conducted in 2022, the terms of reference were approved by the Department of Energy. And so we have already complied with that. The one thing that we would like to emphasize,
Iwan ko na sa'yo one question.
one thing we would like to emphasize is that while we have conducted the CSP, the interest of the generators to join the CSP is beyond our control. So therefore, while we opened the entire requirement as provided by the code for the generators to submit offers if they are interested, again, the end result of this is that it would still depend on the interest of the ancillary service providers. Of course, they are generators to join the ancillary services and provide ancillary services. So that's just one matter that we would like to emphasize, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, NGCP. We'll leave that
Mr.
issue.
Chair,
and yes.
interjection, please.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, if I may we request that the nuance on the procurement, whether this is intentional or unintentional, so that there can be finger pointing and blaming others, be included in the report.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
further, Mr. Chair, may I inquire if the committee secretariat has boxing gloves? Because, Mr. Chair, if you have boxing gloves, then it will prevent your fingers from pointing at others. And we can recognize the problem so that we can have solutions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Exactly. Thank you for that, Honorable Garin. So let's leave that issue first. I think Honorable Benitez would want to further propound on that issue later during his time. Continuing, thank you, Honorable Castro. May I now, we now proceed, and I like to recognize Honorable Baronda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, colleagues. Good afternoon once again. I just wanted to reiterate some other questions that has been raised by some of the members of my colleague. Mr. Chair, sa unang pagdinig tungkol sa blackout noong April 2023, itong load shedding or dropping ay narinig na din natin. Noong may problema sa Bacolod Silay Line, kinaumagahan may mga undervoltage na substation sa Panay at nag-trip ang power generation plants dahil sa undervoltage. Kaya during the August 15 hearing, sinabi ng NGCP na ilan sa mga safety nets or hakbang ginawa nila. Ang tanong ko, review generator settings, ginawa niyo ba? Improve generation planning, improve information dissemination, effective use of emerging technologies, and information exchange. NGCP, nagawa niyo ba ito?
NGCP?
Yes, yung iba po doon tapos na po, yung iba for implementation pa po. So, yun po yung status ng mga recommendations kasi iba po long-term yung solution. Thank you.
So, kaya yung reason pala, nagkaroon tayo ng ganitong blackout again dahil hindi natugunan ang promesa nyo dun sa committee noong August 15, tama? Yes or no?
NGCP.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just to add yung sa that kaninang question, yung answer is yung iba po doon ay hindi rin po NGCP role. Yung recommendation like yung sa generation planning pa.
Okay.
Pero kasi kasama ito nung public hearing natin, nung committee hearing natin noong August 15, kayo mismo sinabi na nagsabi na meron kayong safety nets na ginawa at saka gagawin to make sure na hindi magkakaroon ng second blackout. So wag na tayong mag-deny, please. Accept na lang kung may kakulangan, move forward, gawin ang dapat gawin. Tama? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Tama po.
Good answer. Ngayon, may tanong ako. Siyempre, kailangan natin maghanap ng solusyon. We need to be innovative para at least makatulong tayo kasi yung prangkisa nyo, hindi naman yan forever. You have your own deliverables, di ba? So, ang tanong ko, meron ba kayong power shutdown agreement or voluntary shutdown agreement na kung may mangyayari na ganito na mag-overload tayo na alam nyo kulang yung supply ng kuryente, meron ba tayong ganyan? Pwede ko matanong ito kay Moore or...
Yes, Mr. Castro of Moore.
Sorry, ma'am, I wasn't able to
Yes.
answer the question.
Siyempre nagkaroon tayo ng problema at saka nakikita nyo naman yan. Then si Moore kasi na alam ko nung August 15 na hearing, na-preempt na nila na magkaroon tayo ng problema sa supply ng kuryente. And sinabi mismo ni Mr. Parcon yan. So na-recall ko lang today, just now, na kung meron ba tayong power shutdown agreement or voluntary load curtailment contract. Kunyari sa mga malls, sa mga malaking pabrika, kasi kung magkakaroon tayo, kung meron tayong ganito, sila mismo, they can help us by saying, okay, pwede kaming mag-shutdown ng 1 oras. So malaking load ang mawawala. So makakatulong ito sa local consumers na para at least ma-deload yung mga kailangan, kung mabawasan
Yes,
yung
ma'am.
load. I'm not an engineer in this aspect, but in layman's term lang, pag intindi ko lang, pwedeng gawin to. So kung wala tayong ganyan, baka it's about time na gumawa tayo na ganitong measures para at least locally we can also secure na magkakaroon ng stable na kuryente during the peak hours na kailangan natin.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Chair, in the case of more power, although we don't have written agreement with the different big loads, no, but we actually, and I could really say that our relationship with them is good in the sense that if we ask them to curtail and bring down their load, they actually would do that. No, and well, there's let's say one mall that's actually connected to one feeder, and even at the feeder level, we actually reduce, no, if need be, and they cooperate even without a written agreement, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Thank
so even without written agreement, okay, they will cooperate. What if hindi ayaw nilang mag-cooperate? So I believe that ERC has also this mandate as regulatory body. Baka panahon na po na ilagay nyo dyan sa mga dapat na requisites na kailangan to secure efficient, effective delivery of energy sa buong Pilipinas, especially to my district and Panay Island. Next question, Mr. Chair. Sa kasamang palad na ibalik lang ang kuryente ng 5 araw, after 5, no, in 5, di ba? So matapos ng halos 4 na araw, bakit umabot sa ganito katagal? So sinabi kanina dahil magka-problema kay Concepcion plant, 150 megawatts. So ang next ko na tanong, do you think that the power outage incident of April 23 and January 2024 would have happened had you maintained or operated the system in accordance with industry standards? Because if not, the common good so requires, we might have to amend or repeal the franchise being given to you.
So you're directing the question to NGCP? Yes, NGCP.
Yes, we operated the grid in accordance to the Philippine Grid Code.
Kung nag-ooperate kayo in accordance to Philippine Grid sa sinabi nyo, bakit based sa committee hearing last time, lumabas na 61%, 135 sa 219 na transmission development project na NGCP ang hindi nagawa sa takdang completion date. 86 sa mga ito ay natapos ng lampas sa tinakdang completion date. 49 naman ang kasalukuyan ongoing ngayon at lampas pa sa completion date. Sa 49 na binanggit mula noong nakarang hearing, ilan ang natapos dito, Mr. Chair?
NGCP?
Mr. Chair, for the details, Mr. Chair, for the completed projects, we will submit the information.
Mr. Chair, I would like to have that detailed report by this week, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So next question na pag-usapan din dito last hearing, yung Luzon, Visayas Grid na interconnection project via Mindoro para may additional source of energy tayo sa Visayas. And ayon sa ERC, the Batangas-Mindoro interconnection project was initially filed by NGCP with ERC in 2011. This was withdrawn in 2021 and subsequently refiled in the same year. It was approved on 23rd of February 2023 based on the transmission project status report as of June 30, 2023, which was submitted by NGCP on last August 15 nung hearing natin. The expected time of completion of BMIP is on June 2027. Currently, this project is at its tendering stage, where proponents are preparing the bid documents. Ano na ang status nito? 3 taon na.
Is this NGCP again?
Simula
Yes,
pa yung
NGCP.
project na ito.
Mr. Chair, may I clarify you're referring to the Batangas-Mindoro interconnection project? Yeah. Your Honor, we are in the pre-construction stage for this project. The hydrographic survey has been completed. We identified the route, the location for the substations, and we also have ongoing LGU engagement for this project, Your Honor.
Ang tanong natin, sa tingin nyo ba yung Cebu Negros Panay substation yung makakatulong to so that magkakaroon tayo ng enough supply na kuryente? Kasi sa tingin ko, isang cable lang din to, so magkakaroon din ng problema. So hindi vulnerable din yung supply ng kuryente.
Sorry, so Mr. Rosa, I think one of the things that Honorable Baronda is asking, when are you completing the Batangas-Mindoro submarine line? And then I think she's trying to ponder on, after that connection, then the connection from Mindoro to Panay Island.
Yes.
So I think that's what she wants to find out.
Yes, Your Honor. In our transmission development plan, there's a project to loop or to connect Panay Island to Mindoro. And Your Honor, this will be implemented stage by stage. We are enhancing the grid in the Visayas side through the completion of Cebu Negros Panay 230 kV backbone. And we would like to add that this backbone, we have double circuit 230 kV between Cebu and Negros. Yun po yung project na ongoing. At in addition po yun sa dalawang circuit na existing. So magiging total of 4 circuits po yung link between Cebu and Negros. While between Negros and Panay naman po, double circuit din yung 230 kV at meron pang isang single circuit 138 kV. So ito po ang magpo-provide ng reliable transmission for Panay. And doon naman po tayo sa Batangas side.
Sorry, kailan ang completion nun in CNP?
Yun po yung binanggit namin kanina na March 2024, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang kasi itanong, yung CNP project ba talaga tugon ito o makakatulong ito sa power shortage? Kasi hindi naman tayo highly technical na tao, but syempre, baka maging vulnerable ito kasi isang substation pa rin. So hindi pa rin magkakaroon ng enough na kuryente, tama, di ba? So, unlike kung yung Panay Mindoro grid, may alternative connection tayo from the national grid. Yun ang tanong ko. Kung matapos man itong Cebu Negros Panay, hindi pa rin ito solusyon. So please answer us, yes or no? Yes or
Please.
no?
Yes or no, Honorable Baronda, to whether it's
Assured ba tayo hindi na magkakaroon ng blackout kung matapos itong Cebu Negros Panay?
yeah, I think that's the first question. If the Cebu Negros Panay, which will be completed by March 2024, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And would that already, you can say, stabilize the whole Panay Island, and we can't see any incidents like this happening? Would that we would want to get NGCPs?
Your Honor, for transmission, it will provide a significant improvement, but there are power interruptions that are not all related to transmission.
So meaning the answer is no. Oh, Mr. Chair, the answer is no. Second, balik natin. Kailan matapos ang Mindoro-Batangas grid? Kailan? Anong commitment nyo? Kailan? Kasi pag hindi, kami dito ng mga congressmen, especially sa Panay or Visayas Island, we are one. And we are not afraid in filing a resolution to conduct investigation to review your franchise. Because meron kayong moral na obligasyon sa consumer, hindi lang sa aming mga mambabatas.
So I guess that's the last question of Honorable Baronda. Just want NGCP to answer that. I think what Honorable Baronda is asking is whether definitely the Batangas Mindoro submarine cable is already in the pipeline. Is it already under construction? Yes.
Your Honor, under the pre-construction stage.
And when do you see it being finished?
We are targeting December 2025, but we have dependencies on the right of way for this project.
Okay, so definitely, Honorable Baronda, it's already in the pipeline, but I think it's more of in the EDP, whether or not it will still continue all the way down to Panay Island. And although of course we'd want that to happen, but it would take a lot of years before that can be online. So I think what's more important is that the Cebu Negros Panay backbone will be finished by March, and I think that would actually answer a lot of the problems besetting Panay Island. Thank you, Honorable Baronda. Yes, okay, one last question.
Mr. Chair, under sa, di ba sinabi nyo, 2036 to 2040 pa ang Mindoro Panay Interconnection Project. Wala ba kayong plano na unahin din ito dahil sa nangyari recently, 2 blackout na sa Panay Island? Hindi ba pwede gawin nyo ting priority? Can I appeal to ERC na i-make sure nyo na matulungan din ito si NGCP na gawin nilang priority? Because Yusek Sharon sent me the plan. My God, 2036, matanda na yun. Baka may apo na ako noon. Pag naano yan, di ba? Hindi naman po pwede. It's unfair. Kung hindi nyo kaya ibigay yan para sa amin, better withdraw, di ba? Your interest dito sa power supply kasi you don't deserve.
Yes, ERC.
But Mr. Chair, Mr. Castro's waving. I think he
Wait,
wanted
let
to-
me hear first Yes.
Mr. Chair, just to address that point, yes, we will prioritize it once it's filed. Wala pa pong application sa amin yung project na yan.
NGCP, wala pa po kayong application. Can you assure this committee na mag-file kayo the soonest time? Can you appeal to your bosses that we can give priority to this project? If you are really sincere enough in your trust also to deliver based on your franchise, the better, best supply of electricity, hindi lamang sa Panay Island?
NGCP.
Your Honor, tulad po nung binanggit ko kanina that the project will be implemented stage by stage. Yes, to ano lang po ano to accelerate po yung preparatory works for the Mindoro to Panay interconnection. We would like to add, Your Honor, na meron pa pong segment din within the Mindoro Island. So lalabas po ito ay tatlong segment, yun pong Batangas Mindoro, and yung overhead backbone within Mindoro, which is also, we filed already that to the ERC as part of another project package. At ang remaining segment po that we will need to file ay yun pong submarine naman between Mindoro and Panay.
Yeah. Thank you, NGCP. I think Mr. Castro from MORE would want to.
Mr. Chair, just very quick. I think I know where Congresswoman Jam Jam is coming from with having that interconnection on the other side. Because if we remember 2 years ago, there was actually a operator of a backhoe from DPWH that actually hit the submarine cable on Amlan side, no, which actually constrained the flow of electricity by 50%, and we had to suffer for about 8 months before the submarine cable was done. Now, if the CNP is still going to use the same route and still terminate in the same substation on the Panay side or on the Negros side, and if the same backhoe operator hits one of this, again, we will be constrained by that. That's why physically, I think Congresswoman is looking at the other side for the physical line, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. And in addition, before we continue to the next interpellator, I think instead of the Batangas Mindoro Panay solution, which would take 15, 20 years, giving the right-of-way problems, I'm sure it will come out also. I think the best solution there is another generator to put up more power. Is that correct? Because you still have lacking supply in Panay Island, and then just add the 100 more megawatts there. You have and ancillary. So not just additional generation plants, but also bring the ancillary inside. Why? That's the reason why you have a submarine cable to bring out excess electricity or bring in electricity to Panay Island. So with that, my question to DOE, is there any application for more power in Panay Island? Or ERC or DOE?
We have, Mr. Chair, we have several committed generation projects, both in renewable energy and di ko makita.
But there are.
Can
you submit to the committee, Yusek Sharon, a list of projects that are, I don't know if it's already been approved by the DOE. So, because I think the whole problem can be answered just by putting up additional capacity, supply within the island. So everything connected, ancillary and the additional supply.
The total, Mr. Chair, of awarded projects in Western Visayas as of December 2023 is on biomass, geothermal, solar, and pa lang to, RE pa lang to, is 703.
No, but you said I was looking at the power within the island itself.
Correct. This is RE.
That's
in
Western
the
Visayas.
Western Visayas, yes.
We're looking at the Panay Island itself.
Western Visayas would be a mix of Negros and Panay. Yes, sir. And then we also have a list here of list with coal, oil, geothermal, and RE.
So there are projects. Okay, thank you, DOE. Continuing. Yes,
that's some are awarded, and we can also give you the committed.
Yeah.
Pero yung awarded, hindi naman ibig sabihin yun.
Yeah.
Tuloy siya.
Exactly.
So maybe that's where we can work with the LGUs to encourage the ones given the contract.
Exactly. Thank you, Yusek Sharon. Proceeding, may I now recognize Honorable De Jesus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since all the questions were already answered, so I'll just focus to ERC, especially I remember last April, Mr. Chair, there was a blackout happen again in Panay, no? So I just would like to ask, who handles the, I know that the Interim Grid Management Committee or IGMC is the one who investigated that problem, way back in April. So I would like to, for everyone's benefit, no, may I ask first, ask the ERC to please enlighten us to who are the members of the Interim Grid Management Committee.
Yes, ERC.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We followed the composition prescribed in the grid code for the members of the Grid Management Committee. So there are representatives from SO. In fact, there are 2 seats for them because there's 1 seat for the SO, another for the transmission network provider. And as mentioned earlier, both functions are performed by NGCP. And then there are also GENCO representatives, DU representatives, and they are supported because we are under the interim GMC. They're supported by the technical committee of PEMC.
So in short, Mr. Chair, so there were 2 representatives from SO, no? For the information of everyone, yung SO is the system operator, am I right? Which is also handled by NGCP. Okay. So anong time yun nung oras nang sinabihan kayo ng system operator nun?
The first, Mr. Chair, the first significant incident report for this January 2 event was received after the 19 p.m. tripping. Let me just check po what exact time. Sorry, wala pala yung. I'll check, Mr. Chair, but it was around 3, I think, when we received the first significant incident report.
Chair, so since they investigated last April, so ano naging decision po ng committee na yon?
For the April incident, there were several recommendations, as I mentioned earlier. It wasn't the exercise was to identify what the problems are and what immediate solutions could be undertaken. So there were short-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions that were proposed. And that's why I reported earlier that based on the reports that we got periodically from NGCP, the latest of which was November, they reported that almost all were completed.
Mr. Chair, so I guess let me hear what's the to-do list, no, for NGCP to work on to prevent the April 23 3-day outage from the occurring again. And nangyari ulit to. First, they said review and upgrade of protection systems for sub-transmission lines, specifically formulation of protection schemes to achieve shorter fault clearing that complies with the grid code requirement. Coordination of feeder protection scheme with automatic under voltage load shedding. Second, perform a simulation study testing these protection schemes during under voltage conditions. And lastly, review indications in the control and protection system of the plants during system disturbance, among others. Ito yung mga inanyunon na to-do list. Am I right, Mr. Chair?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
So what happened after that?
Sorry, I think Honorable De Jesus, the question is, was NGCP able to comply with the
Yes.
recommendations made by the IGMC? They were?
Based on their self-submitted reports, they indicated completed, and that's why we asked for the detailed reports, which they have not submitted yet, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, kasi nangyari ulit to, so I guess, can we ask them again kung talagang what took them so long na isubmit? Remember, April pa nangyari to.
Yeah, NGCP? To your actions to the recommendations of the IGMC. Applied IGMC recommendations.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The submission will be done. The report is already completed, and then we will be submitting it to ERC.
But have you already complied with all the recommendations of the IGMC?
Yes.
But based on your answer to ERC, you guys have already complied, correct?
That is correct. For every item, we have complied on that. And then, for instance, the protection settings for the feeders, that was completed. The adjustment was completed last May 2023.
So, Mr. Chair, kasi it was recommended to NGCP that within the period of 6 months, kailangan nila ma-comply. So, siguro my second question is NGCP implementing this plan? Ano nyo na yun? Yung first April, kasi it happened again ngayon January.
Actually, Honorable Desus, I think they've already
answered that.
And they've already complied. I think the question would be to ERC, how can you confirm that they have already complied? Yan. Kasi he says, she says di ba? Kung sinabi ng NGCP, oh, we've complied. Paano natin masusure na nag-comply sila?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, that's part of the investigation now. Because, for example, one of the measures required was a simulation study and detailed modeling of, or the formulation, let me just go to this one. The coordination of feeder protection scheme with automatic undervoltage load shedding. They indicated that as of July, they have completed the study of this requirement. So one of the issues we will cover in the investigation is, so you did the study, did you implement, did you execute? Because plans are good, all the studies are good, but were they executed as envisioned? And if they were executed as envisioned, then we can still improve on those sides. So plans are, we can come up with plans to tick the box, but execution is always key.
Mr. Chair, siguro, again, we're not blaming anyone here, no, because as we know, the energy is a family composed of DOE, ERC, generation, of course, the transmission, no? Siguro, I'll just move to another question. To NGCP, yung binanggit kanina ni Attorney James ng Ileco, which is the GM there, yung equitable distribution of power, are you agree with that?
That's the load allocation, Mr. Chair?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Yes. What we have implemented is the proportionate pro rata allocation of load based on the coincident peak demand of the DUs and ECs in Panay. Because we don't have information on the bilateral contracts between the DUs, ECs, and the generators.
So you don't have bilateral contract?
Information.
Information, yeah. So during the blackout, no, sino una yung dinispatch na distribution utilities? Sino yung una yung binigyan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, yes. For the restoration, the one that we have nearest to the energized facility, we restored from the submarine cable. So that's from Concepcion substation, from Ibarota, then towards Concepcion substation first. And then we go to Dingle, down to Santa Barbara, and then went up to Panitan. So that's a process. There's a process for the permanent restoration highway. There's a step-by-step energization. And whenever we energize a segment, a portion of the transmission system, then we can accommodate loads. But if when all are already restored and the supply is still limited, we still implement, of course, the load allocation, as mentioned, Mr. Chair, and we base it as on a pro rata basis.
Mr. Chair, I think for me, yung interim grid committee is very important. ERC, ano ba, interim pa lang ba sila ngayon o ano na? Is that a permanent and who's paying for it? ERC?
Thank you po. Right now, it's still on an interim basis, Your Honor. We are preparing the framework for the reconstitution of both the regular GMC and the distribution management committee, which have not been functioning for many years now. So we're reconstituting them 5 years.
7 years daw, sabi ni Kong Dago. So kasi very important to, Mr. Chair, no? Kasi ito it will link between generation, the DOE, ERC, and of course the transmission, especially the electric cooperatives na lagi nilang binabato, sinisiraan kapag nagbabrown out. They always blame electric cooperatives, no? Which is not the case. So, bakit di natin gawin permanent na lang to? And who's paying for it? Sino ba nagbabayad dito? Government or the DOs?
Years.
Mr. Chair, actually yun po yung naging issue nung dati. First, it was, I think, the stakeholders who were paying for it, and then they had to incorporate it so that they can raise funds. But that was the one that that became dormant. That GMC that was incorporated, and there was no entity anymore functioning as the GMC. Now we are preparing the study to reconstitute the GMC and evaluating the most efficient legal framework for it. Because if we heard some reservations of from stakeholders and from potential members that if it's government funded, then it will be considered a GOCC subject to all the requirements, and it might cripple the dynamic nature. That's what's supposed to be the dynamic nature of a GMC. So we're studying it.
Mr. Chair, last question na lang po, no? I think this is very important since Chairman Mona Lisa mentioned a while ago, the DUs are paying for it, no? So if we can continue that, it will prevent yung future brownout na ganito. Why? Because there will be, there's no government intervention. It's between the stakeholders po. So I think for me, Mr. Chair, kailangan talaga they need to implement this again, not as an interim, but as a regular management grid committee. Kailangan po natin gawin yan to avoid yung future blackout. Kasi at the end of the day, Mr. Chair, nagsasuffer dito yung mga consumers natin eh. And it will happen again, no? It will happen again, believe me. So I hope, Mr. Chair, na dapat implement na nila ngayon yan. Not as an interim, but a regular management committee. Yun lang, Mr. Chair, and I prepare for second round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable De Jesus. And I think the existence of a grid management committee was there before. It was taken out. And now it's just ERC creating another interim grid management committee. And I join Honorable President De Jesus that I think ERC should already implement this. But also with the grid management committee, wouldn't that be the same committee that will check whether or not the NGCP has complied with the recommendations, no? Okay. All right. Thank you, Honorable De Jesus. Now, may I recognize Honorable Benitez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Many of the questions that I was going to ask have already actually been mentioned and asked, no? But it seems to me I'd like to reiterate a short series of statements. The first is, from my understanding of the issue, there are two sets. They can be clustered under two sets. One is the function of a systems operator, under which we expect or have expected the NGCP to provide system stability, as well as sufficient ancillary services should it be needed. It seems, given the testimony this morning, number one, the ancillary services that have been contracted by the NGCP are not in the island of Panay. And therefore, once the Negros-Panay cable tripped, there was no way for them to service that ancillary service need of the island of Panay and Guimaras. So the first is, obviously, there is something wrong with the ancillary services planning of the NGCP. And notwithstanding a 2022 compliance to the CSP requirement of the DOE, they did not do anything in 2023 to ensure ancillary services were in fact available on the island of Panay. Number one. Number two, the second cluster seems to be having to do with transmission services or network provider functions of NGCP. In this case, the multiple delays in their compliance with the transmission development plan that they call their own, after all, has also caused an inability for them to respond because of infrastructure deficiency of the backbone. Given those two things, hindi na natin tatanungin ulit yung bakit wala sa Panay ang ancillary services ninyo, because the answer obviously is kulang. Bakit nyo tinatawag na normal ang voltage when in fact I cannot believe that all those power plants have a conspiracy to cause brownouts, no, all at the same time for tripping. So obviously there's something technically wrong with the way you
Okay kami dito eh. May ba?
Hello. Meron to. Oh, here. Kaso malayo. Rotating brownout yung ating mga mic eh. Rotating. Dito ka. Kapag.
Sorry, ang tagal ko kasi naghintay. Yung mga taga-Panay umuwi na, oh. Si Kong Janet na lang at saka si Kong Jam Jam mo nandito. No, so obviously with the delays in whatever the force majeure reasons for the delays for the infrastructure developments might be, there has been delays, right? It has already been brought up, Mr. Chair, that two things. For Iloilo City alone, for the 4 days, the loss of revenue is estimated to be 1.2 to 1.5 billion pesos in Iloilo City alone. At the same time, their consumers have paid 971 million pesos worth of ancillary services, which they have not received, right? So given that, number one, the failures in 2023, number two, the delays in compliance with the transmission development plan. I will no longer ask NGCP questions. I will follow Congressman Dagooc's line na hindi naman sila pwedeng paaminin, no, ng kanilang kasalanan. Tanungin na lang natin si ERC. Given that you are the regulatory agency that in many ways has oversight over this, what are the recourse that ERC has for non-compliance or repeated non-compliance of NGCP?
ERC?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The immediate recourse for incident specific, for example, are penalties that we can impose. Under the EPIRA, we are authorized to impose penalties up to 50 million pesos. That's the limit of our ability to impose penalties. We can also, I had the team check just now, the open access transmission services rules allow for interruption billing adjustments. So we can actually order billing adjustments for certain interruptions. We'll study, it has never been used for NGCP purposes. So if this is the first time that the commission is actually going to study it. The third is we can, based on our findings, which we will also submit to this body, we can make recommendations also to Congress based on the findings that we will make as a result of our investigation. Also, Mr. Chair, on the delays, we have actually issued show cause orders against NGCP on the delayed projects. We're just completing the evaluation of the reasons that they have submitted as the causes of the delay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may follow up. So for the causes of the delay, you send the show cause. What's the process? You send the show cause order, they respond to you, but the delay remains, right? Presumably. So what happens then?
So I think for the delays, it's there are two tracks being pursued. On the ERC side, we cannot make them move faster. So we will the what we have is a stick. So we will impose the penalties for unjustified delays, but at the same time, we work hand in hand with the DOE. That's why it was actually good, Your Honor, that NGCP submitted to us detailed reasons this time around when we issued the show cause orders. And we endorsed those reasons to DOE, and DOE was able to help them sort out some of the problems that they have encountered, particularly those that involve right of way. So parallel track, we have the stick, they have the, not really the carrot, but the ability to help NGCP sort out the problems, because that's what will make the projects be realized.
So, Mr. Chair, again, ma'am, the question lang, is the penalty per issue and per project, or is it an absolute total of 50 million? I'm just asking because two things, right? Assume that you can reverse, as you've done for the utilities in the past, charges for ancillary services. And they have already manifested a request that the 971 million be returned to the consumers, given that the ancillary services have not actually been realized for the island of Panay. If you then have a maximum of a 50 million penalty, that doesn't reach the 1.5 billion for Iloilo City alone.
Yes, Your Honor, the 50 million penalty, the 50 million amount is a cap on the penalty. That's separate from the refund if we issue refunds. And we've done this for the GenCos in particular.
And sorry, and the cap of the penalty is per event, per infraction, per violation.
Per violation.
So if they are discovered to have had 5 violations, for example, they can be made to pay 250 million. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think at that point, Mr. Chair, I have no more questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Dimalan.
Thank you, Honorable Benitez. But just a follow-up question, just curious lang. So you guys set a limit at 50 million per violation.
It's the EPIRA, Your Honor.
Ay, sorry, the EPIRA pala. Where does that go to?
To the Treasury.
Diretso sa Treasury. So because
All
everyone kept on saying that syempre yung mga kababayan natin na palaging tinatamaan pag nagla-blackout, 'di ba? Ano naman reparation natin doon, 'di ba? So usually for other stuff, inaano natin ng mga refund. I was just like gumagalaw lang yung utak ko na yung certain penalties that are being asked from sa generation, from transmission, from DUs. Baka there might be a way we can use that to give it back to the people na naapektuhan ng mga pagkukulang.
Yes,
Tama
Your
ba,
Honor.
ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, one of the recommendations we made for the EPIRA amendment is to allow ERC the mandate or the authority to order the application of penalties for return, either in the form of refund to the consumers that suffered the inconvenience or the violation that resulted in interruption of service, if that's the case. Right now, we don't have that authority, but if there's an amendment in the law, then we can have that authority to make that application.
All right, duly noted. Thank you, ERC. Proceeding, may I now recognize Vice Chair Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll be asking yung sa NGCP, no? I just wanted to confirm yung inyong schedule contracted reserve, no? Ilang megawatts ba yung contracted reserve ninyo?
NGCP?
Isa-isayin natin. Sa January 2, yung regulating reserve nyo, magkano yung nakontrata ninyo? Is it correct to say na 91.6 megawatts?
Yes, Attorney Aktu, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Congressman Fernandez. Per the records which is provided to me, and the contracting is on the entire Visayas grid. So the requirement for Visayas of
No, I'm
regulating.
not asking the requirement. I'm asking the yung scheduled contracted reserve. How much is the contracted reserve? Sinagot mo to kahapon sa Senado eh.
What I answered yesterday, Your Honor, is the contracted part. The scheduled part, we have to get the records from.
Contracted scheduled reserve.
There's a difference between contracted and scheduled, Mr. Chair.
Ito, scheduled contracted reserve. Nakalagay dito 91.6.
Yes, because the schedule varies on a day-to-day.
Hindi, I'm asking about the January 2. January 2. O, BSO, ano?
Yes, Mr. Chair, for the scheduled, that's scheduled per AS type. For RR, the schedule ranges from, in percent, that's 100% to 109%. That's for regulating reserve.
Okay, so ang regulating reserve, ang required is 108. Is that right? Megawatts.
It depends.
Pag-usapan natin megawatts para hindi tayo malito. Ang regulating reserve that is required by the Philippine Grid Code is 108 for regulating reserve, correct?
Mr. Chair, the requirement is 4% of the demand.
Kaya nga, ano mo na sa megawatt? Anong megawatt? Nakalagay 108. In accordance sa ERC, it's 108. So ilan ang required? Ilan ang required? Ilan ang scheduled contracted reserve sa megawatts?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The reason why I answered that it depends on the megawatt because the demand varies within the day and therefore the requirement for
Yes, I know that. What I'm asking is yung megawatt that you have contracted sa regulating reserve. Kasi napakasimple ng tanong BSO, Christian. Christian ba pangalan mo?
Yes.
Napakasimple ng tinatanong ko. Ilan yung regulating reserve ninyo?
Okay. Our regulating reserve
megawatts
in megawatts is 60 highest is 97.
97. Okay. Yes. So malito nandito 97 megawatts, correct? Ang minimum nyo is 44.
The minimum for January 2 is 60 to 61
megawatts. Okay.
Yes.
Ilan naman ang contingency ninyo? Ang requirements is 153 tapos yung maximum nyo ilan? January 2 also.
Yeah, for January 2, Mr. Chair, based on the scheduled contingency reserve, we have an available of okay, this is 90 92 90, the highest is 97.
Yeah, 97 and minimum is 42.
Minimum is 42. That's correct.
Dispatchable.
For dispatchable, its highest is 169. 169 megawatts, Mr. Chair.
So you have a like 97, a total of 363 ancillary services.
Yeah, for the total of RR, CR, and DR.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
megawatts. Okay. At ito ay binayaran ng taong bayan, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair, for the Visayas grid.
And these are ancillary services.
That is correct.
Consider as insurance. In other words, binayaran mo ang insurance mo para magkaroon ka ng security, pero hindi na-deliver. Tama? Hindi nyo na-deliver yung kuryente.
There are...
Kasi nagkaroon ng failure, correct?
If we're...
Hindi. Simple lang naman eh. Di ba hindi nyo na-deliver yung kuryente in the right time, in the right hour? Because of the failure of everything? Basta't nagkaroon ng failure. Di ba? At responsibility yun ng NGCP, correct? Correct. Kasi pag nagsinungaling ka, I will move for your contempt. Para contempt kita dito. Para makabawi ang mga taga Iloilo Sa ginawa nyo sa mga taong bayan, natulog sa kalye, natulog sa plaza, yung mga nasa ospital, inilabas, baka may namatay pa, hindi natin alam. I'm just asking a simple question, di ba? Yes or no lang naman yan eh.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Oh.
if we're talking about the event, the 1206 and the 1419, we, based on the record that we got, because we're monitoring these ancillary service providers, there have been response. There's a response from the ancillary service provider.
May response kayo. Oh, alam natin that may response kayo, and I'm not asking for that. Ngayon, ang tinatanong natin ay kung itong ancillary services nyo that you have procured as an insurance to our people, ginamit nga nito, but the insurance, no, that to protect the security of the stability and the normalcy of this grid was not met. Tama, di ba? Tama, di ba?
Mr. Chair, if we're talking about the amount of the, let's say, the affected generation, that's about 300 plus.
363.
No, I mean the one that was lost in Panay at 14 or 2:19 p.m. Then, it's, if we go back to the design of these ancillary services or the level, this is supposed to arrest tripping of the largest unit.
Okay, going back to that line of your answer, no? Nagkaroon tayo ng tripping doon sa 219, wherein the PCPC ay he went out, di ba? Bumigay na siya. What's the reason bakit siya bumigay?
Maybe I'll defer to the PCPC on that.
PCPC, can you kindly answer bakit bumigay ang
Yes, sir. Mr. Bautista?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. So the reason, the number one reason why PCPC trip is we actuated yung generator protection po namin due to the limits, or nandun na kami sa instability period ng MBAR levels namin.
So nag-deliver kayo ng MBAR?
Yes, sir.
To stabilize the voltage?
Yes, sir.
So in other words, because of the PEDC na nawala din yung humina yung MBAR, yung megabar.
Yes, sir.
And that's the reason why you were conducted by NGCP to deliver the megabar.
Actually, sir, we are not contracted to deliver the
Contacted.
megabar. Contracted, sorry. We were just
I mean, you were contacted. Tinawagan kayo para mag-deliver.
contacted. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Correct.
In accordance with your presentation a while ago, 12:20, kinonta kayo para i-deliver yung megabar sa kanila para ma-stabilize natin.
Yes, sir.
But there was a persistent na under voltage.
Yes, sir. There was a continuous increase po ng MBAR namin na indication na rin, sir, na we are still correcting yung grid disturbance during that.
So how many response that was conducted by PCPC?
Yung manual, sir, na intervention or yung tinawagan kami ng SO is actually 2 times lang siya. Isa
Sa unang primary response na ginawa ng PCPC,
yes,
ilan ang diniliver niyong megabar?
From 22, sir, we increase up to 42
But
MBAR.
megabar is different to megawatt, correct?
Yes, sir. Apo.
So, bumitaw ang PCPC. Bumitaw.
Yes, sir.
Ang unang bumitaw PEDC. So, nawala ang 55 megawatts. And afterwards, bumigay na rin ang PCPC.
Yes,
So,
sir.
in other words, wala kayong pinadalang reserve. Wala kayong pinadalang ancillary sa kanila, kundi megabar lang. Wala
Yes, sir. Yes,
megawatts.
sir. It's not part of the ancillary services, sir. No.
Ha? You are only providing the megabar.
We're providing the...
No, you're providing also megawatts, correct?
Yes, sir. We are providing
It's a different
megawatts
thing.
and
Ang megawatt
megabars,
saka ang megabar is a different thing, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you're
Correct po.
providing also 135 megawatts to the grid. And you
Correct,
are
sir.
also providing megabar.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Correct. And that's the reason why you have to deliver megabar dahil ang PEDC nag-back down.
Yes, sir. Part siya,
At
sir.
ang PEDC nagbibigay ng megabar dito sa grid.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's the reason why nagkaroon ng disturbance yung ating voltage. And that's the reason why they order transformer, bumili sa inyo ng transformer para i-stabilize yung ating system. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay. In that case,
Wait,
wala.
Honorable Fernandez, medyo naguluhan na ako. May clear lang ng konti, May clear lang ng konti. Sa PCPC, are you required to provide MBAR?
Not actually, sir, because we are just reacting dun sa grid since connected kami.
So in other words, nag-provide kayo ng MVAR kasi nga nagkaroon na tayo ng fluctuation sa
Yes,
parang instability sa grid natin ng
Yes, sir.
voltage at frequency. Tama?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Correct po.
Okay. Tapos because yun sa pag-provide nyo ng MVAR, nagsusupply rin kayo ng electricity.
Megawatts, sir.
Tapos biglang nag-trip na rin kayo. Is that
Yes, sir.
right?
During that time kasi, as mentioned, full load na po kami for 135 megawatts. And then we're also supplying, increasing yung MVAR namin.
Pag ganun ba, hindi mo pwede bawasan yung sinusupply mo 135 tapos naglalagay ka sa MVAR?
Possible naman siya, sir.
So bakit kayo nag-full load? Bakit kayo nag-trip?
Yun yung
No, no,
dispatch
in
namin
the-
during
yeah,
that time,
No,
sir.
it was an instruction of the NGCP because the way I see everything. Sorry, Honorable Fernandez.
It's okay, Chairman.
Kasi tinitingnan ko kasi mainly because PEDC trip. So for 2 hours, wala. And then in the interim ng 2 hours, nag-ask ang NGCP sa PCPC, taasan niyo yung MVAR nyo para ma-regulate natin, ma-normalize natin yung grid. Tama? So ngayon, gusto ko malaman, bakit biglang bumagsak kayo? Kasi, kasi you're one of the biggest, nirequest kayo mag-MVAR. So hindi naman, kaya nyo naman kontrolin yung gaano kalaki ang ibabato nyo, tama? So hindi ko maintindihan ba't kayo bumagsak.
Yes, sir. Sa generator capability kasi namin, sir, meron kaming ranges ng instability. Although it's not necessarily na magti-trip po kami. Pero during that time, we were on that danger levels na, sir. Since full load kami, then medyo full na rin yung sa adjustment ng MVAR during that time.
So in other words, hindi nyo hindi ba it's a, tingin ko lang, teka, Honorable Fernandez,
Okay,
para
Mr.
matapos
Chair.
ko lang yung tanong. Hindi ba possibility na binabaan nyo yung sa generation para ma-maintain lang yung MVAR? Although it's not part of your responsibility or obligation to provide MVAR. Tama ba?
I believe, sir, it's not the responsibility. Meron siya, sir, na range. Pero hindi kasi kami parang, yung meron kasing ancillary services din, sir, na reactive power support.
Meron din.
Yes, sir. But
That was already in place.
but we are not part dun sa, parang kami, sir, we are just supporting the grid. Pero hindi naman po kami contracted.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Ito na, one last question.
Okay.
Bato ko sa NGCP. Bakit ang PCPC ang kinontract nyo magdagdag ng MVAR? Kulang na nga yun doon sa loob. Bakit PCPC pa? Kaya bumagsak tuloy. And that's what I just wanna find out.
Yes,
Because it's closest? Ganun ba
yes,
yan?
Mr. Chair, kung makikita po natin dun sa pinresent kaninang mga actions taken from 12:06 to 2:19 PM, hindi lang po PCPC yung tinawagan to provide MVAR. Lahat po ng planta sa Panay, tinawagan po. In fact, yung dispatch instruction naman po, meron din po yung limit. Dapat po nasa 0.85 lagging power factor to 0.9 leading. So dapat kung kami po magbibigay ng instruction, magre-request kami ng tulong, hanggang doon lang po yung limit to ensure na yun po, based po yun sa grid code. Hindi naman po na-breach yung limit, yung 0.85 lagging to 0.9 leading power factor.
Okay.
Sige, pare.
Mr. Chairman, kasi nagtataka lamang ako. Meron sila regulating reserve na kanina sinabi 97 megawatts. And sinasabi ng PCPC ngayon na hindi sila contracted. Hindi kayo contracted, di ba?
No, sir. No.
So in other words, so kinuha, saan napapunta yung 97 megawatts na regulating reserve? Sa first baksak pa lamang nung tinatawag nating PDC. Di ba kinuha nyo yung sa regulating reserve? Christian?
Tama po, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
yung
Kinuha nyo sa regulating reserve. At kulang yun ng 55. So ang ginamit nyo, itong 97 megawatts, correct?
Mr. Chair, just to clarify po, yung regulating reserve, contingency reserve, at dispatchable reserve, yun po ay pang-regulate ng frequency. Yung pinadispatch po namin kay PCPC to increase their terminal voltage or to provide MVAR, para po siya sa voltage regulation.
Okay,
Voltage
regulate
po.
ng frequency.
Voltage po yung pinaano po namin sa kanila.
Okay, voltage. Hindi siya megawatt?
Hindi po, megavar po.
Wala kayong ancillary na megawatts?
Meron po. Pero hindi po
ancillary service provider si PCPC.
Oh, no. I know. Pero dito sa inyong scheduled contracted reserve, megawatts, di ba? And that's the reason why I'm asking this dahil bumaksak yung PCPC. And in accordance with our Philippine Grid Code, dapat meron kayong tinatawag na spinning reserve o yung tinatawag nating wet standby. Ay, wet standby? Correct ba yun? Hot standby. Hot na hot. Dapat may naka-hot na naka-standby na kapag nagkaroon ng sudden reduction of demand, automatic. Di ba? Synchronize. Do you have a spinning reserve?
Meron po, Mr.
Meron?
Chair.
Totoo? Sigurado ka?
Sa,
You're under oath.
oh,
Yes or no? Totoo? Hindi.
meron po. Yung,
Bakit bumigay? Bakit bumigay ang sistema? Samantalang nung bumigay ang PCPC, dapat automatic spinning hot reserve, automatic synchronize upon sudden demand reduction. Pasok sila in a split of second.
lahat,
Ano lahat?
lahat po ng planta, yung iba pong planta kasi bumigay din po.
Hindi. Mali ang sagot mo. Mali ang sagot mo. Automatic bumigay yung 135 eh. Kung bumigay yung 135, dapat automatic synchronize spinning reserve hot. Siyang papasok in a split of a second. Pero wala kayo eh. Aminin mo na, meron kayo, meron o wala?
Yung kanina po na pag-usapan.
Meron o wala?
Meron po. Yung po kanina
Ay, bumagsak ko na blackout. Bakit bumigay ang pagkatapos bumigay ng PCPC, bumigay na lahat. Dapat yun automatic spinning nga. Babasahin ko sa iyo ang Philippine Grid Code, ha? O nakalagay dito. Ito ang mga gagawin nyo. In accordance to 7.6 frequency control and voltage control. Okay? Ang primary na gagawin nyo, primary response of the generating units in coordination with you. Magbibigay kayo. Makinig ka. Huwag kang iiling-iling. Makinig ka sa amin, ha? Dahil ikaw may responsibilidad sa ginawa mo sa tao ng mga taga Iloilo. At Panay pala. Oo. Oo nga pala, Panay, saka Negros. Okay. Kung nag-fail ka sa primary response, saka secondary response, which you failed, dahil tumawag kayo sa PCPC, nag-deliver sila, tapos nag-failed kayo, so papasok na yung spinning. Pero wala. Hindi niya nasambot yung problema ng 135 megawatts. Wala kayong spinning reserve. Wala kayong hot standby. At ang sabi ng Philippine Grid Code, kung wala kang hot standby, dapat meron kang backup reserve. Ito yung tinatawag namang cold standby. And Mr. Wally Del Mundo is here. Alam niya yan. Masasagot niya. And I will point out, in accordance with the Philippine Grid Code, 7.6.3, ang sinasabi dito, ano ang spinning reserve? A generating unit providing spinning reserve as an ancillary service shall be synchronized with the grid and be available to automatically respond to any sudden loss or significant reduction in generating capacity. Automatic. Wala pa isang second. Pagbitaw ng PCPC, pasok agad ang spinning reserve. At kung walang spinning reserve, pasok naman yung backup reserve. Di ba? Oo ka ng oo. Tapos pag yung tinatanong kita, hindi naman. Ha?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, NGCP.
Yeah, opo. Yung kanina po nabanggit natin, no, ng mga spinning, mga hot reserve, cold reserve, para po siya sa frequency. Hindi po kasi frequency yung problema po.
But, alam mo, wag mo kami guluhin. Alam mo yung, ganyan ang ugali ng NGCP. You tend to confuse our people. Dati sinasabi ng inyong spokesperson, sino spokesperson nyo? Si Atty. Mucha, sinasabi ni Atty. Mucha na kaya hindi kami nagme-main load drop because may problema, walang problema ang voltage. Napanood ko yan eh. Sinabi niyo walang problema ang voltage. And now we are talking about the problem of the voltage. Huwag niyo i-confuse sa nating taong bayan. Kaya nagkakaisa na ang mga tao dito eh, pati na ang ating gobyerno eh, dahil sa panloloko nyo. Mr. Wally Del Mundo, so can you kindly explain itong sinasabi nating spinning and also the backup reserve, please?
Sige po, Prof. Del Mundo.
Opo. Maraming salamat po. Siguro mas maganda po ipaliwanag sa konteksto ng dalawang outage, yung 1206 at saka 219. Okay. So, yung grid code precisely sinulat po para hindi po mangyari yung outage ng system, whether it is total blackout or partial system blackout. Yung pong mawala ang buong Panay, tinatawag po natin yung partial system blackout kasi yung system yung Visayas. Okay? So, hindi po dapat nangyayari yan, and that's precisely how the grid code was designed. Anong sinasabi po ng grid code? Una, dapat po mayroong pang-control ng frequency at tatlo pong aspeto na tinatawag na ancillary services at meron din pong ancillary services pang-control naman ng voltage. Kasi pwede pong mag-collapse ang ating power system either nagkaroon ng masyadong mataas o masyadong mababang frequency at pwede ring mag-collapse po ang system kung may sobrang taas at sobrang baba ng voltahe. Kaya po ang grid code nag-require ng, in the case of frequency, nag-require po ang grid code ng contingency reserve which is a spinning reserve. So yung pong kailangan merong na pong nakontrata, na-schedule at na-dispatch ng system operator na papalit kung may babaksak na pinakamalaking power plant doon sa ating grid. So ang aking pong appreciation ay doon po sa 1206 na pangyayari na 56 megawatt lang po ang bumaksak, which is na equivalent load ang nawala ng PEDC unit number 1, which is only 2.7% of the total demand of the grid at that time. So meaning, maliit po itong nawalang capacity, kaya po yung ating ancillary service, yung kanyang contingency reserve, plus at the same time gumagana din ang frequency regulating reserve. Gumana po iyan, kaya po hindi po nagkaroon ng cascaded immediately. Ibig kong sabihin, kung nagkaroon po ng mas malaking outage, more than 56 megawatt, let's say nasa 100 or 150 megawatt, then kung hindi po adequate ang ancillary service at that time, then in split second, in several seconds, 1, 2, 3, 5 seconds, bumagsak na rin po yung others, which is actually what happened in the 2 p.m. 19 p.m. So I should say that because of the small amount of generation na nawala, gumana po yung available. Kaya po relevant yung question na adequate ba ang nakontrata at adequate din ba ang na-schedule mo. Dahil ang minamandate po ang system operator na kontratahin mo yung ancillary service level na handa ka sa pinakang worst case condition.
Yes.
So, kaya yun ang unang tanong. So, kung nag-work naman po, di sa loob po ng 2 oras, pero very clearly naman po sa discussion kanina, lumalabas na nag-i-struggle ang grid dahil sa voltage problem. Okay. So, kaya po tinawagan ang mga stakeholders, ang mga power plant na lahat kayo mag-contribute, tulong-tulong tayo dito. So yun naman po din ang sinabi ng grid code na pag kayo ay tinawagan ng system operator, hiniling kayo na magbigay ng megabar, ibibigay nyo yan. Of course, meron din pong issue na dahil nga po may limit din ang pwedeng ibigay ng power plant, kaya minamandate din ng grid code na ang system operator magpo-procure din kayo ng power, reactive power, voltage support, ancillary services. Na hindi pa natin natatanong ang NGCP kung ito ho ba ay adequately contracted din and dispatched dahil yun po ang dapat na kung hindi ho nila ipo-procure from the power plant, may mga solusyon naman po katulad ng nabanggit kanina na NGCP should be able to put up equipment that can provide the stability, the STATCOM na nabanggit po kanina. Yan ay in lieu of kung hindi mo kukontratahin o wala kang makakontratang power plant na pwedeng magbenta ng voltage, reactive power voltage support. Now, so nag-i-struggle ho, but then ang point ho dito ay sinasabi rin ng grid code, okay, nung nasalo na ng contingency reserve yung nawala na generator, now ang sabi ng grid code, may isa pa tayong reserve, dispatchable reserve. So yung dispatchable reserve, ini-schedule hindi ko yan, pero hindi po necessary na nakakonect na sa grid. It is not necessary na spinning na siya.
Backup.
Dahil kinoconsider ng backup dahil. Pero ang reason po kaya inilagay ng grid code ang requirement na ito, in case po na ang contingency reserve ay nagamit, the grid should be ready na hindi magkaroon ng blackout kung sakasakaling may susunod na power plant na mawawala, which is our 2 o'clock incident, no? So ang sa akin pong appreciation, lumalabas po kasi na save nung ancillary services yung 12 o'clock, pero mukhang wala nang available
sa 219
para sa 2 o'clock. Kaya ho nung bumagsak si PVC, regardless kung ano man reason yan, the fact is that basta mayroong bumagsak na uli na susunod, hindi dapat magkaroon ng blackout ang buong system. And therefore, in one of the provisions of the grid code, sinasabi ho doon na kung sa susunod, kung nagkaroon ka na ng single outage contingency, ang system operator kinakailangan merong tinatawag na contingency analysis na kung saan i-anticipate mo kung ikaw ba ay ready dahil baka may babaksak pa. Anong power plant ang available na pinakamalaki na kung yun ang babaksak, dapat
Yeah.
So titingnan mo ngayon kung yung iyo bang nakontrata na dispatchable reserve ay kaya bang saluhin yon. Kung hindi kaya, ibig sabihin, ang system po wala sa normal state. Sa grid code, dinidefine po yan na nasa alert state ka na. Ngayon, kung nasa alert state na po ang grid, sinasabi rin ng grid code na ang system operator at this time must implement manual interventions, including redispatch of the power plant, manual load dropping. Now, bakit yung manual load dropping isinaba doon as one of the solutions para makapaghanda sa susunod na contingency? Kung magma-manual load drop po tayo, magkakaroon ng headroom yung mga power plant na available para ho sila ang makasalo kung sakasakaling may dadating dahil nagamit mo na yung contingency reserve.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Wally, the author of the Philippine. Mr. Chairman, hindi
Fernandez,
hindi bawas sa akin yun, Mr. Chairman.
Which one yun?
Yung hindi bawas sa akin yun. So,
pero mahaba ka na rin.
sige.
But I just have to ask a follow-up question to Prof. Del Mundo. Sir, sinabi mo magkakaroon ng alert status or alert level tayo. The alert state, dito sa nangyari na to, kailan pumasok yung alert state?
Pagkatapos po ng 12:06. From that point.
So after, nung bumagsak si PDC-1, alert state na tayo
Alert state na
kaagad.
po yun.
And that would
in my
allow...
appreciation, based on nangyari yung 2 o'clock. Kasi kung ikaw ay wala sa alert state, meaning the system was able to fully recover, and kung fully recovered and then adequate yung iyong remaining ancillary services, dapat pag may bumagsak uling power plant uli, hindi po magkakaroon ng blackout.
And Prof, ang iniisip ko lang kasi, because during that time, PDC-1 bumagsak.
Apo.
Pero sinalo ka ng spinning reserve.
Apo.
Tama. So normal ka.
Ang tawag po natin dyan, naka-recover na yung grid, pero hindi po natin dapat munang i-declare na normal siya.
No. Wait. Inaano ko lang, Prof. Sorry ha. Inaano ko lang kasi, so as to supply, okay tayo. No, tama? As to supply. But according to the grid code kasi, sa tingin ko yung naging problema lang rito was the determination kung kailan pwede sila ipasok yung manual load shedding.
okay.
Yun lang yung, I think this whole problem could have been,
Yung pong,
di ba? Pag yung, Prof, sa tingin ko lang yung determination kung kailan ng SO manual load shedding, yun lang kasi kung based on the grid code, sinabi na niya after bumagsak yung based do sa situation ng Panay Island na nasa dulo, connected lang siya sa submarine cable. Tapos yung supply niya na electricity is not even enough to handle the whole island. Yung determination lang, Prof, kung kailan pwede ang isang SO mag-manual load shedding. Kasi, nung narinig ko kasi, Prof, based on the statement ng NGCP, based on the grid code, hindi pa sila they can't do manual load shedding. So, sa tingin ko kung merong i-adjust dito, it's if their statement's correct, or if not, I think that's for the interim grid management committee to decide. Pero sa tingin ko, yun yung naandun lang Kasi kung na-handle yung kung pinayagan, or talagang they're allowed, then doon mo makikita who's at fault, di ba po? Sige, Prof.
Yun nga po, kaya po yung grid code dahil po sa sitwasyon na yan, nililinaw din po ng grid code na ang responsibilidad magde-decide in real time ay ang system operator. Meaning, hindi po sila mag-iintay ng kahit na sino para utusan sila na mag-manual load dropping kung kinakailangan. It is their judgment call. Kaya po ang sabi ng grid code, the system operator shall implement this, shall do this. And immediately after doing that, they must report to the ERC their action. Because it is possible na pwedeng mali ang action na gagawin ng system operator. And that's why the grid code says, report to the ERC your action during this period. Dahil kailangang i-determine ng grid management committee na tumutulong sa ERC kung ang naging action ba ng system operator during this period ay tama o mali. So yun po yung...
Thank you, Prof.
Yan nga, Mr. Chairman. That's the reason why we were asking a while ago yung kanilang ancillary services that they have procured. Dahil nga nakita natin that ang sinasabi ng Philippine Grid Code, dapat adequate frequency contingency reserve ang kanilang pinocure. But apparently, with all the exchanges of comments, we have proven that even the ERC was telling us that kulang talaga, hindi siya adequate. Kaya pupunta at pupunta sa huli, bibigay at bibigay. Dahil hindi nga po adequate. Ang masama lamang, hindi kayo nagsasabi ng totoo Dapat nagsasabi kayo ng totoo sa amin para at least nabibigay natin ng peaceful resolution ang lahat. Pero kung patuloy kayo magsisinungaling dito sa kongresong ito na para bang kaya nyo kami lokohin, we will be compelled talaga to cite you in contempt. Kasi nakakapikon. Ayan, mga taga Iloilo, napipikon kami pa kaya. I've been fighting this for 5 years already. And not only the blackouts are being considered one of your faults. Ang dami. Reset. Di ba? Yung transmission rate, which is being now handled by Chairman Mona Lisa de Malanta, thankfully, nagkaroon na ng initial determination. Can you kindly give us some details about the process of trying to get the refund of the 35 billion aside from the 200 billion? Briefly, may oras pa ako. Kinuha ni Chairman ang oras ko, kaya babawi ako.
Niles ko yan, Honorable Fernandez. That would be your last question. Yes, Chairperson De Malanta.
First yung 35 billion siguro. Ano nang...
if Prof. Del Mundo can turn off the...
Sorry po.
The canceled fourth regulatory reset to 2016 to 2020.
Your Honor, we're completing the determination so we can come up with the final determination. Nag-comment naman na po yung NGCP. That's part of the process. We posted the initial draft, then they submitted their
correct?
comments.
That 35 billion yung initial determination?
Wala pa pong...
Wala pa
po.
Yung 200 billion that disallowed by ERC para dun sa mga corporate social responsibility.
validate. May mga comments po sila doon, so we're validating. But we're targeting, Your Honor, especially with the directive of the President.
Can you kindly attach on that resolution kasi alam mo dito sa binayad ng mga taga Panay taga Iloilo nagbayad sila ng ancillary services like for example dito sa April 28, 2023. Is it correct to say that meron tayong dispatchable 151 megawatts? Meron tayong binayaran ng mga tao na 151 megawatts sa dispatchable reserve that purchased but procured by NGCP.
122 lang po yung contracted
Okay,
nila.
122 contracted nila. At naka-blackout. Wala silang regulating, wala silang contingency. Am I right? Wala.
Walang...
Sa April, correct?
Apo.
Oh, so wala. So, nag-brown out. Ibalik ito sa taong bayan.
Apo. Can
you kindly, kasi nangyari na to, tapos na to Di ba? And even these reserves, itong tatlong to, nangyari na rin to. And they were able to contract 303. Pinasa sa tao to. Pinasa din yung 151. Ano yung sinasabi mo? Isama nyo na sa computation. Para na sa ganun, maalibit natin yung feelings ng ating mga kababayan sa Iloilo at saka sa Panay.
Ang timeline po kasi nung 4th, hindi pa po saklaw itong 2023. So papasok po ito sa 5th, Your Honor, not the 4th regulatory reset.
But I have to commend you for a job well done in ERC. Hopefully that we will be able to really have a resolute decision pertaining to the refund. And sana consider mo yung cash. Time and again, patuloy kaming mananawagan sa iyo. At ang taong bayan na nakikinig, ang dami nakikinig sila. Dapat ibalik ng cash yan. Isipin mo, pag binalik natin ang cash sa taong bayan, that is 200 billion plus 35, 235, plus sa Ilo at Panay, 4 billion. How much will that be? Di ba? So, hindi tayo, hindi po makatarungan na yung perang over-collected sa atin ay ginamit nila sa ibang bagay. Dapat ibalik yun sa pamamagitan ng cash. Hindi tayo magdidesisyon na ibabalik natin yun sa pamamagitan ng offsetting. So,
for the last question of Honorable Fernandez.
Alam niyo, boss natin to but maraming po salamat kay Chairman for allowing me to extend my time. Mamaya na lang po ako magtatanong, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Fernandez.
Exactly. Chairman. Maraming
salamat, Honorable Fernandez. Next on the list, we have 4 more to go. Honorable Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, most of my questions have been answered already, but I'd like to reiterate again and ask NGCP. It says here that the operational responsibilities of the system operator, determining, acquiring, and dispatching the capacity needed to supply the required grid ancillary services. In your record, anong na-contract ninyo for that particular period?
NGCP?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're talking about the 1206.
At least for January to January 5. I think you normally put that also in advance, diba? So that you could forecast yung mga requirements ninyo.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chair. The one that we discussed with Honorable Dan Fernandez, that's the levels of the auxiliary services on January 2. We also have levels for January 3, 4, and 5 year, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, what were those?
Let me check my records first, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair. For the one that I've discussed a while ago, that was for January 2. So let me start the levels for January 3, Mr. Chair.
Go.
Okay. Yeah. For January 3, the scheduled ancillary service providers are for regulating reserve. There's a maximum of 94 megawatts, and lowest is 61.9 megawatts, Mr. Chair. For the contingency reserve, the scheduled capacity was maximum of 97 megawatts, and the lowest is 42 megawatts, Mr. Chair. And for the dispatchable reserve, highest is 169, and lowest is 50 megawatts, Mr. Chair.
115.
Yeah, that's
your
one
dispatchable reserve.
Mr. Chair,
January
that's
3.
151 for the dispatchable reserve. Lowest.
Sorry, who confirms your numbers?
Yes. I was about to ask Mr. Chair.
Sorry,
who
sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay, Mr. Chair. But yes, who confirms that these are the needed? This is the required, the requirements for that particular period. Is there a regulating entity that confirms this?
Or hindi ba dapat sa ano yan? Sorry, Honorable
Okay.
Reyes. Isn't
Okay.
ERC supposed to be checking on... Yes, Honorable Dimalanta.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As mentioned earlier, the required levels are fixed levels. They're not on I know for the requirements of the system, NGCP schedules them. But for example, NGCP's own bid bulletin as of December 27, 2023, indicated, and correctly so, the required levels for Visayas for regulating as 108. And they have contracted 100 megawatts for regulating. For contingency and dispatchable, the requirement is 153 megawatts, corresponding to the largest unit in the system. And they have only contracted 30 for contingency and 84 for dispatchable. So their ability to do the schedule are limited to what they have contracted.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the question with NGCP is, why weren't you able to contract the required capacity needed for these? I believe that both ERC and DOE would have such data because they're the ones who have the power profile. You being the grid operator and the system operator, which also we have to question, how did it happen? You had to be both the grid operator and system operator. I mean, what was the wisdom behind having that if NGCP may have such information? Because my understanding during the drafting of the EPIRA and even during the promulgation, the idea was that the system operator was supposed to be handled by the national government. And somewhere along the line, when the concession was already given to NGCP, even the system operations was already given to you. So would anybody have any institutional knowledge as to why such responsibility of that magnitude, which is both economic and national security in size, is also given to a private entity, who, by the way, a private entity is not 100% Filipino right now?
Yes, DOE, can you
Mr. Chair,
enlighten?
the EPIRA does not state that it has to be together or separate. So when it was with Transco, both was with Transco before, tapos nag-concession agreement sila with, nag-EPIRA tayo, and then the concession agreement siya with Transco, with MPSAM, with NGCP. And then in 2008, there was a concession agreement, and then there was a franchise in 2008. Both indicates na dalawa yung functions ng NGCP.
So it was during was it PSAM that gave the recommendation that the grid operator and the system operator have to be unified as one?
I'm not privy to the how it went with pero when they did the two documents, magkasama na siya. So I'm not sure how the negotiations went back then. Medyo long time ago na.
2008. Maybe it would be good, Mr. Chair, if we could acquire such information during those times so that it could give us an insights on what was the wisdom back then of the ones regulating the industry.
That's why, Mr. Chair, as already pronounced by our Secretary of DOE, Secretary Lutilia, and even the President, that we recommend the revisiting of the franchise and exploring the possibility of separating the two functions.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll go back to the original question. Why has not NGCP contracted the sufficient either contingency reserve, ancillary reserve, and dispatchable reserve?
Yes, NGCP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we conducted, Mr. Chair, the ancillary services competitive selection process, there was not enough capacity offered by generators for these ancillary services, Mr. Chair.
Within the Visayas, Western Visayas,
grid, Mr. Chair. That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Not enough. So what? But then it was. But then you are mandated to acquire it.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. But we only depend on the availability of ancillary services provider, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Then I guess the question I'll direct the question to DOE. If I believe ASEC Marasigan would probably have an idea during that time as to why given that there is already a ready market, there is already a willing buyer for the spinning contingency. What were the economic conditions during that time as to why there was nobody willing to contract with NGCP or the system operator back then? Or if anybody from ERC or DOE would know this.
Yes, ASEC Marasigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question, Congressman Reyes. Just to have some idea before, way back in 2019, when the Department of Energy formulated the policy on ancillary services, including the formulation of the reserve market, there was a window provided by the Department of Energy for NGCP to convert all their non-firm contracts on ancillary services to firm. That policy also contains that in the absence of the reserve market, NGCP is required to have 100% compliance to this firm ASPA. Unfortunately, this was not done by the NGCP. And when our CSP policy for ancillary services was promulgated, there was a provision there that they should inform and get approval of the Department of Energy on the CSP documents, particularly the invitation to bidders and the terms of reference. But that was questioned by NGCP. Even it contains the letter that they provided us. It contains constitutionality issues. And before they conducted the CSP, it was actually after the show cause order of ERC. So yan po yung kwento. Bakit naging ganyan yung sitwasyon natin sa ancillary services? Thank you very much.
Sorry, ASEC Marasigan, does this apply just to Western Visayas or the whole country yung problema sa ancillary service?
The whole country,
yes,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I wanted to emphasize that I believe during that time, it was the whole country nga. There was not sufficient ancillary services that was supposed to be acquired by NGCP. And after what ASEC Marasigan has said, that only during the show cause orders did they begin to act on it. And even if they did act on it, there still wasn't enough. they were still not able to comply. So what are the legal
Mr.
remedies
Chair.
that we may have? Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. Sante.
Enough because ang requirement nila was dapat accredited ka sa kanila. Sila na rin
Let's hear
nagka-accredit.
from
You-
NGCP.
And they're the ones accrediting anyway.
You said, if I may, Mr. Kat, so
Yes.
just to make it clear, the only reason why that could be a hindrance din pala is that bago ka makakuha ng ancillary services sa kanila, ay kailangan ma-accredit ka pa nila.
Yes, can we hear from NGCP if that's a requirement for ano?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, that's a requirement of the Philippine Grid Code because ang ancillary services, Mr. Chair, is a specialized service. Hindi po lahat na generators pwedeng mag-supply ng ancillary services. May mga technical capabilities po dapat sila para makapag-respond sila sa grid disturbances. Hindi po lahat ng planta sa Visayas capable to provide ancillary services. Kulang ang capacity ng mga planta sa Visayas to provide ancillary services. Kaya kulang po ang makukontrata namin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. But given that it is still your requirement, given you're the system operator and the franchise holder for operating the grid, you had to be more proactive in getting it, wouldn't it? So what was your solution para if there was not enough qualified plants para maging firm yung mga contracts ninyo sa ancillary services?
NGCP.
Tulad po ng nasabi ko kanina, Mr. Chair, kulang po yung planta. Kailangan pong magdagdag ng planta sa Visayas to provide ancillary services and to provide energy supply sa Visayas, Mr. Chair, para maging sapat po ang supply ng ancillary services and energy supply sa Visayas, Mr. Chair.
But Mr. Chair, again, the question, bakit kailangan nung may show cause order lang, saka lang kayo gumalaw?
NGCP. Attorney Actub.
Yeah, if I may,
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Chair. Thank you for the question, Congressman Reyes. This was already also mentioned by USEC Sharon Garin. There were legal issues that NGCP was trying to raise, among others, with the DOE. There were also technical issues that the NGCP also would want to be clarified with the Department of Energy. And so it took a while for NGCP to implement the CSP. We would also like to highlight that we have in fact maintained that position, that legal position. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, we conducted the CSP in spite of the continued reservation of NGCP as far as our position that the only issue in the CSP that was raised by NGCP, which is legal in nature, is whether or not there is a necessity for the Department of Energy to approve the terms of reference. But in spite of our continuing objection, and we continue to raise this issue, we complied, and it was in fact already conducted in 2022. Again, we also would like to highlight that while we conducted the CSP and all the unmet, let's just say, or uncontracted requirements for each and every ancillary services were offered to whoever is interested to join the ancillary services competitive selection process, the success of the competitive selection process largely depends on the interest of the AS providers to join. The interest of the ancillary service providers to join, of course, if you ask us, we don't know the reason. Another reason, which was already mentioned by Engineer Ortiz earlier, is that in fact, not all power plants are capable to provide these different types of ancillary services. Different plants with different technologies are unique in nature, and therefore they may be able to they may be qualified to provide a certain type, but not qualified to provide another type. That is the reason why the accreditation process would come in, because at the end of the day, we will also do not want to contract a plant which purportedly claims to be qualified to provide ancillary services when they are not. So this is actually the reason for the accreditation. We would also like to highlight that the requirement for accreditation is actually part of the terms of reference which we submitted to the DOE, and it has also approved the terms of reference when we conducted I'd just like to call it the first round of CSP. So that is the reason why, in spite of the CSP conducted, there are still unfilled levels of the different types of ancillary services that are yet to be met. We are also anticipating the commencement and the commercial operation of the reserves market, because supposedly any unfilled ancillary services which were conducted through competitive selection process should be filled by the reserve market.
Okay. Honorable Reyes, I just want DOE to confirm what NGCP has just mentioned. Yes, ASEC Marisigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wish to point out, particularly on the issue of the accreditation process of these ancillary services. If I may, I wish to repress NGCP's role in the formulation of the ancillary services policy. They were part of the technical working group, and the problem that we have seen is that NGCP's position that they cannot complete the testing of all facilities or all power plants to be accredited as ancillary service provider, specifically in March 2020, wherein it was indicated in our AS policy. So maaari po naging totoo yung hindi capable lahat ng planta because the actual testing of all facilities were not done.
NGCP, can you reply to that?
This is only as far as the information I received, Madam Chair. The testing, of course, would require proper coordination between NGCP and the generator who would want to be tested, if they are qualified or not. And of course, this would already require the scheduling of the testing, whether the generator is available, whether our personnel is available, and whether the system would allow such testing. It is not just a simple test where you go to the power plant and then check whether there are boxes to be ticked and then sign the accreditation. So this is a very technical process in nature, which would require not only the proper coordination as to whether the plant is ready to be tested at a certain point in time, whether the personnel from NGCP is also available to test, because of course they have to consider also the others who also applied for testing.
So how many have applied for testing that you have tested for accreditation? So it's not to add more to the issue. Can you just submit to this committee a list of all those power plants that applied for accreditation as an ancillary service?
Yes, Your Honor. If I may also, Your Honor, there was a question hanging earlier.
Yes.
As to what was the basis for the system operator to be lumped as one in the privatization of the transmission sector. This is, and I would like to read Section 7 of the IRR of the EPIRA. And I won't go through each and every item, but I just like to go directly to the relevant provision. And Section 7 of the IRR of the EPIRA states functions and responsibilities of Transco or its buyer concessionaire. So even at that point in time, the government has already considered, and let me go directly to the point. Transco or its buyer concessionaire shall have, among others, the following functions and responsibilities: act as the system operator of the nationwide electrical transmission and subtransmission system transferred to it by
But
NTC.
Attorney Octo, but as what is given can also be taken back because it's not a right. And it only depends that you continue your service only if you've done that service very well and not affecting a lot of people. So as to the separation of the SO and the other part of NGCP, that all depends on the government if they want it to still continue because it all depends on good service and transmission affects almost everyone. So let's leave it at that and still continue. And I think Honorable Reyes wants to add some more questions.
Just two more questions, Mr.
questions.
Chair.
Thank you.
My understanding on the terms of reference for the contracting and ancillary services, who formulated the terms of reference? Was it the DOE or was it you, NGCP?
The terms of reference is already included in the circular, if I'm not mistaken, or is it an order?
Sorry, I am asking who formulated it.
Again, the answer to that, Mr. Chair, is that there is already a terms of reference as a guide provided by the DOE in that circular. We can propose additional terms that the DOE may accept or not, but there's already some sort of a guide that would guide the NGCP as to how it will conduct the CSP. At the end of the day, these TOR, and it is also mandated in that particular department issuance that this be submitted to the DOE for its approval.
Sorry, Mr. Chair,
Last question,
DOE
Honorable
formulated the TOR for you to comply with. And my understanding during the course of this discussion is sometimes you question DOE on the policy of the TOR para sa ancillary services ninyo. Tama po ba yun? NGCP?
It's actually, among others, a legal question whether there is really a basis for the TOR to be approved by the Department of Energy, Mr. Chair.
Why are you questioning the policy formulator?
Sorry, pardon, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I am asking NGCP. They are the policy formulator. You are the system operator that you are supposed to comply with the policies. Why are you questioning the policy formulator?
I'm trying to recall particularly the legal issue that NGCP raised. But as far as I can recall, the issue raised by NGCP is that when we submit the TOR for the DOE's approval, the TOR already includes some management directives, actions, and prerogatives, which to us is already beyond the ambit of the Department of Energy to approve. Short of saying, if the TOR, which necessarily includes management actions, prerogatives, and exercise of its power, is submitted to the DOE for its approval, then sort of saying that to us this is already a regulatory overreach. So that is basically what is the issue.
Mr. Chair, I think ERC or DOE may have some questions on that because you cannot say anything about a regulatory overreach. The point that you are a regulated entity.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Department.
In the letter, I'll help you recall it, sir. In the letter, there was when we issued, this was back in 2022, a letter. So it's a constitutional prohibition on impairment of contracts. Na nakikialam na kami sa contract. Now we could not dictate we cannot dictate them because they have a concession agreement.
I guess so, Mr. Chair. However, this is not may national interest and security concern na to eh. So I think the point that the reason why they have the one that has to actually impose the TOR should be either DOE or ERC to you, and not you submitting to them what they will follow. So I don't think the overreach is at ERC or DOE. I think the overreach of the control that you want on the system is in NGCP.
And Mr. Chair, I'll just add yung
Yes.
isang reason is that the letter B is DOE has no regulatory power over NGCP. Because despite the fact that DOE is mandated under the same to be
Policy format.
to exercise supervision and control over all government activities relative to energy projects, what they cite is because in the concession, the concessionaire as a regulated entity is to be regulated by the ERC. Kaya we've always had that debate, and it clips
I
our...
think that that
don't
issue
know.
is for another
Yes, I do believe
hearing.
that. But yeah, Mr. Chair, but I guess that for the last, I wish to request from the NGCP all of the requests from the power plants that they are all of the letter of request for the power plants for accreditation that they have sent for accreditation so that they could be qualified for contingency reserve, ancillary reserve, or dispatchable reserve. What is the status of these discussions with them, and what is the status of the acquisition, yung contract acquisition signal for that? I think that's all for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Reyes. Yes, proceeding. May we now recognize Honorable Matibag.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After how many hours of discussion here, I just want to ask Mr. Chair, do you think it's about time that the system operator or the system operation of our country be back to the Philippine government? Kasi as I can see, tinuturo din naman ng NGCP ang DOE. Tinuturo ng NGCP ang ERC. And I think that is so unfair because I am very happy that ERC now is very cooperative and it's really for the Filipino people and for the country. So, Mr. Chair, what do you think the DOE or ERC, especially to Prof. Wally, who is the author of the grid code, of the Philippine grid code, do you think, obviously, what happened, there is a simple negligence or a failure to exercise a prudent judgment in managing the grid. So before I go there, I want to ask, Mr. Chair, is Mr. Christian Ereno, were you there during that day, January 2, 2024, 12:06 p.m.?
Yes, Mr. Ereno.
Yes, during that day, the dispatchers were there, and then when the event happened, I went there.
Okay, so you were in that place wherein it is your responsibility, and it is your responsibility to think and decide to exercise a prudent judgment whether to do market intervention or the manual load dropping. Isn't it, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Ereno.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the day-to-day operations are being handled by our dispatchers. As I mentioned a while ago, there were 3. And so after the incident, I was in Cebu in the office. I went to the control room together with some of our colleagues. And we were discussing the measures in order to restore the Panay grid.
So, Mr. Chair, you meant Mr. Erenio said that there were 3 people who were in that place. Am I right?
That is correct. There are always 3 people, 24/7 manning the control center.
Mr. Chair, may we get from Mr. Erenio the names of those 3 personnel or dispatchers of NGCP?
Yes, if NGCP can submit the list of names of the dispatchers during that incident.
We will submit, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Because, Mr. Chair, I think this is a simple case of someone sleeping in the noodle house. That's why I would want to ask if the government is now ready to take over or to give back the system operation back to the government. Para naman siguro sa simpleng judgment call na it is a very unfair happening for the people of Panay. Bilyon ang nawala. It was a horrible economic loss. And I could just imagine how our representatives from Iloilo, from Guimaras, how would they take good care of their people, especially those who are sick? So sana, maiwasan natin yung ganito situation na parang kapag may natutulog ulit sa pansitan, siguro pwede na nating sabihin na managot criminally and administratively sa ombudsman or Sandigan Bayan. Now, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask our very hardworking Ma'am Chairperson Manalisa de Malanta, if ever we already get that person responsible for this happening of the blackout for 3 days in Panay, what would be the possible penalty for this?
On the okay, ma'am, on the part of the ERC, the responsibilities we are looking at and therefore the scope of penalties we can impose are not on a person-to-person basis. It's on SO, on NGCP as far as its performance of the SO. But maybe it's worthwhile mentioning, we have started last year our coordination with the DOJ for the implementation of the penal provisions of EPIRA, because the penal provisions of EPIRA are on individuals. They have not been put to action. So we've started working with DOJ on forming a task force so that we can also activate the penal provisions of the EPIRA. But that will go to the regular courts, not under ERC jurisdiction po.
So for the amount, Mr. Chair, how much penalty could they impose po?
Opo. Maximum po 50 million lang, ma'am, per violation.
So 50 million. So very easy for them to rectify this, no, ma'am. So going back to my first question, do you think, Mr. Chair, I want to address this to DOE, ERC, or even to the author of the Philippine Grid Code. Would you think that the government is already ready to take back the operations, the system, the SO for our country? In relation to this, Mr. Chair, I am very happy also to see the video of our President BPM, because upon this happening, he already stood his view, and he would really want to help in rectifying our electricity problem. And in relation to this, Mr. Chair, I am aware that Maharlika funds is being considered to be invested to the transmission facilities. It is my opinion, more than the financial investment to transmission industry, is for the government to really take back the system operations. Especially now, they are just pinpointing all of their issues to the government. So why not just take it back? Thank you.
Yes, Transco, if you can answer if you already have the competence to perform the functions of a system operator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the DOE, I would like to manifest that Transco is very much ready to take over the system operations functions. Thank you.
Thank you, Transco. And if that's the last question of Honorable Matibag.
That would be all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And last on the list is Honorable Janet Green. Ma'am, it's your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if you will allow me to present a very rough drawing. Essentially, I think we have the TV there.
Yes, ma'am.
Ayan, okay. So just to orient everybody, I'm depicting the flow of power into the body of a human person. Kasi para mas maramdaman ng ating mga stakeholders. So ayan po, yan. So ito yung puso or heart. This is the brain. These are actually all the arteries and the veins. Let's focus on the arteries kasi siya yung nagsusupply ng dugo sa buhay ng isang tao. Kaya, ayan yung ating tao, buhay siya. So if we relate this problem to this picture, will you confirm that the heart will be the power producers? Ayan, mas clear. So ito po yung picture. This is the brain, the heart, the vessels, or the arteries, and this is a human being. Or we can refer this to an organ. And puso, can we relate that? Probably DOE can answer. Can we relate that to the heart as the power producer? Is it a yes? Okay. And these arteries is the transmission lines or NGCP. So I take it as a yes. At ito naman are the consumers or the distribution utilities. So with this photo, yung ating kasing puso, our heart is actually 4 chambers. So you pump blood in, the blood goes out. And it's regulated by pressure, demand. Kung mataas ang demand, mas magpapump siya ng lalo. Kung mahibaba naman ang demand, mabagal naman yung kanyang pagpump. What happens if there is a problem? Let's say there's a constriction kasi smoker ka or nagkaroon ng bara. By physiology, there are actually tributaries. Kaya nga marami yung arrows, marami yung transmission line. Kasi kung iisa lang yan, let's say example, tumaas yung nagkaroon ng konting problema dito sa isang chamber, magko-compensate. Medyo bibilis or lalakas yung puso, pero para patuloy na nabubuhay yung tao, maghahanap siya ng collateral. And by nature, they are actually collaterals because that's how life is. In other words, when this happened, let's look at the heart, the 4 chambers of the heart as the power producers in Panay. And based on the chronology, I was listening earlier on Facebook. I heard that there was an initial trip of a power producer. Kasi kung sa puso, ang nangyayari niyan, let's say yung baga mo may tubig. So pag may baga yung tubig, in between these two chambers is the lungs. So kung may baga, kailangan niya ng mas malakas na pressure. So aakto yung ibang chamber. Dito, ang nangyari yata, nagkaroon ng isang power producer na nag-trip. At ang problema, pag ganun ang mangyari kasi at walang preparation itong ating mga arteries, the whole heart will fail. And I'm just correlating it. Na kasi dapat ang nangyayari, pag may problema sa isang chamber, magkakaroon ka ng collateral, pwedeng magnipis, let's say yung blood flow is not 100%, it can be 70%, it can be 50% or 30%, and there will be collaterals. Kaya nga yung doktor, sasabihin kagad sa inyo yan, ay magpa-angiyo tayo. Kasi pag makita mo, ay kumikipot pero buhay pa yung tao. Kasi naubos na yung collaterals, lalagyan mo ng bypass or collaterals before pa mamatay yung tao. So if we relate it to power, these are the power producers, this is the transmission line, and these are the users or the distribution utility. So kung talagang may bara at wala siyang pagdadaanan, patay ang DU, kaya kami nagka-blackout. So kung meron namang ibang dadaanan, hindi naman siya totally blackout, pwedeng may rotation, but it can prepare. But this sudden shut off is actually a massive heart attack. And a massive heart attack only happens if there are no tributaries. Yung walang-wala ka ng madaanan, na maski tornilyo, not na tornilyo, the needle, maski karayom ay hindi makadaan. And in a human body, physiologically speaking, when the heart stops, everything stops. Kung patay ang puso, patay ang tao. Pero kung patay yung utak, you can have a brain-dead person, but still living. Patay yung utak, pero buhay pa rin kasi may puso. In this case, the heart died because the tributaries were not present. That's what I'm getting. I'm trying to laymanize it kasi para mahinto ang tulakan. So may I get the opinion, Mr. Chair, of our stakeholders? We can listen from DOE and then NGCP and the distributed utilities. In this chart, saan tayo nagka-problema?
Yes, who is willing to, I think DOE siguro, ASEC Marisigan? Mario?
Dr. Mario?
Hindi po ako, Doktor. Well, yung pong pagkaka-relate ni Kong Janet, I believe that that is a good representation. Having one of the chambers first nag-collapse, may problema, but hindi na-address ng mga arteries, yung mga collaterals. Kung bumilis yung puso, kasi nagkulang na isang chamber, so kailangan bibilis yung pumping ng puso. So ready dapat yung collaterals para pagdaanan. But apparently, hindi nagkaroon ng sufficient na collaterals, walang ginawang sistema or nagkulang para ma-determine saan padadaluyin yung mas pabilis na pagdaloy ng dugo. Kung kaya sa halip na ma-arrest at ma-recover yung isang chamber na nawala, nag-collapse yung lahat ng chamber. So that's how I perceive po yung representation. Thank you very much po.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, maybe the other stakeholders.
Yes, from the stakeholders.
From NGCP.
Yes, Mr. Ortiz.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Chair, if I may, my first
Yes.
question is, does NGCP agree that in this setup, you are the arteries?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So my next question is, saan po nangyari ang problema?
Ang problema po, Mr. Chair, nung una, nagkaroon ka ng problema sa isang chamber, yung PEDC1, nag-trip siya. Tumitibok pa rin po yung puso, Mr. Chair. Kaya lang, meron pang isang chamber ng huminto at nire-revive ito po, Mr. Chair. Nilagyan ng mga aparato yung katawan ng tao. Kaya lang, biglang huminto yung ibang chambers. Bakit? At hindi naman inaasahang hihinto sila. Yun po ang tinitingnan natin ngayon kung bakit biglang huminto yung dapat hindi ihinto. Yun dapat ang malalaman natin para mabigyan natin ng kaukulang solusyon para hindi na po mangyayari ulit ito, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, tama po si Sir Daryl Ortiz. At napakagaling niyo pong, if you were a doctor, I mean, dalawa to, pwede kang maging doktor, pwede kang maging abogado. And pardon me for this, but you are a better lawyer than a doctor. Kasi po, tama po yung sagot nyo na nagkaroon ng failure sa isang chamber at nag-spread siya sa apat. But by physics, by science, ang failure kasi, hindi yan biglaan. Isang chamber mag-fail, maghahanap yan ng paraan. But if all chambers fail, it's because there's a total blockage. Kaya nga yung tao, pag may block sa puso yan, he or she can live for years. But then you're going to start the field. Kaya may opportunity. Kaya nagkakaroon ng mga bypass. And in this way, talagang napakalaki kasi dapat yan. Napakalaki ng aorta. And that's actually your main line. The aorta is very big at hindi yan mababara kasi napakalaki niya. Yung mga bara dun na sa dulo. And in this case, your transmission lines also acts in the same way. So, kung nabara yun ng total, dalawa lang yun. Super sira na siya O may sira na talagang matagal ng sira na repeated? Or wala siyang madaanan over the years, probably hindi nagkaroon ng collaterals. At pagka wala kang collaterals, it simply means you did not pave way to initiate any construction. So we need to resolve this, Mr. Chairman, because if the statement of DOE agrees to my comparison and NGCP also agrees but is a little bit lawyering, pardon me for that, the issue now, natuwa kami kasi may ilaw na kami, but actually what we did, what you all did, and what DOE's leadership did is to resuscitate the heart. Nag-MI siya, nag-heart attack siya, ni-resuscitate siya, pero wala kang ginawa, anytime mamamatay pa rin yan. Would you confirm this, NGCP, Mr. Chair?
NGCP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kaya nga ang sabi ko kanina, Mr. Chair, pag hindi natin talaga na kita kung ano talaga ang dahilan, kung bakit huminto yung puso at na-revive nga siya ngayon, ihinto pa rin yun talaga, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Chair, next
Pardon,
question.
Mr. Chair, kasi yung dalawa kong kapatid kasi mga doctors, kaya medyo may kunting alam ako sa medicine, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, that's very good. Mr. Chair, segue ko lang ha. Tama po yan, nag-resuscitate tayo. Kaya nabuha yung puso. No, temporarily, it's pumping, but it's at very temporary solution. At tama po kayo, sir, ang sabi niyo po, hanapan dapat ito ng solusyon. So sa pananaw niyo, what will be the solution? And how much time do we have?
Yun pong sa pangako po namin, Mr. Chair, yung dapat tapusin namin yung CNP3. Marami din pong improvements dapat sa Philippine Grid Code. Ngayon po kasi ang walang section doon sa Philippine Grid Code na nagsasabi sa mga power plants na at the alert state, dapat hindi pa sila bumitaw. Dapat meron pang time na bibigay para maka-recover, ma-restore ang power system. Ang nangyari nung January 2, nung bumigay ang PCPC, sumunod yung ibang planta kasi ang protection ng ibang planta masyadong conservative, kaya lalong lumala nung nag-trip lahat ang mga planta sa Panay. Meron po sa ibang jurisdiction, Mr. Chair, na define po kung kailan sila dapat bumitaw habang ang system ay nire-recover or nire-revive. Dapat po ma-influence din natin ito, Mr. Chair.
If I may laymanize the answer of Mr. Ortiz, ang sinasabi po niya, ang naging problema dito sa chamber ng puso. Kasi yung isa bumigay, yung pangalawa bumigay, baka manipis siya, pumutok siya. Pero pasensya na po, medyo hindi kasi siya aligned sa normal process. Kasi tama naman po kayo, dapat hindi sila bibigay. Pero pag bumigay kasi sila, ang ibig sabihin yan, na-reach na yung limits So para hindi siya bumigay, kailangan meron siyang mapuntahan. So you actually mentioned the solutions, and that is creating more. Sabihin na natin, parang may spare tire ka dapat, and that is what is mandated in your franchise. And I believe whether you accept it or not, the solution, let's say 80% of the solution rests on you. If there are problems on the laws, on legislation, our chairman can actually make the necessary representation. And it's an emergency, so that can be immediately acted upon. Pero ang tanong nga natin, hindi na-create yung tributaries. And you had good solutions that you mentioned, although you don't want to admit that the problem was we have deficient or insufficient tributaries. So my next question, dun sa mga solusyon na sinabi mo, referring to the arteries, how much time do we have and how much time can you deliver the solution in reference to this?
Mr. Chair, yung sinabi ko kanina, yung much awaited natin na project, ang CNP3, Cebu Negros Panay Project 3, na ang pangako namin dapat matatapos na po ito ng March this year.
March this year. So, sir, pasensya na po. Ang sinasagot nyo kasi ang pangako namin I'm not asking about promises kasi marami nang nag-promise sa akin na hindi natupad. Ilang beses na ako naging broken-hearted. At sir, ayaw ko na maging broken-hearted, Mr. Chairman. Kaya ayaw ko ng pangako, ang gusto ko ay sagot. Kailan ito matutupad?
Based po doon sa timeline ng project construction namin, this will be completed po, Mr. Chair, by March 31. Ang kulang na lang po dito ay
Year please.
this year po.
Okay.
Nasa construction stage na po lahat ito, Mr. Chair.
Ano po ang pwedeng makaharang or makadelay dito, Mr. Chair?
Wala, Mr. Chair, wala na pong right of way project.
Wala na right of way issue.
Ang maaari lang kung ipahinto kami ng mga LGU sa construction pero wala na rin po sa tulong ng DOE. So construction na lang din po talaga ang finishing na ng construction ng
So, Mr.
line,
Chair,
Mr. Chair.
Your Honors, if I may, ulitin natin, andyan yung puso, nag-heart attack siya, namatay siya temporarily, you were all able to resuscitate it. Now you have until March 31, 2023 to be able to provide a permanent solution so that the heart will not have a heart attack again. So are you saying that by March 31, 2023, and that is by April kung saan magiging mas mainit ang panahon at mas malakas ang konsumo ng kuryente, we will not be experiencing another blackout? Mr. Chair, yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please.
ang sinasabi namin yung part ng NGCP, yung pagtapos ng CNP3, pero meron pa ring malaking problema sa Panay Island.
Ano po yung malaking problema, Mr. Chair?
Kailangan din po ng capacity pa po doon para pag may mawala pong mga generating units sa Panay, locally meron pong available na papalit po doon. Sa ngayon kasi wala kaming na-source sa Panay for ancillary services ng RR, CR. Ang na-source lang namin doon yung reactive power support saka yung dispatchable reserve na maliliit lang pong mga planta. Kung kailangan talaga...
Pardon me, Mr. Chair. Pardon me, sir, for your for my ignorance. By saying source, pwede naman na yung source ay nasa Luzon din or talagang hindi pwede?
Yun pong galing sa Luzon at galing sa Mindanao, hindi po sila makakapag-provide ng ancillary services. Dapat locally available po ito. So kung Visayas, locally available sa Visayas, pero kung gusto nating palakasin ang Panay Island, dapat din po merong locally available power plant that could provide regulating reserve, contingency reserve, at dispatchable reserve po.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, may I now shift the question to DOE? Kasi ang sagot nga ng NGCP is they're going to solve the problem by March 31, 2024.
24, this year.
2024. Tamo, sir, si Mr. Ortiz naman, kanina pa ako 2023 ng 2023, yes siya ng yes. 2024 na pala.
Hindi pa po na-receipt, Mr. Chair, yung calendar ko. Sorry po, 2024 po, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Janet, that would be your last question.
Yeah,
Yes,
last
thank you.
question to DOE, Mr. Chair. Ang ibig sabihin ni NGCP, yung puso daw hindi raw nakaka-stretch, kailangan ng mas mabalakas na capacity. That's why the blackouts can still happen April onwards. Do you confirm this? And are there solutions in the pipeline? And maybe you said
Before Mario or Yusek answers, up to March 2024, it is possible na mangyari to ulit. Because the CNP is not there. This is one of the major reasons. So we're very, we're in danger for the next
3 months.
3 months.
3 months.
Tapos, if we're saying that that's the only solution, no? But I'll leave it to Mario and Yusek kung ano ang iba pang system or any generating improvements na kailangan natin before and after siguro na. Thank you.
Yes, Asik Marasigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Congress. As we have indicated earlier, we will provide the committee on the list of committed projects in Western Visayas, particularly in Panay. As we have indicated earlier, we have several conventional and renewable energy project proposals, not only in Western Visayas, but particularly in Iloilo. But there is a hydro project in Igbaras. Then we have also biomass cogeneration project in Pasig and several other projects. So we will submit it to the committee.
Thank you,
Yeah.
DOE. Honorable Green, one last, please.
Yeah, if Yusek Marasigan can answer my question in relation to the response of Mr. Ortiz. He mentioned na, and then you said ito yung mga nasa pipeline. But what's the timetable? So I know about the biomass in Pasig. I think it's not yet operational. The one in Igbaras also is not yet operational.
The listed projects that we have as committed are in the period of 2024 up to 2026.
So in other words, if we have let's take away from now until March, yung after March 31 muna, lalo na yung dun sa summer, mawawala yung problema. What's the possibility?
Dapat po kasi meron pang kasabay na ibang project yan eh. Particularly the Mindanao Visayas interconnection project, as well as the other component of the CNP or the Cebu Negros Panay Stage 3 interconnection project. Why? Because immediately we have around 400 megawatts from Mindanao that can be transferred to Visayas. And if the CNP project is completed, these 400 megawatts can reach as far as Panay. But as also indicated in the discussion earlier, it's not only the CNP Stage 3 project. There are substation and other facility components that will ensure na hindi lang po yung available yung line. Yung stability of the system also entails additional facilities like pag-upgrade po ng mga substations.
And this is NGCP's.
Also, lahat po yan ay on-site
When are they
transmission.
upgrading based on the
Yes po.
reports?
Doon po sa isang nakita kong dokumento, in fact, yun pong entire Panay dapat magkaroon sila ng 230 kV line. At para po ma-enhance yung sa Iloilo side lang, may tatlo po yatang identified na 100 na substation na dapat i-increase up to 100 ano ba yan? 100 megavolts, no? 100 MVA. So tatlo po yun na dapat makompleto. Tapos yung pong nabanggit kanina ng ating representative na ating GM from Eleco 3 na yung pong protection system na dapat na yung StartCom kasi makakatulong po rin yan kasi kung marami, alam po natin maraming renewable energy galing sa Negros. So to ensure na maganda yung quality ng power pagta-transmit sa Panay, kailangan po natin ng mga ganitong facilities. So kahit po meron tayong linya, kung kulang naman yung mga facilities natin to make the system stable, baka po magkaroon pa rin tayo ng problema. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, will you allow NGCP to respond to that?
Yes.
And for them to give us the actual timelines and commitments.
Well, I think NGCP will already be submitting certain list of projects in the TDP.
Yung substation.
Yeah, and we're going to have another round of hearings. So, ma'am,
Their
if you
substation.
sige, ma'am. Let's just hear when the substation upgrade.
Where
if it's already in the pipeline, is it under construction? Is there already a time when it's going to be completed?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, you said.
The substation that they're talking about is actually underwent some negotiation period. It's needed to be upgraded kasi nag-i-increase yung demand ng Iloilo. Now, you need to upgrade that despite the fact that you will still have the kailangan kasi ng city yan eh. They had a problem with the owner of the lot. Hindi sila nagtugma. And we met the parties last month already with NGCP. We're all working together naman to fix the problems. NGCP, Moore was there also and the owner of the lot. And I think they're trying to arrive at an agreement kung Di ko na alam yung terms niyan kasi ano na yan, commercial transaction na. Because I think the distribution utility wants it finished sana by next year kasi nag-i-increase na. Actually, they want it before summer. Pero that's impossible. And the problem there is actually on the construction, the length of construction, which is around 400 days. So ang target nito is supposed to be December. Yes. Pero supposedly ang commitment is December 31. Doon sa Senate kahapon na. December 31, 24. Yes. Hopefully.
Yes,
that's the commitment.
yeah, Mr. Chair, pasensya na po, but we have to put a closure on this. So NGCP, what's the problem on the lot? Is it yung payment? Is it the price?
NGCP, so
Kasi baka naman negligible yun. We're losing, the Panay is losing billions because of this. So kung hindi nagkakasundo, baka kasi ayaw magbayad sa lupa or ayaw namamahalan.
So in other words, the upgrade of the substation is already under construction for
Wala
pa.
kasi hindi nga nagkakasundo. Nagkaroon ng problema sa
Kala
lupa.
ko na fix na ni Okay.
Yeah, but there's a problem. Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a problem on the lot acquisition.
Right. So let's hear from NGCP Attorney Abdu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The negotiation with the PEDC is for the acquisition of a lot inside the PEDC complex. This is supposed to be the site where the new Iloilo 230 kV substation will be constructed. We are actually negotiating for NGCP to be allowed by PEDC to proceed with the construction of the project pending the finalization of the commercial terms.
Yeah,
So-
but Mr. Chair, I am really sorry. Medyo masalimuot pag ganun eh. What's the problem? Is it land acquisition? Is it the pricing? Do they want to? Yeah, but the agreement will always, it will always boil down to the cost. So kung yung sasabihin natin na you will be allowed to construct despite the non-completion of the documentary requirements, that will be more or less impossible kasi syempre it's not your property yet. Eh. What's the problem? Are they selling or are they not selling?
It's really about the agreement on the fair market value, Mr. Chair.
So it's the cost. It's the cost. Let's laymanize it. Yung mga fair market value lahat medyo hindi kasi naintindihan masyado ng masa. Ang punot-dulo dito, Mr. Chairman, hindi matuloy-tuloy yung project kasi hindi sila nagkakasundo sa presyo ng lupa. So maybe.
Yes, Mr. Castro. Attorney Aktub, if you can turn off your mic. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as far as I know, Mr. Chair, the bone of contention really is that the assets to be acquired by NGCP have been reclassified already by the ERC as transmission assets, now which was an order from ERC about 2 years ago. However, well, from my understanding is that there is an associated unit, no, that's coming from the PPC that PEDC wants to sell in, well, all together. But NGCP is saying they don't need these assets from PPC. What they only need is the one from PEDC. So the bone of contention now is that will PEDC sell only the substation without the without the associated asset, because that's only what NGCP needs, or will NGCP buy the whole and not use the PPC substation? So that is where it is, Mr. Chair.
And that's a major problem, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
And that's a major problem. That's why I wanted that pointed out. Anyway, Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, may I again repeat last one question to NGCP. Do you believe that in this diagram, kayo po ang dugo ng Panay? You are the blood of Panay. So
Mr. Chair, we confirm kami po yung arteries.
yeah, and the arteries carries the blood, so that's how very important. And because, Mr. Chair, I have been receiving a query from the Honorable Dan Fernandez, my mentor, and all of us are adults. Mr. Chair, napaka-importante po ng dugo. Lahat naman tayo dito adults na. Just to laymanize it, yung mga lalaki, 90%, if they're diagnosed with erectile dysfunction, they go ballistic. Sa mga babae, hindi. But bottom line, erectile dysfunction is all about blood supply. It can also produce erection, and it can also reduce the erection. But if you don't have blood supply, imagine the male organ being gangrenous or mamamatay, magra-run amok yung mga lalaki. And that's laymanizing how important the supplier of blood is. Kung walang dugo, mamamatay yan. Will you, as a male, accept a gangrenous organ? Of course, you would not. Thank
Mr.
you,
Chairman,
Mr.
may I interject?
Yes.
You're talking
Honorable
about our
Fernandez.
internal organs already, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Hindi, joke lang.
I believe Mr. Chair, he has good blood supply. That's why he has good facial features.
Thank you, Honorable Garin.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Fernandez.
And would like to take this opportunity. I heard that there is no second round anymore. And I'm just happy to tell this committee that you have handled this hearing brightly. Congratulations. And we've been fair, no, sa lahat, even sa NGCP, although we have scolded them so much. But our objective is really to help this government, no, to succeed. And be that as it may, that we have released our anger. We know that you have understand our intention, and we believe that together, with our government agencies and the members of this committee, headed by Chairman Lord Velasco and the Speaker of the House, we will be able to find a solution. Maraming po salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Fernandez. And for a short
recommendations,
statement,
Mr.
yes, for second round, I think we have two. For second round, we have Representative Dagoog and Representative Castro. Just a brief statement because we've been here for 6 hours already. Please.
Recommendations, nagmamadali din ako, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko na siguro mahabol yung 16 ko na flight. Recommendations, Mr. Chair. One, kung wala pa kayong simulator, mayroon na kayo? Yung equipment sa simulation. Mayroon naman talaga kayo dyan, no? So, that is one of the amendment addendum sa grade code. Yung regular simulation in every grade. Kasi doon mo makikita kung kailangan mong ilipat yung mga protection mo. Kasi nag-iiba yung load. Kailangan, yon, kasama yon sa grade code. Pangalawa, Mr. Chair, yung regular, no? Wala sa grade code natin ngayon. Yung regular, i-define na lang ng GMC, ano yung regular, ano yung duration ng regular na pag-adjust ng mga protection natin. Pangatlong addendum sa grade code should be yung ano natin, I don't know if sa grade code to o sa OTS rolls siguro to, kailangan natin i-compensate yung provider ng MBAR kasi napaka-risky po yon on the part of the power plant na maghahabol ka ng MBAR sa grid, madisgrasya pa yung planta mo, tapos at present, they are not compensated. I think sa OTS rolls yun. Then, pangatlo, pangatlo yung power restoration protocol natin, SO, ay dapat naman sigurong i-consider natin na kung sino yung planta na nakabalik on time or naibalik na habang hindi pa totally normalized, ay bigyan po natin ng halaga yung mga connected load na may kontrata doon. Kasi napaka-unfair naman po na yung mga walang kontrata doon sa planta na naka-online ay pare-pareho yung natin, except kung magkaroon ng system unbalance. Pero kung hindi naman, ay kailangan nating unahin i-supply yung may kontrata doon. Sa protocol yon. Then yung yung pag reinstate natin ng grid management committee, napakahalaga po 'yon para kahit ako katulad nung dati, I am willing to volunteer na kahit konting may dagdag tayo doon based on experience. Kasi hindi lang naman lahat ang nakakaalam yung professional electrical engineer. Kung minsan din, most of the time, yung pa-engineer, mayroon ding may ambag. Then, sa reporting naman po, again, this is a grid code natin, ay baka po pwedeng silipin natin na ang reporting ay hindi lang during may mga significant incident. So, i-report din natin yung may mga significant changes. The ISO should report to the regulator o to the Grid Management Committee yung mga significant changes in load at saka yung location ng mga bagong power plants. Dito papasok yung i-reiterate ko yung dati kong recommendation na dapat ang DOE mayroon siyang hand as much as possible kung saan i-locate yung mga bagong planta. Hindi natin pabayaan na yung magpo-put up ng planta lang dito ako dahil mura yung lote dito, yung lupa. Siguro i-consider din natin yung future na kung malayo ka, marami tayong kailangan ng mga ancillary na hindi aakma. So, Mr. Chair, may bill kami dyan nakapinding sa committee, matagal na. Amendment po yan ng Section 45 yan ng IPERA. Naibalik natin si Napocor sa power generation for ancillary. Kailangan i-put up niya yung pinakamalaking unit, equivalent to pinakamalaking unit of that grade para government controlled yung pagpapatakbo sa kadya. Then basahin ko lang, Mr. Chair, in brief, yung sabi ko na, yung grid code kasi, nakadesign siya na magkaiba talaga. I have no against NGCP ha. Ang sinasabi ko lang, nung clean up to, talagang nakadesign siya na magkaiba yung TNP at saka ISO. Tingnan mo yung 7.6.1.2, the transmission network provider under the advice of the system operator 7.6.22 under 7.6. Dalawa na kaagad sila minention dito. Inulit-ulit to. 7.7.2.1. The grid owner and all the users shall provide the system operator in writing. So talagang magkaiba siya. 7.7.2.2. Following the issuance of significant incident notice by the system operator, the grid owner or the user, blah, blah, blah. 7.7.2.3. A joint investigation of the significant incident shall be conducted only when the system operator and the grid owner and the user. So, paulit-ulit, sinasabi lang dito, ready na to sa yung grid code is ready sa yung hiwalay. But I'm not saying na ngayon pa lang hiwalay na kayo. Tinukoy ko lang na yung grid code is crafted na magkahiwalay yung nag-operate sa dalawang function. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dugok. Abot ka na sa flight mo. And last but not the least, can I hear Honorable Castro?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Talaga nag-antay ako, no? May mga tanong sana ako sa mga DU kasi masyado nang bugbog yung NGC eh. At nakita na natin yung root cause. Sorry for that term. Bugbog na yung NGC. At nakita na natin yung root cause ay NGCP. Tama, NGCP. So, maganda itong naging takbo ng hearing, Mr. Chair. Nakita na natin yung root cause. So, yun naman yung plano, yun naman po yung objective ng hearing na ito. So, katulad ng description ni Dr. Garin, Congressman Dr. Garin doon sa sistema ng pagbibigay ng kuryente, ay talagang interconnected dyan. So, hindi pwedeng, hindi pwedeng sisihin lang yung isa, di ba? At lahat talaga may papel dito, Mr. Chair, sa nangyari sa Panay Hopefully hindi na mangyari yan sa ibang mga lugar. So may mga tanong po ako sa mga DU for preparation lang po for the next hearing, kaugnay nung halimbawa ano ba yung ginawa ng mga DU, yung mga power distributor, kasi wag kayong hindi kayo pwedeng maligtas dito. Kailangan meron din po kayong naging role sana dito. Siguro next meeting na yan, paghandaan na lang ninyo, no? Sa more, marami rin akong tanong sa more, Mr. Chair, no? Yung tungkol sa more, yung ano ba yung ginawa din ng more to protect din yung own system, no? Paghandaan na lang yan, hindi ko naman kailangan ng tanong, hindi ko naman kailangan ng sagot sa ngayon. Tapos yung bilang meron kayong 30% na as demand sa Panay, so paano po nakikipag-ugnayan yung more sa GENCO at NGCP para maiwasan natin po yung blackout? Ano po yung mga proyektong naipatupad na ng more after ng takeover po nung ng power supply po dito sa Iloilo? At ayun nga, tinatanong ko nga si Kong Dagoo kanina, bakit hindi rin kayo nagpatupad ng hindi niyo raw po role yung automatic load dropping, pero dapat nagpatupad din po kayo ng MLD. So kung nagawa din po ito, so paano din po sana nakatulong ito na ma-prevent? At ayan, nakikinig si Mr. Castro, no? Doon sa mga tanong ko, dapat sinusulat na rin po para sa susunod na So matagal na yung ILP program ng ERC at DOE. Ilan na po yung ILP customers ng more? Ito po yung ILP sa kapakinabangan po ng ating madla. Interruptible load program. May mga malalaking customers na di kumukonect sa kuryente ng DU, lalo pa kapag may mga plantang offline at generator lang ang gagamitin nila, pero ang gastos ay ipapasa sa consumers. So yun po yung mga natin, yung mga tanong sa susunod. Okay, sapat din ba yung kontratang supply ng more power? Okay? At meron bang ginagawang planta ang power plants ang more sa Visayas? Okay, so paano ito makakatulong sa consumers? So yun lang po, Mr. Chair. And last, para po sa DOE and ERC, moving forward, ano na po yung magiging recommendation ninyo? Kasi nagbigay kami ng recommendation bilang mga congressmen. So kayo po, ano po yung magiging recommendation ninyo, ERC and DOE, moving forward? Yun na lang po, Mr. Chair.
Yes, maraming salamat, Honorable Castro, to my members. But before we adjourn, one last question,
Mr.
because after So just like a while ago, like what I stated, that I think the manual load dropping or shedding would have prevented what happened. So what was the reason lang? I just want to find out, what was the reason of NGCP for not doing MLD? Yun lang. Did you guys look into the grid code? Ganun ba yun? Ang hirap kasi yung baka you went to the grid code, tas based on the grid code, based on your normal naman. So that's why you didn't do MLD. Is that right? Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Which provision of the grid code specifically yan?
6.2.3.4.
Can you read that provision?
Based on the GO 6.2.3.4, Mr. Chair, it says, in the event of a credible N-1 contingency, the system or any part thereof shall be operated up to its operational thermal limit capacity, beyond which the system operator shall only intercept to restore stability of the grid. For the avoidance of doubt, manual corrective interventions shall not be imposed to delimit the power transfer capabilities of equipment transmission lines in anticipation of a secondary outage or N-1 -1. And
And the third paragraph?
Yeah. Third paragraph is if a significant threat to system security exists following the occurrence of a credible N-1 contingency, the system operator may intervene and shall make the necessary manual corrective actions as required to protect the integrity of the grid.
So, hindi ba clear doon na you guys can do MLD? Tama ba? Manual load dropping? Based on the third paragraph?
Yeah, for this, Mr. Chair, it says if a significant threat, and also on the second paragraph, it says we should not anticipate or like prepare for the in anticipation of a secondary outage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So doesn't that already give you the power to do MLD? Sa akin, parang clear sa akin yun. Can I ask DOE, is that clear to you? Or Sec Marasigan? Or of
Yes,
course,
Mr. Chair, we are.
Del Mundo.
It's very clear to us.
So based on those, on that provision itself, it gave the SO the power to conduct manual load shedding or dropping. Tama? Yes, Asek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the very least, they should have informed the distribution
Exactly.
utilities of the situation. So even if they do not instruct the distribution utilities, the distribution utilities on its own can do a certain action. But I leave it to Professor Wali for a better explanation on that. Thank you.
Yes, Professor Wali.
Salamat po. Liwanagin ko lang po yung second
Sige nga.
paragraph
Yes,
na sinabi na for the avoidance of doubt, manual corrective interventions shall not be imposed to delimit the power transfer capabilities of equipment transmission line in anticipation of a secondary outage, yung susunod na mawawalang planta. Ito po ay nagre-repair doon sa transmission lines, hindi po sa mga power plants. Meaning, all the transmission lines, kung 100 megawatt ang capacity niyan, wag mong papababain o wag mong limitahan. Pwede mong sagadin up to 100 megawatt yung capacity ng ano. So, hindi po ito tungkol sa power plant. So, yung pong pangatlong sentence doon sa grid code na sinasabing you are given the authority to do the manual interventions. Kasi ang grid code, nire-recognize ko niya at binigyan ng authority ang system operator na pwede mong gawin lahat even wala kang pasabi. Kailangan mo lang magre-report sa ERC kasi kailangan malaman din kung justifiable yung ginawa mo o hindi mo ginawa.
Yeah. So, yung isa ko palang gusto itanong sa iyo, Professor Watt, there's a term there eh. Threat may...
Opo, yun. So, pag sinabi mong
kasi
threat,
subject to interpretation, parang looking at this eh, parang better hindi na natin ginagawang subject to interpretation ito para wala nang ibang ano. So, can you explain to us kung ano yung term na inano mo doon?
yung significant threat po,
Yeah.
yun na nga po yung possibility na pwede kang magkaroon ng system collapse kung magkakaroon ka ng another outage. So the system is still threatened. Kaya dapat hindi ka nagre-relax.
So definitely during the N-1, there is the existing significant threat noong time na yun. So that should have triggered the SO to able to conduct or instruct on DUs or sila to do manual load shedding. Yes, NGCP.
Yes, sir. Thank you po. Regarding po dun, sir, as mentioned po kanina ni Transco and ni Prof. Wally, we can implement manual dropping when we are in the alert state. Pag alert state po, either yellow or red. So I think he's referring to the red alert and emergency condition. Both conditions have criteria in the grid code. For red alert, generation, the operating margin is 0 or there's a generation deficiency. For our assessment, whole Visayas, wala. For the emergency condition, it is also clearly stated in the grid code na to be in emergency condition, first you have a single or multiple contingency. Meron na po tayo, nag-tripping tayo ng unit, tama. But, and at least any of the following. First, operating margin is zero or generation deficiency? Wala. Voltages are outside the limits of 0.9 and 0.10. Ibig sabihin, plus or minus 10%. Hindi naman. And then, loading limits of line are above 115%. Wala rin po. So, we are not red alert. We're not emergency. Hindi po warranted yung load dropping. And then, dun sa definition po ng normal, we can isa-isahin yung criteria na nabanggit po ni ERC para ma-check system ba talaga is normal. Kung grid code pong pinag-uusapan, yun po yung mga nakasulat. So, that's for 1206 to 4019.
Okay.
After 4019, emergency.
Okay. So, hearing the explanation of NGCP, Professor Wally, and looking at total yung grid code naman natin, pinasa lang naman ng ERC. So, I think ERC should do certain amendments if warranted to make those amendments. Kasi parang subject to interpretation kasi. That's what I was saying. The only reason why yun nga eh, 'di ba? That's the only reason why this all happened because it was subject to interpretation. There should be like set rules na talagang defined. I guess to NGCP hindi defined 'yon. So on our part, mas gawin nating definitive kung talagang kaya pa. But wait, Professor. But my point is kasi when the situation of N-1 happened already, sa tingin ko there's already a significant threat eh. Why? Because one, wala kang supply na available na kompleto. Sabihin mo meron kasi you're getting it from the submarine cable, tama? The PN line mo. Eh on the possibility na magkakaroon ng isa pang shutdown, may pangsalo ka pa rin doon?
Yes, sir. Ganito po. In the case of the next N-1, the system will still be stable. May nakalagay din po sa grid code. Kasi nga, inisip natin pag nag-trip yung line, bagsak na yung panay, di ba? Wala ka naman talaga N-1 pag tinignan mo eh. Pero po, may nakalagay po doon, for areas without N-1, SIPs or the System Integrity Protection Scheme should be available until the permanent network configuration is in place. So for the Negros Panay Link po, we have SIPs. We have the System Integrity Protection Scheme. So kapag nag-trip po isang planta, hihigop yung demand. Kung mag-activate man siya ng overload, magpapatrip po siya ng load. Kung reverse power, meron po siyang logic na sinusundan. So,
Mr. Chair,
meron po siyang...
alam nyo, kasi very peculiar kasi yung sitwasyon ng Panay eh. You have to consider outside and external consideration. Not only yung sinasabi nyo sa technical aspect. Eh, alam naman natin yung area talagang dulo. So, tapos nangyari, nagkaroon pa ng blackout ng mga nakaraang February saka April. That have to be considered. Kaya dapat nga, doon pa lang sa unang outage pa lang, meron na kayong intervention na load dropping. Alam nyo kasi binibigyan nyo kami ng mga, kanina okay na eh. Kaya hindi na nga kami nagsasalita kasi we admit that we have been emotional dito sa sitwasyon. But now you are depending na naman isang bagay na nagmamatigas kayo, trying to stick on your premise. And I think we can work together. We can work together. Yun lang asahan nyo. But of course, kailangan nyo to consider that yung mga technical terms that you are using, dapat hindi kayo masyadong strict doon. Kumbaga, pwede tayong mag-segue in a different way. Yun lang, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Honorable Fernandez. But what I'm just trying to point at is, if that's how NGCP sees it, they're the system operator. And if we can amend the grid code so that there's no more room for interpretation, para pag nangyari yung ganitong situation, edi they can already do it. Kasi if they don't do it, they'll be liable. So it's really a matter of accountability. Sa tingin ko wala lang talagang takot. Sorry So walang takot. Wait. Ang ibig ko sabihin walang takot. Everyone walang takot. Sorry Lahat walang takot. No one's accountable. Mamatay isang power plant? Bahala na kayo. Tama? Mamatay ang distribution utility, maputol ang transmission, bahala na kayo. Eh kami lahat nagsasuffer. Sino lahat ng kumikita? Power plant, distribution, generation. Eh paano yung mga kababayan natin? So it's really more of that. I think DOE, ERC should look into that. I think it's really more of accountability. Naandyan yan eh, sa accountability. For the grid code, para wala nang subject to interpretation, I think if we can still try to work on that to be able to give them that, para kunyari, if it is used as an excuse next time, they will be held accountable. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair,
But
sa
teka,
grid
wait.
code,
Oh.
may isingit lang ako. Kasi sino bang nag-decide for the grid code?
Si ERC.
ERC ang nag-decide. Okay.
So with that, yun lang nakikita ko. I'm not pointing fingers. Sa tingin ko, lahat may kasalanan because it's a whole system. Hindi mo babagsak yan pag gano'n eh. So as to the projects, mga transmission development projects of ERC, mga na-delay, so we have to look into that. Siyempre, of course, before mga approval also sa ERC, although ERC is already doing something with that. And also, I think with the DOE, together with Transco, try to update this committee, yung readiness nyo to be able to, yung decoupling ba, yung pag-separate ng systems operation at ng grid maintenance function. And then lastly, ang sabi ko nga, although nag-trip, which hindi naman natin maiwasan, tama? It always happens. That's why ERC set certain standards na kung kailan gaano katagal ang brownout allowable, ganyan. It's allowable. Ang hindi ko lang maintindihan, to be honest, PCPC, pasensya na, hindi ko maintindihan bakit 3 days kayo bago nakabalik. Yun ang gusto kong makuhang explanation. And I want that explanation to be submitted to the committee. Kasi hindi ko maiisip eh. Because how many hours is a coal plant required to be back online? Ilang hours yan? From a trip? 1 day? 1 day?
No, days lang po. Ay, normally po 2 to 3 hours to ramp up.
Only hours, di ba? So I want an explanation from PCPC. Kahit hindi na ngayon, sir, kasi just submit to the committee para we can review it also. And lastly, before we hear the recommendations at mga gagawin ng DOE at ERC, ang tanong ko ngayon sa NGCP, 3 months pa, di ba, bago ma-online yung CNP3 natin sa Cebu Negros, Panay. That's 3 months from now. Eh, paano pag next week meron na nung bumagsak na PEDC or kahit anong power generator doon? Are we going to look at another blackout in the Panay and Guimaras Islands?
Sir, as mentioned po by Yusek Geb Gapon, we will be creating a protocol. Actually, marami po siyang sinuggest na gagawin. Based sa notes ko po, 5 items. Part po yun yung protocol. So, we'll be working with them to establish this protocol during the duration po.
Yeah, and lastly, from our August hearing, di ba pinag-usapan na natin lahat to? Communication. It's just communicating. What happened last time? Communication. Ngayon, communication na naman. How come you guys don't communicate? Yun lang yun eh. You guys just have to communicate with each other. I don't know, kunyari may mga banggaan dyan, but I think ERC or DOE should be on top of this. I-instruct na natin yung certain protocols on communication amongst DUs, transmission, and generation. Except tayo na isang ganun. Para naman, we can't use for something as simple as communication in this day and age. Diba? Instant yan eh. Viber, text message, it's already there. So with that, again, maraming salamat sa resources, sa resource persons, sa ating mga members for their patience. It took us 6 hours and a half, but I think that's so small compared to the 4 days na nag-blackout sa Panay Island at Guimaras. Again, I thank you. We will have another hearing because there are certain commitments and submissions that we are asking. And also, mainly because this may already transform the committee as a watchdog on this certain situation na nangyayari. So definitely we will wait for the CNP to be online this March. Ang ano ng NGCP, kanilang promise. And we hope for something like this. Nangyari na po noong April, third time na pala, binanggit noong February, 8 hours. ERC, yung February incident, I don't know if you have any incident report coming from NGCP. Is that from NGCP ang manggagaling yung incident report?
Opo, yes, the incident reports for...
Can you also submit that incident report for the February blackout, or tama ba, Attorney Balsomo?
February po, Mr. Chair. To be precise,
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Wait for the recommendations of DOE and ERC before we adjourn. Yes, Yusek Sharon Garin.
Mr. Chair, thank you for this opportunity. We've taken note of all the requests and also the recommendations to DOE by the committee. And in return, Mr. Chair, what is worrisome for us, the Department of Energy, is a repeat, a third time, or a fourth time, let's say now, because anything can happen in the next 3 months and also after that. So we have proposals on two things, no? We have legislative proposals, and also I would like to ask Yusek on the plans on yung parang temporary, let's say, immediate solutions, so that all the parties that are here can participate. First and foremost in the legislative, Mr. Chair, is revisiting the franchise of NGCP. We've only listed 3 items, but we leave it to the wisdom of Congress. First is the separation of the systems operations of NGCP from the transmission network. And then second is giving more teeth to ERC, because the problem with ERC is they can only find them for 5 million pesos. 50 na ngayon. And we can do it per day or per violation, of each violation per day, and also adjust it to the automatically, no, yung increases niya depending on the CIP, consumer price and CPI. And we've also included in the IPIRA amendment that we are proposing, Mr. Chair, imprisonment in case of any violations, because those are the two. And then the third one, Mr. Chair, is the review of the 3% franchise tax in lieu of all other national and local taxes. That is quite low, that they don't pay VAT nor corporate income tax in any other taxes for the local franchise tax. So in lieu of all siya. Yes, sir. But in this committee, depends on what the recommendation of the committee is on the franchise, no. But in this committee, we have an IPIRA amendments. I think it needs improvement also. Our proposal on in relation to the transmission sector, Mr. Chair, and this we can introduce also the separation of the two functions should there be a need, and many others, Mr. Chair. We will just submit it to you. And you can also tackle on the ownership side, whether there's foreign participation or not, Mr. Chair. And on the side of the immediate actions of the OE, I'd like to ask Dr. Guevara.
Yes.
Yusek Guevara.
Thank you, Chair. Until CNP3 is up and running, there's still a danger that the same situation will happen to Panay. So these are our recommendations. First is the full implementation of the reserve market. Yung kakulangan nila ng ancillary services, by January 26 of this year, pwede na nilang kunin sa reserve market. Then we're considering for a capacity market, kasi kulang talaga ng capacity doon sa Panay. And we're initially thinking of doing it for Panay and Negros. Third, as mentioned by NGCP, we need to enhance the SO protocol for supply-demand balance and triggers for emergency situation. Linawin talaga natin kailan ba emergency na. And then, consider having a headroom for Panay generators. Imbis na 100% sila mag-operate, baba natin to 85% para pagka bigla may bumagsak na planta, may sasagot pa na konting capacity. And then, this is immediate, no? We can adjust the grid operation and maintenance program kung kailan nagsa-shutdown yung mga planta para ma-avoid muna itong first 3 months na crucial while we're waiting for CNP3. And then, of course, we need to ensure the timely implementation and completion of CNP3 and MVIP and other transmission projects. And of course, we'll study subgrid ancillary services because as mentioned, even if there's ancillary for Visayas, cannot reach Panay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Yusa Guevara. And last but not the least, can we hear from Chairperson Di Malanta?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're completing the investigation and we hope that, so I don't want to preempt the results of the investigation, but we will submit to the committee the full report of the IGMC and any other findings that we may have because we're also conducting our own review of the generator performance. So we'll submit our findings to the committee.
All right, with that, if there's no other concern from the members, I'd like to thank our members and the resource persons for their valuable time and active participation in this meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Sir Chairman, before the erectile dysfunction kicks in, to those male guests we have invited, I move to adjourn.
Second.
It has been
Second,
moved
Mr.
and
Chair.
seconded that the meeting be adjourned, there being no objection. The meeting of the Committee of Energy is hereby adjourned.